Our USA Europe Africa Command team has the lead right now, but joining right behind them is our Military District of Washington team. And we are just over 7 minutes. A lot can change here.
That's yours.
All right, and our USAREF team is starting their burpees. Their chests have to all touch the ground. They have to go down as a team. They have to come up as a team. We hear teammates yelling commands of 3, 2, 1, up.
It's one
You might have noticed that there has recently been a flurry of sudden realizations that Israel is doing bad things in Gaza, with attempts to distance oneself from them. And this also tends to include a lot of people who like to frame themselves as having been against this the whole time. You know, as having not done anything to facilitate it, as having seen this from the very beginning. You're going to be seeing a lot more of that. You're going to be seeing a ton of this. People have been predicting this from the very beginning. I mean, I made fucking videos about how this was genocide in December 2023. It was obvious then. People were already saying like more than a year
male, brown hair, and dressed like law enforcement. Do not approach and do not answer door unless two officers approach together. Call 911 to verify first. Call 911 to verify officer identity first. This is about to start. It has not started yet. I can tell you that. But I have the official feed on, waiting for the official feed to start.
Represented by both of them.
Hold on. Okay, so I have the feed on, and we are waiting for this to start shortly. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Hang on. Hang on. There might have been an announcement about when it's starting. So if you give me 2 seconds, I will try to figure that out. Hang on 1 second here. I might have to mute you. I might have to mute myself for a second just to get caught up here. All right, hold on. I'm figuring this out. All right, I'm muting myself for 30 seconds. Hold on. Okay, they said 10 to 15 minutes until the press conference starts. 10 to 15 minutes until the press conference starts, okay? So, again, the story is that two state lawmakers from Minnesota, both Democrats, I don't know if that plays into this at all, I have no idea, were shot. And the story I read is that their spouses were also shot. And by a man impersonating a police officer. A state rep and a state senator. So there has been a manhunt underway. Police, you can see, had a shelter-in-place order for a 3-mile radius of Edinburgh Golf Course. Police looking for a suspect in multiple targeted shootings who is armed and dangerous. Suspect is a white male, brown hair, and dressed like law enforcement. Dressed like law enforcement. Do not approach and do not answer door unless two officers approach together. Call 911 to verify officer identity first. That's from BNO News. We will have the press conference is starting in about 10 minutes. We're going to have that live for you. If you give me a second here, I just want to see if I have any updates for you. One was shot in Champlin and one was shot in Brooklyn Park, which are about 8 miles away from each other. And Brooklyn Park is a suburb of, I believe they're both suburbs of Minneapolis. Looks like it to me. So this is north of Minneapolis is where this happened. We're waiting for the press conference to start. A quick thank you to Beth Mythical and One Way Street for moderating for us. Thank you, moderators. Roberts May Queen, Janet B. They are moderating. Also, I just want to thank our other moderators here. Thank you. Linda Bell, Larry, Misha on X, on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, McBritches, Surly Dev, and Tariag. Also, thank you to, hold on a moment here. Again, we're waiting for this press conference to start. Really, any moment now. It's north of Minneapolis is where this happened. Thank you. Christina Neal is moderating. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body, thank you. Thank you, Sue Magario, for the stars on Facebook. So ABC News, one report I had seen said they were in grave condition. That was one unconfirmed report I had seen. I thought it was an ABC. Yes, ABC News reports they are in grave condition. The Governor Tim Walz had actually posted about this today. I wonder if he's going to be at the press conference. Governor Walz said, as we wait for this to start, he said, I have activated the State Emergency Operations Center. Local law enforcement in Champlin and Brooklyn Park have the full resources of the state of Minnesota behind them. We are monitoring the situation closely and will share more information soon. Any moment now, this press conference is going to start, and we are going to, hold on a second, we're going to listen to it and hear what the police, what law enforcement have to say about this. Very, very scary. Let me just check a couple things here. Oops, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yes, Fox 9 in Minnesota said that the two state lawmakers and their spouses were shot overnight. Again, the suspect is described as a white man with brown hair, wearing black body armor. Oh, this is a little bit of a different description. Fox 9 Minnesota says suspect is a white... Is this different? Hold on. Anyways, regardless, according to Fox 9, the suspect is a white man with brown hair wearing black body armor over a blue shirt and blue pants. He may be impersonating law enforcement. And again, widely reported that this person is impersonating law enforcement. The title from the official title of the press conference is State Officials Provide Update on Overnight Incidents in Brooklyn Park and Champlin, Minnesota, two suburbs of Minneapolis. Associated Press is reporting a Minnesota mayor says two state lawmakers were shot in their homes early Saturday. A person familiar with the matter told Associated Press investigators believe the suspect may have been posing as a law enforcement officer. That person said investigators are still working to establish a motive. The two people shot were, according to AP, they said a local mayor reported, the Champlin mayor said that the two people shot were State Senator John Hoffman and, okay, so this is a little bit of an update. AP says the mayor of Champlin said State Senator John Hoffman and State Representative Melissa Hortman were shot, and that Hoffman's wife was also shot. A different report said both of their spouses were shot. This report says one of their spouses was shot. So I'm guessing we'll get clarity momentarily in this press conference, which will be starting at any moment now. Hortman is the top House Democratic leader in Minnesota and a former House Speaker. Hoffman was first elected in 2012. They both represent districts north of Minneapolis. They were shot in two different towns about 8 miles away from each other. Again, we're just waiting for this to start, and we will have live coverage when it starts. But it has not started yet. Reportedly, ABC News reports that they are in grave condition. Certainly thoughts, I hope they all survive, and thoughts with those communities there, and hopefully this person is either in custody or will get taken into custody soon. Tim Walz is going to be at the news conference, reportedly. But don't hold me to that 100% because I haven't seen him there, but reportedly he's supposed to be there. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar said, this is a stunning act of violence. I'm thankful for all the law enforcement who are responding in real time. Senator Klobuchar said, my prayers are with the Hortman and Hoffman families. Both legislators are close friends and devoted to their families and public service. So, we will hear more. We will get more details momentarily. It has not started yet. Quick thanks to Zach. Don't kill me, I'm just a vibe. Peasy Papa Zulu, Bro Really, Procrastinating Painter, Meh, Chief D, RFC 1135, Katrina Hetherington, Big League Drew, Mr. Blanks a lot, Kate89, Jordy's Wisdom Tooth Fairy, Zach P, Debbie James, Patty Nielsen, AZ Intel's dad. We will take your comments after the press conference. We'll take your comments and questions and discuss the press conference. Again, any moment now it is supposed to start. I don't know if any other people have been shot. We have just heard that 2 state lawmakers have been shot and possibly their spouses. They were reportedly both shot at their homes overnight in 2 different suburbs of Minneapolis. If you missed it, there's a shelter in place in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. I'm going to put that on the screen again if I can. This is from B&O News. You can see it says, emergency alert extreme, Brooklyn Park PD, shelter in place order in 3. Oh, here we go. Oh, here's the press conference. All right, so we'll talk about that. There's a shelter in place. Here's the press conference. So let's just get that on the screen. I think, hold on. Here we go. It's live. This is live right now.
Thank you for being here. In a moment, you'll hear from law enforcement officials who will share with you what they can as up-to-minute update on the situation here in Minnesota. You're going to be joined by Commissioner Bob Jacobson, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans, State Patrol Colonel Christina Bogoyevich, Champlain Park Police Chief Snyder, and Brooklyn Park Police Chief Mark Bruley, as well as the Mayor of Brooklyn Park. We're here today because an unspeakable tragedy has unfolded in Minnesota. My good friend and colleague, Speaker Melissa Hortman, and her husband Mark were shot and killed early this morning in what appears to be a politically motivated assassination. Our state lost a great leader, and I lost a dearest of friends. Speaker Hortman was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service. She was a formidable public servant, a fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many. Minnesota's thoughts and prayers are with her family, her loved ones, her children, and her parents. My prayers also go out to State Senator John Hoffman and his wife Yvette, who were each shot multiple times. The Hoffmans are out of surgery at this time and receiving care, and we are cautiously optimistic they will survive this assassination attempt. This was an act of targeted political violence. Peaceful discourse is the foundation of our democracy. We don't settle our differences with violence or at gunpoint. In the state of Minnesota, and as recently as last week, in the most closely divided state legislature in the country, we sat down, we worked things out, we debated, we shook hands and compromised, and we served the state of Minnesota together. We proved that it's possible, even in these politically charged times, to find compromise and adhere to the principles of democracy and civil discourse. We must all, Minnesota and across the country, stand against all forms of political violence. At this precipice moment we're on, this tragic act here in Minnesota should serve as a reminder to all of us. The democracy and the debates in the halls of Congress, in state houses, in school boards, is a way to settle our differences peacefully and move society to a better place. We're collaborating with all local, state, and federal agencies on a full investigation. We're committed to keeping Minnesotans informed as the situation continues. I assure you that those responsible for this will be held accountable, and each and every one of us are committed to making sure that a tragedy like this never repeats itself in Minnesota or across this country. I'd now like to turn it over to my public safety team to fill you in on the specifics of this ongoing investigation.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you everyone for being here today. My name is Drew Evans, and I'm the superintendent at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. I want to start by just expressing our deepest sympathies to the communities, the family, the friends, and everybody that cared about the individuals that were gunned down today. When we have individuals like this in our political leadership, they're not only political leaders, but they're members of the community, well-known members of the community, that the tragedy in a situation like this is not only for them, their friends and families, but us collectively, the communities they represent, us as a state of Minnesota as a whole. About 2 a.m. this morning, there was an original call in the city of Champlain where there was an individual that had shot Senator Hoffman and his wife. Police responded to that location. They were dealing with that and working through that process overnight. And then later on, at approximately 3:35, another call came in when it was officers proactively checking because they knew of the incident that occurred, and they were going to check on Speaker Hortman at that time, at which time Brooklyn Park police officers encountered the individual who immediately fired at them, and they exchanged gunfire, and then the individual was able to escape during that exchange of gunfire. At the residence in Champlain, there was life-saving measures that were provided there. Both individuals were transported, as was previously noted, and they both received surgeries for their injuries at the hospital. And their conditions are at this time, both those individuals, Senator Hoffman and his wife, are both alive at this time, but they suffered gunshot wounds and are obviously in a difficult situation. But we're cautiously optimistic that they will continue to improve. At this time, it is a very active scene still, as you've seen. The Brooklyn Park Police Department, along with other members, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, State Patrol, FBI, BC, and many others are actively engaged in a manhunt for the individual that we believe is responsible for this. And so we'll be sharing the identity with those individuals as this progresses, but I'm going to caution you, I know there's going to be a ton of interest in this. We're not at the position we can do that as we're actively searching for that individual. Right now, just as noted, we have teams. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office and Champlin are working at the scene there that occurred there, and then we are also, as we're stabilizing this between Brooklyn Park, working on the homicide investigation with Brooklyn Park Police, the BCA, FBI is assisting there as well, and we'll be conducting crime scene investigation there. And then the individuals that were killed will be doing autopsies of those individuals to determine the extent of their injuries and how they passed away. But it was from gunshot wounds. At this time, I will answer questions after Commissioner of Public Safety Bob Jacobson speaks, but we'll be happy to take a few questions.
Thank you, Superintendent Evans. My name is Bob Jacobson. It's my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Minnesota. This is a dark day today for Minnesota and for democracy, but we will not allow fear or violence to define who we are or how we move forward. We will stand together and we will stand strong. Our hearts, of course, go out to the victims, their families, their colleagues at the Capitol, and to the communities that they serve with dedication and with integrity. These are public servants, leaders who committed their lives to improving the lives of others, and they were targeted in a violent and cowardly way. The suspect exploited the trust of our uniforms, that our uniforms are meant to represent. That betrayal is deeply disturbing to those of us who wear the badge with honor and responsibility. We want to reassure the public that there is increased security in place for elected officials and others who may be at risk. If you see anything suspicious, especially involving individuals impersonating law enforcement, please report it immediately by calling 911 or your local police department. With that, I'll step back and we will be available for any questions. Thank you.
One reminder, please, as you ask your first questions, please don't forget to introduce yourselves, your media organization, and to the folks answering the questions, please don't forget to repeat the question.
Walker RC, Minnesota Tribune. So, can you say one more time? So, you were just going to proactively check on Speaker Emeritus Portman, and then police there encountered the gunman or someone with a gun and exchanged gunfire. Can you just go over that one more time, please?
I can. Good morning, Police Chief Mark Bruley, Brooklyn Park Police Department. The question is, how did we get to Representative Hortman's house, and it was proactively or not. The circumstances that unfolded in Brooklyn Park this morning is that we assisted the Champlin Police Department on a shooting. That shooting was made aware by one of our sergeants that it was at Senator Hoffman's home. In hearing that very intuitive sergeant asked our officers to go check on Melissa Hortman's home, a representative that lives in our community, just proactively as due diligence to swing by. That police officer and his partner pulled down the street when they arrived at Melissa's house. They noticed that there was a police vehicle in the driveway with the lights, emergency lights on, and what appeared to be a police officer at the door coming out of the house. When our officers confronted him, the individual immediately fired upon the officers, who exchanged gunfire, and the suspect retreated back into the home.
Was this an actual police officer or impersonating police officer?
Yes, the question is, was it a real person or a impersonating a police officer. It was not a real police officer. This is somebody that clearly had been impersonating a police officer, again, using the trust of this badge and this uniform to manipulate their way into the home.
So Chief Burley, Janet Shortle, Pier 11, the person not only was wearing a badge posing as a police officer, when they approached their victims, they had a car with lights and sirens?
Yes, the question is what kind of vehicle, how were they dressed? They did drive a vehicle that looked exactly like an SUV squad car. It was equipped with lights, emergency lights that looked exactly like a police vehicle. And yes, they were wearing a vest with taser, other equipment that would, a badge very similar to mine, that no question if they were in this room, you would assume that they are a police officer.
Chief Burley, Baxter with WCCO News. Can you describe the moments after that played out? You said the person went into the home, and then can you help us understand the next 10, 15 minutes of how we got to the point we're at now?
Yeah, briefly, although I'm just going to remind us that this is an absolutely active investigation. We have thousands of people sheltered in place in the city of Brooklyn Park right now. We are in an extensive manhunt involving hundreds and hundreds of police officers and SWAT teams searching, gridding off areas as we believe confidently the suspect had fled out the back of the house after being confronted by the police. Very briefly, after the officers had exchanged gunfire and the suspect retreated into Melissa's home, they immediately went up to the threshold and looked in and seen a male that was down, clearly had been struck by gunfire. They made limited penetration, grabbed a hold of the male and drug him out to safety to attempt first aid. However, he was pronounced dead shortly after that. At that point, the officers surrounded the house, got additional resources and SWAT resources, and then ultimately went in with a drone identifying a female in the home.
How far apart are the two scenes? 8 miles?
I would say, yeah, somewhere around 5 or 6 miles apart.
How much do you know about if the person that was impersonating an officer who allegedly shot these people, did they knock on the door and people came to the door, or did the person break into the home?
Yeah, it was knocking on the door and asking the person to come out, absolutely impersonating a police officer.
Do you all have the suspect's car?
We do have the suspect's car. Suspect is on foot. That is what the large-scale search is currently going on. I just remind residents of Brooklyn Park, I know it's been a long time, but those that are in the grid that we gave the alert out to continue to shelter in place. We're also reminding them that if somebody comes to the door and they knock on the door and claiming to be a police officer, please do a couple of things. One, call 911 and confirm that the officer belongs there. If they are a police officer, dispatch will be able to confirm that that person is a police officer. Also, we've informed all our officers in Brooklyn Park that they are not to approach anybody by themselves. They're to approach in pairs, meaning 2 officers. So if there's only 1 officer outside the door, do not answer the door and call 911. If it's a Brooklyn Park police officer or any of our partners that are assisting, they will come in pairs of 2 or more. I'm sorry, one at a time.
Do you know if the gunman said anything, like when he knocked on the door, did he say anything to like Senator Hoffman?
We do know that he did, but I'm going to hold that back as part of the investigation right now.
You guys did detain someone for information? Is that accurate?
This is a very large-scale search, so we have detained several people and questioned them, but we do not have anybody in custody at this time.
I know you may not want to identify that person publicly, but have you privately identified the suspect?
We have people of interest that we are looking for.
Michelle Griffith, Minnesota Reformer. Other than that, these are 2 Democratic lawmakers. Is there anything else to suggest that this is politically motivated?
Again, I'm going to hold back most of the information just as part of the investigation to be completed. This is rapidly evolving, just occurred a few hours ago, and we're trying to sort it out. We have partners from the FBI, the BCA, the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and almost every suburban agency in our community helping us with this. So it's very complex and working on it. What I will tell you, when we did a search of the vehicle, there wasn't a manifesto that identified many lawmakers and other officials. We immediately made alerts to the state who took action on alerting them and providing security where necessary. And that's about, I'll stop there.
Chief, thank you very much. We're going to take one more question.
True with the BCA, can I ask just, you use the word targeted, and that's kind of along the lines of Michelle's question in terms of politics, Democrats and Republicans. These are both Democratic lawmakers. You said the word targeted, so targeted because they're politicians or targeted because they're Democratic?
Well, so the question is were they targeted, and when I use the term, why am I using the term? As Chief Bruley noted, there was a list of individuals, and the individuals that were targeted in this situation were on that list. And so when we're looking at that, as Chief Bruley said, it's far too early in the investigation to be able to provide information, but I do think we'll be in a position where we'll be able to develop the motivation behind these attacks, and we'll be able to provide more information as this unfolds. And so that's part of the reason we're using it, is I think there's some preliminary information that is telling us kind of where this is headed, but we need a lot more work done by all the teams that are here working on that to be able to provide that with you with a degree of accuracy.
Thanks. Thank you.
Quite a few.
Yeah, we're good. Thank you. Yep, hold on. Colonel, do you want to talk about the rally at the Capitol?
Good morning, Colonel Bogoyevich with the State Patrol. We are aware of the demonstrations across Minnesota, including the Capitol and across the nation. We will work with our state partners and our local partners to provide security and safety for those that attend.
Christy Miller, Pioneer Press, can you confirm that you will have a sniper stationed at the Capitol today?
The question was, will we have a sniper at the Capitol? We don't discuss our security plans on the Capitol grounds.
Colonel, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, everybody, for being here. We will, I think you do have, and if you haven't, let me know, but we do have a place where you can send inquiries for your interview requests, information requests. We have our State Emergency Operations Center set up. If you need information on how to make those requests and make sure that we see them, let me know.
Absolutely unbelievable. Hold on. The suspect had a fake police car. In addition to being dressed like police and acting like police, the suspect had a fake police car. This made me think of the 2020 Nova Scotia attacks, in which a man in Nova Scotia, Canada, killed, in that attack, that was a man who killed 22 people, but he had a fake police car and a fake police uniform. It just reminded me of that. I don't know if this suspect had that in mind, but this guy had a fake police car. He had a manifesto in his car with some kind of list of lawmakers, I believe they said, and he impersonated law enforcement. And the way they found him is they got a call. Now, by the way, just to be clear, as I understand it, one of the lawmakers and their spouses has been killed, sadly. Melissa Hortman, Minnesota Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband were killed, and the other lawmaker and his wife, I believe, are alive. So 2 dead and 2 lawmakers and their spouses shot at their homes by the same person. One lawmaker, Melissa Hortman, and her husband are dead. The other lawmaker, is it Senator Hoffman? Am I getting this right? Let me get this right. He and his wife are alive, Senator John Hoffman. And they believe this was targeted. They believe this was political in nature. And the suspect is still on the run. And so my understanding, I'm going to show the press conference again, but my understanding is that they got a call around 2 a.m. that Senator Hoffman had been shot at his house and his spouse. So police go to this house, they respond to that, and then one of the local officers thought, well, we should check on this other representative in Brooklyn Park. And they went over to check on her, and then when they got there, they saw what they thought was a police vehicle in front of the house, but it wasn't a police vehicle, it was a fake police vehicle with a fake officer inside. And they exchanged fire with this fake officer, and he escaped on foot, and he's on foot now. It's unbelievable. And that's how they found him. So 4 people were shot and 2 were killed and 2 are alive. I'm going to play this press conference again because there's a bunch of details, and I could sit here and try to remember everything. I think for you guys, it's probably best to just play it again. It's not that long, and you get to hear the details, and I sort of get confused with some of the details too. But yeah, the guy had a police car that looked exactly like a regular police car. They said exactly.
District or home. Now this is really interesting and also terribly sad, because what you have is now this clear, directed targeting of violence against politicians in even the state, legislature. So when we compare this to what happened with, let's say, Nancy Pelosi's husband, it's almost as if you had somebody who was clearly mentally ill, and there were larger problems with the individual, and potentially being on drugs or whatever when he attacked Paul Pelosi. It's unclear.
We are, as you know, covering the unprecedented developments in the Middle East, given Israel's attack on Iran that has been lasting for several days now. The backdrop to all of that was, of course, hopes of indirect talks between the United States and Iran. A sixth round of talks was expected to take place in Oman on Sunday. We have now had confirmation from the Iranian Foreign Ministry that those talks in Muscat have now been cancelled. As you can possibly imagine, the conflict that has gripped the entire region has created a whole new playing field when it comes to the notion of there being any kind of negotiated settlement to what's going on. We will, of course, look at the ramifications of this as the programme continues. But for now, let's focus on this, because new satellite imagery obtained by Al Jazeera is showing the extent of the damage at some of the key Iranian sites that has been hit by Israel in the past 24 hours. Take a look at this. This shows an aerial view of the Natanz nuclear facility on June the 13th. It was taken before the strikes. Now this, satellite pictures from after the strikes show damage at 7 locations within the facility. Natanz is Iran's largest uranium enrichment site. It's located southeast of Tehran in Isfahan province.
التي تتبع القوات البرية تواجدت
A local sheriff is catching heat on social media for using food as punishment. That right there is the Warden Burger. Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones serves it to inmates in isolation. Our Courtney King sat down with the sheriff today about why he uses it. But Courtney, my question is, would he eat the burger?
Rob, that was my first question for him. So not only did he say he would, he did, and we have it all on camera. We're going to show you that in just a few minutes, or in a moment, actually. The sheriff tells us that he's not the only one that does this, and that detention centers all over the country do this. And it is important to note that the burger is not made to be bad. We do have the recipe for it, and we'll put it on our website for you. It's basically a turkey burger. The sheriff says that what's punishment about it is that the inmate in isolation gets that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day until they leave isolation. And like you said, he has caught a lot of flack on social media about this. One person even calling him a disgusting human.
The State Department of Corrections is not my boss, so I basically don't give two what they think.
On Wednesday, we sat down with Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones and watched him eat this. It's no ordinary burger. It's what the sheriff calls a Warden Burger. So you have zero complaints about the Warden Burger?
Me personally, no, I would eat this. Hell, I'm eating it now.
The sheriff tells us he's been serving it to inmates in isolation for all 3 meals for the last several years.
This is jail. You don't get to choose. Your mommy and your dad and your Aunt Lily doesn't get to make your meals. I'm your aunt. I'm your grandpa. I'm the one that get your meal prepared and make sure it gets done.
The sheriff says inmates get put in isolation for things like fighting, and the burger is an added punishment.
If you get in trouble and you go to an isolation cell, it's no different than your regular cell. And that's what you get 3 times a day, and you get all the water you can drink. It's very nutritious. It's good for you. It has lots of fiber in it. Fiber is good for you, right?
Sheriff Jones says a dietitian approved the burger and it's not made to taste bad.
It's got many ingredients. It's made with ground turkey, potatoes, carrots. It's got celery. It's got flour.
He says the punishment is in not having variety. Jones says inmates can be in isolation for up to 10 days at a time, which means they could eat up to 30 Warden burgers.
Would you ever eat it for 3 meals a day?
Yeah. I'm easy to please on what I eat. I come from a generation that you eat whatever's in front of you.
He says he hopes the burger will make inmates think twice about acting out while in the Butler County Jail.
Has it worked? Have you ever had someone in isolation be like, I'm never getting in trouble because I don't want that darn burger ever again?
Yeah, we've had people that leave. They always tell me they never want to eat that burger again. And this may be just a little piece that keeps you out of trouble, keeps you from hurting other people. And that's my goal here.
So the sheriff tells us
New this morning, President Trump is celebrating a federal appeals court decision that temporarily put a pause on a lower court's order requiring that he give back control of California's National Guards to the state. The president writing on social media in part, quote, "Thank you for the decision." Another hearing is set for Tuesday, and this all stems over, well, what you see on your screen right there, from Trump's decision to federalize National Guard troops and send them in to respond to the LA protests over his immigration raids. CNN's Harry Anton running the numbers on this one for you this morning. So overall, how have what we've seen in the last days, but also the last few weeks, have ramped up immigration crackdowns, these raids that we've seen in California and beyond, and the protests in response? How's it impacting his approval?
Yeah, I think the simple word here is hurt. It has hurt Donald Trump's popularity. You can see it right here. We have 2 new polls, Quinnipiac University, AP Newark. I got the prior poll for you on the screen. I got the now. This is the net approval rating. You can see this in Quinnipiac, -12 to -16. How about AP Newark? -16 to -21. Awful, awful, awful for both of these pollsters. Where we are right now, both Quinnipiac and AP Newark, the worst for Donald Trump in this term so far. He is very much way underwater, at least in these 2 polls.
And this is overall approval. How about specifically on immigration?
Yeah, so immigration has been a strength for Donald Trump. That was Why in the beginning of the week I said that Donald Trump wanted this fight. Maybe he shouldn't have wanted this fight. What are we talking about here? Let's take a look at the net approval rating for Donald Trump on immigration. You go back to June 1, he was at +4 points. Look at where he is now, -2 points in the aggregate. That is a drop of 6 points in only about 2 weeks' time. The only thing that's happened over the last 2 weeks is obviously Donald Trump's ramped up immigration hawkish agenda. And at least at this particular point, the American people are saying, no, we do not like that. And they have turned against the president on his core strength issue of immigration. He is now underwater on the issue that has been strongest for him.
A bit of a turn, but it is happening this weekend. This weekend is the big military parade that the president, we know, has been pushing for and is getting this time to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. There's been a lot of back and forth about concerns over cost and simply how much the hardware and military tanks are going to weigh and could they damage even the roads. But still, it's moving ahead. But how are people feeling about it?
Yeah, you know, if immigration has not helped Donald Trump, maybe he wants to change the subject to this military parade. But take a look here. Government funds for the military parade, a good use of funds? Only 38% say yes, it is a good use of funds. How about not a good use? 60% say not a good use of funds. And get this, in the center of the electorate among independents, just 24% of independents say it is a good use of funds. This has simply been one of the worst polling weeks for Donald Trump that we've seen. You really only saw worse numbers around his 100th day. But at this particular point, Donald Trump is much more towards the trough of his popularity than the crest of it.
Let's see what next week brings.
Let's find out.
It's great to see you, Harry.
Nice to
Thank
see
you
you.
very much.
Major legal developments after a federal judge ruled that the Trump administration had illegally taken control.
It's going to remind us that this is an absolutely active investigation. We have thousands of people sheltered in place in the city of Brooklyn Park right now. We are in an extensive manhunt involving hundreds and hundreds of police officers and SWAT teams.
Good Saturday morning. We are still covering breaking news right now at this time. What we know so far is this. Police are on the scene of 2 separate shootings in the Twin Cities. We have confirmed that 2 state lawmakers have been shot, along with one of the spouses of those lawmakers. Our sources confirm one state senator was shot is State Representative Melissa Hortman. She is pictured here. She was Speaker of the House for many years in the state legislature. The other person that we've confirmed has been shot is State Senator John Hoffman and his wife. He is of Champlin. And just within the last half hour, Governor Walz activated the State Emergency Operations Center. He says local law enforcement in Champlin and Brooklyn Park have the full resources of the state of Minnesota behind them. He went on to say that they are monitoring the situation closely and they will share more information soon. I know we have a press conference coming up in about 23 minutes. It's going to be in Blaine from the Champlin PD. We will learn more information there. Right now, we know of 2 active scenes. One is in Champlin, the other one is in Brooklyn Park. If you live in this area, you got this emergency alert on your phone about 5:15 this morning that said Brooklyn Park Police issued a shelter-in-place order for a 3-mile radius of Edinburgh Golf Course for an emergent event. Police say that they were looking for a suspect in multiple targeted shootings who is armed and dangerous. It's unclear if this is still active. We haven't heard otherwise, though. Suspect is a white male, brown hair, wearing black body armor over blue shirt and blue pants, and may misrepresent himself as law enforcement. Do not approach, call 911. We have confirmed that that person did misrepresent themselves as law enforcement and did
best starting nation is an interesting question, because on the one hand, something like Muscovy has an incredibly good start. This is in both single and multiplayer, because it has missions galore, weak neighbors, and insane ideas. But I want to suggest a different alternative. This nation has a comparatively overlooked start, in my opinion. This is actually a nation I've covered in my worst idea set video. This is for good reason, their ideas are horrible, but it's counterbalanced by their starting location. After an immediate war, they can easily control the trade node that connects Malacca and Persia, two of the wealthiest trade nodes in the game. Lots of high dev land, almost no powerful neighbors, and an insane formidable, which gives a much needed buff to their ideas. This nation is none other than Bahmanis. The reason they're overlooked is because no one really picks a nation outside of Europe in a game called Europa Universalis. As such, I think it's one of the more abstract answers to the question of which nation has the best start in EU4. The best
Essa tá quente, a parada mais pra frente. Vem lentamente, segura, mas tá.
I guess this is how the plan just goes. From the game to the train to the boat to the pain. Where's Tahiti like Houdini? I can't find. I guess this is how the plan just goes. From the game to the train to the boat to the pain. Where's Tahiti like Houdini? I can't find.
An amazing memory. But I don't need the comfort of any lie.
I killed them.
Look at you. You're mourning up.
You told me once that I was.
He's an outlaw loose and.
I've been in the world, but I've never been friends with the world. Maybe because I'm not of the world, I don't follow the world. Even if I'm meant to take an L, then it's probably out of this world. I'm a model of the world, I'm a represent God on this earth. In and outside of the church, the Father is first. I don't have a physical Bible, but baby, my Bible that broke. I know God is the one that supplies me with all that I need. That is through Jesus Christ, and I'm certain that.
Give a little time for the child within you. Don't be afraid to be young and free. Undo the locks and throw away the keys and take off your shoes and socks and run you. Give a little time for the.
All right, guys, we finally did it. Thanks to everyone's support over the last few years, we finally hit a gigantic milestone today. We have officially hit over 25,000 subscribers on YouTube. What a gigantic milestone this is, as you guys can see. 25,000 is obviously a huge milestone, and it's crazy to be here after, 3 years ago where I started and where we are today. And we're growing all the time thanks to all you guys subscribing, watching the videos. And, I even met a few fans in person who pulled me to the side. Even when I went to Florida recently, I had a fan come up to me and say oh my God.
Really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As they croak, I see my
minutes of how we got to where we're at now.
Yeah, briefly, although I'm just going to remind us that the
officer started firing at them. And I guess at that point they realized he's not a real police officer. Or maybe they realized it before, I don't know. But my point is, they get there, they see what looks like a police car and a police officer there, but it's the person impersonating the police officer, and the person impersonating the police officer fires at the real police officers. He runs inside, he retreats inside the house, and ends up escaping out of the back of the house. And he's now on foot. And they find in the house the former speaker, Wortman, and her husband, and they both are dead. And in the guy's car, he had a manifesto containing a list of lawmakers and other officials. And it is believed that this is a it's politically motivated and targeted, but I want to caution you, we don't know the exact thinking behind the shooter. We don't know what the manifesto says. We don't know who else was on the list. These two individuals shot were on the list. So I'm not going to start drawing conclusions about what this person's manifesto said and what their stated goal was or whatever, because we just don't know yet. But this is really horrific. And somebody said, how did he get a police car? Well, if I remember right, because in 2020, there were these attacks in Nova Scotia in 2020, where a man impersonated a police officer there and killed people. I believe
Tonight, a fascinating tale of a 20-something suburban man who won $800,000 in sports bets. He traveled as far as Iowa to place his bets. Then when it came time to cash in, the casino said, no way. Our Suzanne Lemonnier is listening to this would-be winner and gives us an inside look at the life of a professional gambler.
These are the winners. I'm holding, theoretically, or what should be $800,000 in my hand.
We meet 24-year-old Thomas McPeak in the home he shares with his parents. An area in their house is a shrine to their favorite teams.
You researched, you've read every single one of these books.
Yeah, this was a calculated attack, I guess you could say, where I thought I had an edge.
This refers to stacks and stacks of sports bets placed last year. Complicated wagers on football called parlays, where several events all have to happen to win. First stop, Horseshoe Casino in Hammond in August.
You went in with $30,000.
Roughly over the course of 1 week-ish.
And your wins were $350,000?
$350,000.
The next stop, the Isle Casino in Bettendorf, Iowa in September. Both locations happen to be owned by Caesars.
I take about $20,000. I sat at the kiosk for 4 hours just punching in my bets. Bet after bet after bet after bet after bet.
McPeak looks for wagers where he believes the odds are in his favor.
If you want to take a look at that notebook.
McPeak does extensive research, some of it laid out here in his handwriting. Over time, he and other professional gamblers believe they can gain an edge, but it's hardly a slam dunk.
It's not like I can just snap my fingers and just make the bets win. They still have to win.
Most of the tickets did not win.
In my hands right now, these are all losers.
But a few of the tickets were winners, big time.
And I won $350,000.
But they won't pay it to you.
No, they will not.
McPeak tells us Caesars voided the tickets when he tried to get his cash in October. He says he was referred to the house rules.
Do you think that's fair?
Of course not.
A similar story when he returned to the Iowa casino this January to collect $450,000 for these winning tickets. This time, he was given a printed sheet highlighting structuring or anti-money laundering rules and repeat wagering policies.
You want to fly under the radar?
I want to fly under the radar.
McPeak, like many so-called advantage players, go out of their way to remain anonymous. McPeak places a lot of smaller bets at a kiosk instead of one big one with a clerk at the counter to avoid his bets being rejected. Listen to the lengths he'll go to.
I'll switch up to the disguise, sunglasses, I'll hide my hair in my hat, I'll put it up in a bun.
Horseshoe and Hammond banned McPeak and avoided his wagers. That's in contrast to FanDuel and Blue Chip Casino in Michigan City, which also banned McPeak after a big win. But Blue Chip paid him first.
They paid me a check of $127,000. They got beat. I won the bets.
McPeak took his gripes to state gambling regulators in both Indiana and Iowa. Neither state sided with him.
What would this $800,000 payday mean for you?
It's an insane amount of money.
So we took this case to 3 experts with 3 distinct points of view. Mike Lawton is a retired gaming regulator in Nevada.
There's probably some details and some circumstances that we're not privy to.
Scott Morrow retired after a career at Las Vegas casinos and now teaches gaming at UNLV.
He went around, tried to circumvent the system, circumvent the House rules, and actually drive across state lines to circumvent it. So, I mean, I have a tough time finding sympathy for his case.
I've never seen a situation like this before.
Eli Foystill literally wrote the book, multiple actually, on betting. He sides with McPeak, based on the timing of when Caesars voided the bets.
If Caesars had decided before the first game was played to void all the wagers, that would be fair. That would be saying you've broken the rules, and when they saw that they didn't win, when they waited to see if he'd win before they voided him, that's where the problem was. The clear answer is Caesars owes this.
There's no rules against staying under the radar. It's horrible what they're doing to me.
In the end, it may be up to a judge to decide. McPeak says his next step would be to sue. Suzanne Lemignot, CBS News, Chicago.
The Indiana Gaming Commission says Caesars
Hello, Victorian rulers from around the globe. I am the Ottawa Welshman, known here on YouTube for some wacky Vicky 3 content. And today, I'm partnering with Paradox Interactive to bring you a full and comprehensive guide on how to navigate the new diplomatic treaty system in the brand new Charters of Commerce expansion DLC. In this video, we'll cover the basics of diplomatic treaties, understanding treaty articles, binding periods, treaty termination, and the consequences of non-fulfillment, including enforcing treaties by war, the renegotiation process, and finally, historical treaties and treaty ports. Feel free to skip to any of the timestamps on screen for that specific chapter. Diplomatic treaties, the basics. Diplomatic treaties are a new way to engage with other nations, allowing you to combine multiple diplomatic actions as well as trade into one single agreement. You may have read about the complete overhaul of international trade routes in Vicky 3, as mentioned in this dev diary here. As a result, these diplomatic treaties have become a crucial gameplay mechanic, and you'll need to know about them in order to dominate the planet. Instead of relying solely on autonomous trade routes from the rest of the world, you can now use these treaties to establish specific trade agreements with different countries. Moreover, you can also work militaristic and diplomatic deals. Overall, this ensures a more controlled, complex, and strategic approach to building your nation and advancing to world domination. But enough talking about it. Let's start making some deals and you'll slowly begin to understand how game-changing these treaties actually are. Let's say we're playing as the mighty sovereign nation of Canada over here, and we wish to enter into an agreement with our American neighbors and friends. Well, we can simply open our treaty menu here where you see both of our rulers and begin building a deal. Understanding treaty articles. Now we have presented in front of us the various articles we can add to the treaty. Articles are the building blocks of any good deal. They can be mutual, meaning that they affect both sides equally. These are things such as alliances or defensive pacts. Alternatively, they can be directional, where one party commits to a specific action. These are things like the sale of specific goods or transferring wealth. One of the other important distinctions of articles is that they may or may not require specific good inputs, like military access that allows foreign armies to march through your land, or trade privileges, where one country grants favorable conditions to traders of another country. These types of articles do not require specific inputs. Alternatively, you have options that do require inputs, such as transferring wealth or goods, which require you to select the amount you wish to transfer per week, or the specific good you wish to transfer. When the AI wishes to have an article in a treaty, it produces a positive attitude as seen on the bottom here. And when putting together a deal, the attitudes from each article are added together, along with some other factors, to create a likeliness that another nation will accept your proposed treaty. A positive 100 attitude is required to guarantee a treaty will be signed. So let's get back to the deal we're setting up with the United States. In this deal I've set up here, I've included a defensive pact for both nations. This is one of those mutual articles. I've also agreed to pay them £1,000 per week in exchange for 20 tools per week being sent back, which is a directional article that required me to select the good and the amount. I've also included the state transfer of Southern Colombia to sweeten the deal. You'll note you can also name each and every treaty. This adds a layer of customization that makes the gameplay a lot more fun. I'm gonna name this one the Best Friends Treaty. You can also spice up the deal by adding an obligation into the mix. Here's a deal I'm setting up with the French Republic. These obligations function very similarly to the way they did before, and they essentially turn the treaty into a favor from one country to another. Once the treaty is over and everyone fulfills their part, it will grant one side the obligation that can be used for later negotiations to acquire a better deal, or something else that they want. But getting back to this deal I'm crafting with the US, once we're happy and confident that our treaty will propel our nation to world supremacy, the last thing we need to do is define a binding period for how long the treaty should be in place. With that said, I'm really satisfied with this treaty. We can go ahead and lock it in. Now that the treaty's been accepted, you'll notice it here under the Diplomacy tab. You can also find it under this Diplomatic Treaty tab. When clicking on it, you can see all the details of the treaty, including the binding period here at the top, binding periods, and termination. If you decide you want to end the treaty before the binding period lapses, this can lead to some pretty serious consequences. For example, gaining the untrustworthy country modifier that will make it more difficult to create treaties in the future. On the flip side, however, once this period is over, either party can now end the treaty without any consequences at all. But if you're still both happy with this best of friends treaty you've set up, it'll stay in place until someone decides to remove it. But let's jump back to a few months into the treaty. If circumstances change, however, and you decide midway through you want to alter your strategy because you need those valuable pounds to wage war and conquer a territory you lost in the past, well, you can always renegotiate existing treaties. Treaty renegotiation. This process allows you not only to modify articles, but inputs or binding periods. However, some articles that take effect as soon as the treaty's signed, like this state transfer that we had done, is definitely not renegotiable. So keep that in mind. As we know, however, events on the world stage may force a nation to fail to meet a treaty obligation. This can be categorized in two ways. The first being a serious breach. These are things like not honoring a defensive pact. This will have more impactful consequences than, say, a minor breach, where a country might fail to deliver goods. In this example, if the US were not able to provide us with our coveted tools, because their only source of production had been taken over in a war, for example, well, the treaty will be paused on our end, meaning we don't have to fulfill any of these obligations. However, the US will still have to honor the remainder of their obligations while they try and get their tools back online, and the deal will only resume once they restart sending us our tools again. But let's say we have military supremacy over one of our neighbors and want to set up a favorable deal for us. Well, if the other party doesn't want to participate, you can always escalate the situation by enforcing the articles through war. For example, trying to set up a treaty here with Mexico where they pay us 6,000 gold per week and are not allowed to trade any of their cloth with the rest of the world, well, they would never go for this. But if we were to get into a war with Mexico, we could add a war goal to enforce these treaty articles. And after moving some troops around and enforcing the war goals, the new treaty will be set up where they will be forced to pay per month. This adds a new strategic layer to diplomacy, where treaties can lead to conflicts if they're not agreed to. Historical treaties and trade ports. With this DLC, the game has also implemented new historical treaties, a great one being the Luso-Chinese agreement you can see here. This agreement is present at the beginning of the game, and the Great Qing Empire offers a treaty port in their land in exchange for a small sum of money per week. There are other historical treaties too, like the Treaty of Peace, Amity, and Commerce between the Kaiser of Austria and the Two Sicilies. Treaty ports have also been overhauled in this new DLC, where they require a treaty of some sort to function correctly, either agreed to voluntarily or enforced through war. And this sums it up for your basic tutorial on diplomatic treaties in the brand new Victoria 3 Charter of Commerce DLC. Thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. I've been the Ottawa Welshman from YouTube. If you found this tutorial helpful, subscribing to the Paradox channel below will offer you a wealth of knowledge on all things Vicky 3. In the next tutorial coming out, the brand new company charters feature will be described. What are your thoughts and tips on these new diplomatic treaties? Feel free to leave them in the comments. And if I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
suing the city of St. Petersburg, alleging the city didn't properly record a 50-foot easement through his property.
The city blames his title company and says the easement contains pipes supplying water to 360,000 people. I-Team investigator Adam Mulser is digging into what went wrong and how this could be a problem for other Hillsborough County homeowners near Odessa.
This place was full of life, and it was a great place to raise children.
This house on Racetrack Road was once a happy home and the site of a thriving daycare. But to 74-year-old Hamid Salahuddin, it's a constant reminder of a 90-year-old record-keeping mishap and his title company's failure to catch it.
I found out about the easement in 2015.
Hamid and his late wife bought the property in 2001, but did not know the city of St. Petersburg had a 50-foot wide easement running through the house and yard. On Zillow, it says this piece of property is worth close to $1 million. What's it worth right now, knowing this easement's running through it?
Salvage value, the house and everything is just, it's worthless.
Hamid says in 2015, city workers came to check on equipment he didn't know was on his property. What is that?
They say it's a blow-off valve for the pipes.
The easement was granted in 1930 for a 36-inch water main, going from what is now the Cosme Water Treatment Plant to the city of St. Petersburg, 26 miles away, crossing hundreds of properties. A second 48-inch water main was added in 1962. The pipes provide 28 million gallons of water a day to 360,000 St. Pete residents. A surveyor used spray paint, flags, and stakes to show the location of Hamid's easement in 2015. Hamid then marked it with roofing shingles. So why the Pepto-Bismol colored paint?
Because so it would stand out, so people could see it from the air.
This is the view from our drone. 8 of Hamid's 10 acres are unbuildable swampland. The house and pipes are in the middle of the usable part.
It goes through the pool, it goes through the hot tub, it goes through the screened in, it goes through the kitchen, it goes through the bedroom.
The house and pool built by a former owner in 1982. Hillsborough County building permits show no easement. In fact, records show the 1930 easement wasn't recorded until 1954.
I contacted the title company for them to fix the problem.
Fidelity National Title Insurance Company's lawyer sued the city in 2016. In 2020, Hamid's wife, Penelope, was diagnosed with cancer, closed her daycare, and died months later. That same year, the property went into foreclosure, putting the lawsuit on hold.
It cuts across a road.
We asked attorney Andy Lyons, who's not associated with the case, to review real estate and court records. Lyons also owns a title company.
That is why he bought a policy of title insurance, in case something like this comes up.
But Lyons says the title company has a defense, since the city didn't properly record the easement.
So what normally happens is the county will put in a utility and record an easement. Every time that property transfers after that, the easement follows the deed.
During the 24 years before the easement was recorded, properties were divided and sold with no record of the easement.
And there's no way any of the homeowners after that would know just by looking at their deeds.
And this is miles and miles of these properties.
Miles of these properties.
In Hillsborough and Pinellas counties. Hamid's property changed hands 7 times after the easement was granted, but never showed up in title searches. In response to our records request, the Hillsborough County Appraiser's Office wrote that it could not find that easement on any Hillsborough deed. This 1965 memo from a St. Petersburg utilities employee indicates Hamid's property wasn't the only one affected. It's possible structures could be erected over the pipeline. Lyons believe those old pipes could be a ticking time bomb. Look how close they are to Hamid's house. These are 36, 48-inch water mains.
Under pressure, that is a full, hard flow of water constantly through those pipelines. So if there's any kind of rupture in a pipe that is now nearly 100 years old, that's going to have potentially catastrophic effects.
The city of St. Petersburg has declined comment because of the lawsuit. In court filings, the city's attorney wrote, even the most basic due diligence would have discovered the recorded easement, and this suit is an effort to stall the foreclosure proceedings. Hamid said the city made a lowball offer.
In mediation, they offered me $25,000.
Hammond and his family were members of an ethnic group called the Tartars and were captured and imprisoned during the Korean War.
We were held prisoner for 3 years, 7 months, 28 days.
He eventually immigrated to the United States, married, had kids, started businesses, and bought what he believed was his dream home.
I am very disillusioned with what the American dream is here.
I'm I-Team investigator Adam Walser with photojournalist Randy Wright, taking action for you.
I told myself if I ever won a Grammy, I would demand that labels and the industry profiting millions of dollars off of artists would offer a livable wage and health care, especially to developing artists. I got signed as a minor, and when I got dropped, I had 0 job experience under my belt. I had a difficult time finding a job in the pandemic and could not afford health insurance. It was so devastating to feel so committed to my art and feel so betrayed by the system. And if my label would have prioritized artist health, I could have been provided care by a company I was giving everything to. So, record labels need to treat their artists as valuable employees with a livable wage and health insurance and protection. Labels, we got you, but do you got us?
This is a brand new single cab electric pickup truck that will cost from under $20,000 when it goes on sale in late 2026. Every single one of these that leaves the factory will be identical, apart from a choice of 2 different battery sizes, and every single one is going to be Billy basic spec. We're talking about wind-up windows, there's no central infotainment screen, there's no paint, these are plastic panels. However, there is a world of accessories and upgrades and wraps, which mean with your bare hands and 0 mechanical experience, you can turn it into something like this. Or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this, or this. The company is called Slate Auto, based out of Troy, Michigan, with financial backing from a Mr. Jeff Bezos, which is handy. We're at their Los Angeles design studio today to find out, is this as brilliant an idea as it sounds, and is there such a thing as too cheap? Okay, so you probably want some facts and figures. It's rear-wheel drive as standard, and as standard comes with a 53 kilowatt-hour battery and a range of about 150 miles. You can upgrade to a bigger battery, 84 kilowatt hours, and that gives about 240 miles of range. It's got 200 horsepower, give or take, 0 to 60 in 8 seconds, and a top speed of 90 miles an hour. But to be honest, that's fine. It's just missing the point, isn't it? Because this truck is all about being stripped back to a blank slate. See what I did there? Let me explain what I mean. It's all about simplicity, reducing costs, the replacement of parts. So if you look at the front of the car here, the headlight, the bumper sections, they're all made from cheap, readily available components. So if you do smash a headlight,
playing inside the ultimate, playing around the map just with the rest of the team. He's so versatile in what he can do within the server that I am surprised that if he doesn't have the same performance today.
In a lot of these like controller players that put up a lot of numbers, you always think of them as being like the super calm players who have a really like reserved style of play, very positioning based, and Spring's positioning is good. What's interesting to me is that he's like, it looks like he plays at a pretty high sense. He's super flicky, his mechanics are incredibly fast, and he can kind of have that style while also having some of the best like positioning and timing and read on the game of any of the controller or Sentinel players in this tournament.
For most of the players of Wolves, I will say I did not see the shakiness, the nerves. There has been so many instances where it was so easy to make the wrong call, to make the wrong decision, and they never should. They never. We've seen it a lot, you know, just the nerves getting to you. You're not getting that 1v1. I think that Liquid had that a couple of times. From the players of Wolves, taking the right timings, waiting to make the right decisions, has been the key for them.
I mean, just look at XLG, who beat this team back in China, who kind of, obviously they do have a substitute, but stumble a little bit in their first game, versus Wolves, who come up first time on the global stage and immediately look so at home.
Yeah, and one player I want to give a lot of credit to is Lysol, because after that debut on this stage at Masters Toronto, because he has been here before, he was absolutely slaughtered online by the fans. People were coming for his head. We saw him, you know, in the press conference being very down in the dumps, not feeling confident, but then coming back out, being very vocal about how the way Sufa and his other teammates had his back, talked about how they rely on him, they believe in him, and now Mimi, his performance is night and day, and he could potentially be a top 6 player after all this time of trying at a global event.
Yeah, and also like even beyond his struggles at the beginning of this tournament, you look back to his tenure at FPX, being that second Chinese team attending globals for a long time, and almost always not finding the success he would have wanted with that roster. But now for like his first year on a new team, after having those struggles you mentioned, to come out and find himself again on that stage, I think will be key if Wolves wants to go deep in this tournament.
Yeah, and he wants to be a mainstay in this global events, and props to him. I think it's so important also to go back to that conversation, because, you know, everything's online and people say a lot of things, so having the back from your team, having them actually tell you it's not about how they see you, it's about how we see you, and this is who you are to us, is what makes a change on a player like that.
Yeah, and I need him to tell us why he's always standing up and doing nothing after he stands up. Like he gives a tiny bit
good
of
for the bones.
No, but he does like a bit of Robbie BK. You know, he kind of stands up and he looks like he's about to do something.
I was
and
going to say something about other game, but there was recently a player just took off his shirt and wing it. Is that what you want? He's my goat. He's
Maybe
my goat.
somewhere in the middle.
My goat.
Maybe if he does that, you know, I'm not gonna complain. But you see like Sufa, he's standing up, like pointing, like flexing his arms, and then Lysol just stands up and he's like looking around.
I'm standing up, guys.
He just looks around and he's not quite sure. But we at least like that, Mimi, the fact that he feels confident enough now to do that.
Yeah, I think that like that positive team environment you're talking about, it's so helped when you do have players that are willing to stand up, to yell across the stage, to bring that kind of energy, and that goes a long way, especially when you have so many new players.
Yeah, and one of them, of course, is Juicy. It's going to be a big moment for Wolves today. We actually spoke to Juicy about the team's experience so far in this Omen Player Moment.
After beating BLG, I'm feeling very happy because we live to have another chance and we make it to playoffs. I guess I do feel bad for them because they are like our brothers, you know. But it was unlucky that we got matched up against each other and only one could make it. And I hope that now we will make them proud.
Room in heaven might be in order. He doesn't really have anyone to swing off of him. Why is he running forward? What a spray down from Juicy!
Before we even came into the tournament, we told each other like, the whole point we're here is to gain experience and play against these world-class teams, so that when we go back to our own region, we will destroy our region. I don't think there's going to be a difference in our mentality because we've all talked about it as a team, and we have decided that we need to keep this underdog mentality so that there's no pressure on us. Honestly, guys, we've surpassed our expectations, and let's just continue to do what we do, and I know we'll make it together.
If they are going to make it, I think he's right. They're going to have to make it together because this matchup on paper is still Kukuka pretty heavily skewed on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, but just like yesterday, we were speaking about G2 and the expectations that we had for that roster that most of the people online also had. When we look at RRQ, we want to see that run repeated of them winning their opening matchup. They have all the pieces for it. And I also think that Xferro could be a very, very important part for today. Because when we're speaking about a team that likes to go aggressive, likes to find the space, when you have someone that lurks the way that Spring does, or someone like Juicy that is going to be on your face, you need a very strong strongholder.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And Xferro's been that guy. For those that don't know, he was formerly known as Tebato. You might remember back at Lock-In when they had their game there that got very close. He had a super good performance in an individual map. But for most of his career, he's been kind of stuck down in the domestic tournaments, playing in Pacific. He's been on this RRQ roster for a very long time. So to see him finally back at a global, performing with this roster that he's been working on building for so long is a really cool moment for him. And I'm glad he's playing up to the level he needs to kind of go beyond that.
I miss Deboto. I miss Deboto so much because Deboto, and I'm really upset that this was not in that B-roll because Deboto versus Optic on Breeze is my Roman Empire.
Yeah,
there has not been a single day.
Oh my God, you need to let go.
There has not been a single day of my life I have not thought about Boom Esports versus Optic 2022 champs. That is quite literally what I think about every night before I go to bed. Yeah.
Not when we went to the air store.
Yeah, that is the 2 times I didn't think about Deboto on Breeze.
So that's what we need.
Yeah, that is what we need because he is the kind of player that can do that. That doesn't care about who he's playing against if he's not favored in that matchup. And that brings us to the results of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you if the #1 seed would reign supreme, and you guys said one of them. I'm so intrigued and interested to see which one they mean.
All I hear is Achilles' voice in my head, and it's the fact that he has voted for both of the Pacific teams, and everybody has just a +1 on that message, and the one is RRQ. That's my take.
Yeah.
And Genji, obviously,
I was going to say the same thing there. I'm so on the Pacific train. They're the only team only region with all 3 teams in the playoffs. All 3 teams are the 2 we've seen thus far have looked great. RRQ looked so good domestically. I'm bought in on the Pacific hype.
Yeah, and also, I don't think you will be wrong. I think anyone else that isn't on this hype and train is going to get left behind because look at what's happened with Genji and PrePayRex so far. Surely, if RRQ beat both of them, they're going to be like gods on this stage.
Honestly, even if they don't, I think that we cannot count RRQ out. Absolutely not. I think that they will have a lower bracket run. Doesn't matter, because even if they are to win this one, lose the next one, I know that it is not going to be goodbye from the tournament. We're going to learn to love this team very, very quickly in the global stage.
Yeah, well, let's see how much you really love them and check our predictions today, because I wanted to see where you went. And, okay, I guess, Bea, you...
Yo, Wyatt and I predicted the same yesterday, and it happened again today.
He's copying your homework.
Yeah.
He's copying your homework.
Listen, so in my initial prediction, I put Genji, because I just want to... Oh my God, did you? And I sent the message being like, listen, I cannot do this. Because in my opinion, I was like, if I am cursed and I pick the same thing as Achilles is picking, I'm going to get him to get something wrong.
Hold on, Sideshow's looking a little different on this graphic. Who's the guy to the right of Paper Thin?
I don't see. Oh, there we go. There we go. I mean, Rob Moore, notorious for going 0-0 in our predictions.
Sentinel CEO sneaking his way onto this graphic. He has been talking an inordinate amount of trash about predictions on Twitter. So.
You win the same as him, though. So, you know, there must be something that you guys know that we don't.
Yeah? I suppose so. Well, I was basing off of Achilles, so I just made my preds and I was like, I hope it's the same as Seth.
I guess
next time I'm just going to say whatever Achilles says.
Yeah, you are the Rob Moore of this desk, maybe. I hope you're okay with me saying that. I mean, it depends how you want to take it.
Tell me.
Yeah, do you take it as a compliment?
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's a successful guy. I like Sen as an org. All my interactions with him have been nice. I'll take it.
They don't call me Yinstigator for no reason. That is, we're going to have more as the day goes on. But today, we bring you guys a battle of newcomers followed by a clash of legends. 4 teams begin their playoffs run, and it's anyone's game. Toronto, I hope you are ready, because day 7 of Masters Toronto starts right now.
game has officially changed. Folks, it's playoffs time, baby!
I think we're kind of a new team because everyone believes that first international appearance is like you're gonna be nervous and everything. You're not gonna place really high.
I don't think there's going to be a difference in our mentality because we've all talked about it as a team and we have decided that we need to keep this underdog mentality so that there's no pressure on us.
I think if you want to be the best on the game, I think you really need confidence. To pick the enemy without fear, doing something without hesitation.
I think we've learned that playing well is not all that matters. It's also about the encouragement and the hype we give each other on the stage. Guys, it doesn't matter if we lose or win. Don't look at the score right now. It's just a new round.
I think the game's gonna be very enjoyable. We'll try our best to show our best performance every single time we play.
Honestly, guys, we've surpassed everyone's expectations, including our own. Let's just continue to do this together and I believe that the 5 of us can make it. Fear nothing.
말이 그렇게 필요한 것 같진 않아요.
It's near perfection from Gen G throughout this opening group stage.
솔직히 뭐 쉬운 팀이 없겠지만 그나마 좀 쉬운 팀을 만나도 저는 의미가 없다고 생각을 하는 게 결국에는 결승 가서 우승하려면 그 모든 팀들 다 만나야 되거든요.
It's a bit funny being the number 1 seed because you skip the group games, which is like the warm-up period for most teams, and that's what happened to us in Shanghai. We ended up winning it.
Boaster's put in a corner and he will fall.
We lost to them 2-1.
Gen G pick up right where they left off.
저희가 어찌 보면은 예선전에선 정말 좋은 경기력으로 좋은 모습 많이 보여드렸지만 플레이오프 가면 사실 저희도 어느 정도 꺾일 수도 있을 것 같아요. 근데 저희는 꼭 우승할 거기 때문에 끝까지 믿어주시고.
Honestly, Fnatic 2023 was pretty dominant. Fnatic 2024 was alright, but Fnatic 2025 is a bit of a different gravy. We're a different team, different vibe, different atmosphere.
Fnatic reminding everyone who they are.
마지막에 남은 팀은 저희를 어쩔 수 없이 골라야 되겠지만 저희를 고르지 못한 앞선 팀들은 겁쟁이라고 전해주고 싶네요. 저희를 만나게 되는 팀은 그냥 그저 운이 없는 팀이라고 생각합니다.
RRQ versus Wolves.
Pacific is the only region with 3 teams at playoffs, and we haven't even seen their number 1 seed yet. Wolves have done really well to get this far, but today it's going to be a very difficult task.
For Wolves, anything past here is going to be history made by them. They could be so proud already of fighting their way out of the Swiss stage.
Both these teams coming into this one are going to be pretty much banning the maps you'd expect from them. For RRQ, this will be their first time playing with those Teo nerfs in play, and they did play quite a bit of Teo on all 3 maps we'll see today. They were previously playing one of those comps.
As we can see from the Omen map select, Ascent will be first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm with Mimi on this one. I expected the Haven, expected the split. Wolves is following up on something that they didn't like, and RRQ go straight into a map that not only they've picked in the past, but also one that Wolves were not very happy to play also in the Swiss stage. So no surprises here, but as Mimi are saying, especially thinking of this Ascent, of this first map, how is RRQ going to look without the Deco? Are they going to be the first ones to even play the Deco? And even better than that, Deadlock on the other side. I'm such a loser for Deadlock.
Yeah, I absolutely love the Wolves comp. They looked great at the time they played it in the Swiss stage. I think the defensive utility, the variety of setups you can have is just so strong with that Deadlock Cypher. But for the side of RRQ, they do have a lot of choices. You could pivot to a double Initiator look. You could pivot to a double Senti look as well. There's a lot of options, and that does mean that for Wolves, you have no idea what you're going into towards Fantasy Agent select here.
Yeah, on the focus of Tejo as well, of course, they don't just have that one person playing Tejo all the way through stage 1.
Yeah.
On this map of Ascent, Crazy Guy is the person we're looking at if he were to flex off of it. Like you said, the Sova is a real option, the Fade is a real option. And I think this is going to be hard, you know, for the side of Wolves and Fade to prepare against.
The good thing is that going into Ascent, it is a map that Wolves have shown already they can expect that double Sentinels. I will say that having all the setups, everything that can change with the Deadlock, I think is going to be a challenge. But they had all the extra time in the world.
I will say, I think if you're a tail meta team, Ascent is going to be one of the harder maps to pivot out of. You look at something like Split or Lotus, it's really easy to just like 1-for-1 a Fade into your comp and it works perfectly fine. I would expect maybe a little bit of a bigger change coming into something like Ascent, but with the map changes, with the agent changes, you do have a lot of choice. So just super interested to see what RRQ's read is.
Would you be down for a double duelist?
No.
No? Okay, why?
I feel like double Senti comps indexing into defensive side is way better generally on this map, in my opinion, because it's already such a defensive-sided map. You want to be maximizing rounds you can win there, which is why I love these double Senti looks.
I mean, they also have the option to just go back to the box standard stuff that you can run on Ascent.
Yeah, that's the thing about Ascent. Even if you remove the Tejo, the map has been in for such a long time and has a very standard way of playing it that worst case scenario, worst comes to worst, there is at least one composition that you have to be comfortable with.
Yeah, Jemkin played a ton of Yoru in Pacific, but I'm really hyped to see him on the Jet to start off Ascent here.
I can't wait to get into this game as well. And I'm hoping that the casters are ready because they have been a part of some of the biggest moments here in Masters Toronto. I am confident they're about to deliver one more banger on the mic for one final match. It's Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you, Yinsu. Couldn't ask for much more than this, folks. The wait is over. Finally, we see a #1 seed from the Pacific region take to the stage, led by superstar Jemkin. This guy really just needs to show us what he's done online to cement himself as, I don't know, a top 3 player right now.
One of the most hyped up debuts we have ever had. Was the leader in every statistical category throughout Pacific
ACS,
Stage
KD,
1.
ADR, KPR, first kills, you name it.
All of it. Up against the Wolves team that were written off before this tournament had even began. Defied community expectations. In Juicy's words, defied their own expectations. Sufat saying that he fears nothing, not even elimination. They've made it this far, and now how far can they even push it from here?
And we talked about how Juicy ascended with that Bleed team. It was against Jemkin's Scars team back in 2023. Crazy Guy was on that roster with Juicy. And of course, Juicy was too young to play at the top level. And Crazy Guy had to find his own way back through challenges as well. And they meet here for the first time since that fateful match.
Now we are seeing Wolves with the same composition that they had a lot of success with against Billy, blowing them out 13-5. Starting on the attack side where, despite running double Senti, that was where they were racking up the majority of the rounds. They went on a serious run.
RRQ had a 67% attack side win rate on Ascent. It's crazy to me that Wolves have picked this map against them. Utter confidence from them. Jemkin, not the way he was looking to start on the international stage. Sufat's arguably more acclimated. And confidently, he's taken that mid-control.
Pop flash from Jemkin. It's a safe site, anchored by multiple players.
Spike down A.
Talk about stopping power. Crazy Guy hits him like a Mack truck. Why are you going to start to inch forward now? So over you two to try and light the Simon Monget springs out there from Jen. Why are you able to deliver? Allows Juicy to move right on up. Clear that dart. YU was revealed. Shot dart could account for him here, and bam! That's a connection from Cushy. Drops down for a second. The Wolves will get the start they hope for on the attack side. Oh, buddy.
Already feeling excited. This Wolves team have been energetic. So they want to keep that underdog mentality that has gotten them this far, continue to play loose, confident, and just having fun. It looks like they've been enjoying themselves this whole time. Sufa has been out of his seat constantly. Frankly, individually, has been one of the players stepping up the most too, while being the IGL.
He's issuing a challenge specifically to Jemkin there. And that encounter favoured Wolves in mid. This is a change for RRQ. In the past, we've obviously seen him with the Yoru compositions here. It's definitely Jemkin's most fearsome agent, but no slouch on the Jet either.
This is the first time that we're seeing RRQ forced to stray away from the Taeho meta. In the run that they were on in Pacific, they were simply the best team with that Taeho meta style. They weren't reinventing the wheel, they were just the best with the current best agents. Forced to pivot away now, obviously, like the other teams who were very reliant on it. G2, Sen, for example. And we'll see if they can have that same prowess as a team, as a unit. Now going back to the vintage comp, the Ascent Classic.
RRQ, they spent some util early to get Xfero set up in mid, but he will be cleared by that Aldro now. Contact from B-main. Xfero has to tuck here in logs. Unaffected as well by that, grab net, but YU's able to deal with him. Even through that Cyber Cage, and on to the site we go. Switch room taking control. Now that push-up Speedway is going to reveal Jemkin tucked in the corner. Hang about. Okay, something's brewing. Spring able to deal with Monyet, and it's on Crazy Guy. Nothing but a classic fragment. And has himself a flash to work with, but Spring has the better weapon. A little shaky there for Wolves, but they do complete the anti-eco.
RRQ will definitely be content with the damage that they were able to deal there off that gamble stack towards the B side. Unfortunately, no real hope for Crazy Guy at the end. Can't get anywhere to recover a rifle, just a classic pushing in versus the two. A little unfortunate for him.
Down B.
Players on site.
Enemy remaining.
Fine job dealing some damage, keeping this bonus round buy for Wolves a bit lower than intended.
Here come RRQ now with their first buy of the series. Revealed briefly as they try and make their way up to Cubby.
Recon sent out just to clear back Wine.
There's an encounter brewing here. Jemkin and Juicy! Oh, buddy, that is clean as a whistle.
And it's moments like that to give you an idea as to how Jemkin was able to rack up 137 first kills, far and away the leader in that category.
Yep, number two in first kills in Pacific was 85.
YU though, crucial kill on the opposite side of the map, gets the neural theft off as well. They may just want to accelerate into this site. It's only Xfero to anchor in the back. They can overwhelm him with numbers.
He's in an awkward spot, caught in the trap, man, and was pulling it off him. Clearly not ready for that burst of pace from Wolves. That's going to crack the B side open. Monyet forced off to the right. Spring tries to hold him in place. Paranoia comes in.
Spring not going to overplay his hand either. Just stay alive. Be a presence in market that will eventually need to be dealt with. Jemkin wants to do just that. Isolate this duel. It's tucked to the corner. Shot in the back.
Massively exposed. And where was the trade? RRQ went set up there over towards defense side. Spawned adequately. And Jemkin shows his back to YU is more than happy to capitalize. He's at 8-2 after 3 rounds.
Those post-plant repositions from Wolves were simply lovely. I love that Spring, despite not being able to collect that initial kill towards spawn, does just back off, be a nuisance that needed to be dealt with, and then YU is able to get up on lane, use him as a piece of bait to just get that free kill in the side, and then the swings come from stairs. Those retaking players overwhelmed, bonus round converted.
Our narrative for this Wolves team coming into this event was one of volatility, one of unexpected play. But John QT in a press conference says after all the Chinese team Sentinels played, Wolves were by far the most structured and disciplined that they'd encountered.
And that statement really does justice to the improvements that Wolves have made since we last saw them in the run to qualifying for the event, coming in as that 3rd seed. Slowing things down now on this anti-eco. YU would love to take some B-main control again. Camera broken. Continuing to apply a bit of pressure. So Gatecrash going all the way up towards mid and a dark cover towards market. So Wolves, you can see that they're trying to feign some presence toward mid, and it's drawing rotates away from RRQ. They're now getting into this site completely for free. Monyet was somewhat positioned to try and maybe go for a kill, but now forced onto the retake. bad weapons are RRQ.
It's easy to force those over-rotates on rounds like this, Wyatt, where the defenders are desperate to try and set up a favorable stack. Doesn't take too much to tempt them to move across the map. Wolves, again, an excellent job in the early rounds. We've seen this over their games so far of clearing that util, the push and pull, trying to outmaneuver the defenders. RRQ have gotten into the side at least. Pushing in that Gen direction now. Jemkin already out of the picture, and Juicy from Hell is going to emerge like Cerberus. That will be cleaned up pretty comfortably. 4 rounds to the favor of Wolves here. RRQ yet to show us anything really worth hanging your hat on.
I feel like so far you can't help but draw a comparison to the match that we saw yesterday with the XLG debut. Missing out on being able to play in the Swiss stage, getting multiple games of practice in. Wolves heating up throughout, the players getting comfortable on the stage, getting their confidence on the stage. And you have this debuting team with massive expectations coming in as the first seed from their region, fresh to this environment. It can be dangerous. They can come in needing to warm up.
I mean, Kaplan got asked about this. He's like, would you rather have been top seed from your region, start in the playoffs, or play through groups? And he says, I just refuse to give in to this idea that it's better to, you know, be a lower seed, because you have a lot more time. In a meta that has just changed, you have an extra week or so to see how things are boiling out, get that scrim experience, get that practice, and be boned up on the current metagame before you touch down, as opposed to having to take the risk of maybe you're not ready, maybe you have the wrong take on the game, or maybe you're just not, you know, in form on that day and it ends up losing your entire tournament. RRQ had that time to prepare, to watch. And yet being in the game is a different thing entirely. Wolves are hitting them quicker than they can react.
Wolves speaking too about wanting to up the tempo, the pace as the tournament has gone on. Now, out of this timeout though, for RRQ, I was hoping to see them pick up an operator. That's Jemkin, the Jet, with that weapon in his hands, taking a peek from Catwalk, wants to aim down tiles, where perhaps YU would give him an opportunity. But on these rounds, Cypher has been more content just trying to work B main solo.
Spring is entrenched here in this wine position, whereas the rest of Wolves are maybe going to rattle the cage here at B, hoping for a push-up from the defenders, but RRQ have not conditioned that behavior yet.
Wolves do have any intention here of going towards mid. Oh wow, engagement on yet, just isolates Spring.
There was a 0 point that revealed the Omen stuck in the corner. There was no escape for him, no paranoia either.
It's a critical first kill. RRQ weren't able to convert on the last round where they had a first kill, but they're going to need to do it here with this maxed out investment they have into the round.
Juicy sees it all here on the B side, opts to stick it and fight inside of it because he wants to push up and get the drop on him, and eventually the double face from RRQ will derail things. A second Lysor picked up, Jemkin's off, finally starts to sing, and here's the RRQ we've all been told about.
Wolves getting very disconnected on that B side. From RRQ just take easy engagements, swinging from spawn together. There's no dark cover for that obvious angle. So Juicy is just relegated to fighting an incredibly difficult 1 versus 2 on site while the rest of the players are bogged down in the choke. Really would have required some serious heroics from Juicy to be able to pull that out.
I must wait a moment.
Better look there for RRQ, get the full buy they were hoping for, and they employ it effectively. Crazy Guy's been doing that, early thrusts onto Catwalk with a classic in his hands.
Cover going out. On this round, Jemkin has opted to post up with this operator towards A main, has an idea that there could be someone going for the jump up, just the angle. Timing is brutal.
Spring in these early encounters has been so impactful against the star player of the opponent. He had seconds number on that split game as well.
Listen, Mondet has serious confidence. RRQ have taken full control of B main with 2 players. Wolves want to get into the site now, lacking the smokes, taking the opportunities they can. Supak getting pressure.
Bad, dangerous. Oh, we got his one. Can't be upset about that. Lysor, though, this is a little belated. RRQ hear that Annihilation coming. They basically clear the area. There's a catch on Kushi. That would be quite something. He does show himself. Mondet, though, has his line. Juicy swings into more players than he expects, and the Crazy Guy ready to lock it down on the B side.
Respect to Monyet for the confidence of taking that fight in B main to trade out for Jemkin, who did get a little bit unlucky, but was exposing himself to multiple angles, so taking some amount of risk there. But then RRQ, the really pivotal moment for me, the great decision was to get both of their B anchors into B main, recognizing the split was coming through, so they want to isolate a fight in main. They're able to do so, find the kill there. By the time the split is actually coming in, they could have just escaped, go play around the spike. That was really well done. Wolves, economy cracked, and now on the eco. Opportunity for RQ to build their own, and multiple players are already at that 5K mark.
Once again, it's that same wander up catwalk by Juicy, but he might look to ask for more. That's unfortunate, Crazy Guy. Pockets the only an inopportune moment, but Koshi doubles down. That is ferocious. From spawn, Hunter's Fury yields 2 kills. And RRQ have absolutely stabilized this round after losing Crazy Guy early.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely stunning. All last 2 players inevitably going to get cleaned up here. Spring stuck in main. That was a pretty sick util combo from Wolves to get the initial kill on Crazy Guy. And Kushi recovers it with a beautiful Hunter's Fury. There's that Gravnet pop flash with the Yoru. It was pretty cool, but ultimately all for naught. No significant economic damage done to RRQ here.
30 seconds left.
That 0-point timing for Crazy Guy is going to be pretty important. Worried about facing down the util. Spring gets a little bit more than we all bargained for there. But it's still a 3rd round in a row for RRQ. They have been awoken.
Spring will take it. I will say, obviously what we've seen from Spring so far in this tournament, incredible aim, willingness to take a ton of duels. We've had a couple situations now where his play towards B main has overextended himself and he's left his team without smokes when they're going for these executes. It's been awkward. That's happened on 2 buy rounds now where Monyet is just feeling that equal level of confidence to engage with him. So I'm going to need Spring to pick his spots, be less susceptible to an early death when he's supposed to be inserted in main, just control that area of the map.
Coach Fade here, someone worth crediting for the more up-tempo style we've seen from this Wolves team, but a lot of different players and teams have sort of said, with this change in metagame, we can be more individual-centric, we can play with that faster pace. Think about Teo, it wasn't just the missiles that were so powerful, there was that stealth drone. Really hard to kill, they have a lot of information, and really hard to take your opponents off guard when they were constantly scouting you via that measure. Now though, this move back, we got a very traditional comp here for RRQ. Not even a Yoru in the mix. In theory, this is a setup designed to allow someone like Jemkin to shine. On defense, he's on the jet. Only had the 1 round with the op, was able to convert its use pretty effectively, but outside of that, yet to quite take over the game.
Does have the op again, this time posted up mid, has been switching things up round by round, but the dark cover will not allow him to get any free shots as Wolves want to silently work their way forward. Drone's going to be used just in case he is posted up by mid. Obviously, we know is the case.
Jemkin spotted here. It's a little bit difficult to play into that Owl drone. He does allow himself to get pinged out. This will give some of that mid space now over to Wolves, and they choose to canvas it with this deadlock util unless there's a push in their direction.
So we're going to bring 1 sonic sensor back, and the deadlock will thrive with the utility after you've taken the site, get the spike down. You really don't want to allow Wolves to set up for a post plant. It gets so frustrating to get back in.
The barrier mesh is so
break
powerful.
Break that barrier mesh, the delay that causes. You don't want to run into the sonic sensors in chaotic moments trying to get back in.
Back soon. There was a 0-point timing there from RRQ to B main. It sees nothing.
Here.
Of course, the spawning is going to have to be smoked off. Likely Jemkin is there, and he is split coming into sight. Monyet is fully committed right now on the stairs. Juicy wants to take the action to him.
Hunter's Fury time now. Sufat's going to let that one rip, but there's actually no one on the B side itself. All of RRQ are basically playing off of it in their entirety, and Crazy Guy got brought down.
tough to res. Monget, who teleported away to safety, is actually able to bring Crazy Guy back up. 12 seconds. Spike needs to be planted right now. Still isn't being tapped. Finally, from Sufat. RRQ ready to go for this man advantage. Retake, pop flash over the top. Jemkin has the Blade Storm out. Ready to get active, ready to create space.
Gonna go on with the Owl Drone as well. That sees nothing on Speedway. Jemkin needs to deal with these entrenched anchor players. But Juicy handles him. Monget's starting to make some progress here, but Xferro and Crazy Guy are dealt with on the B side. Now it's just a Speedway presence for RRQ. Monget and Cushy. First three, and they are cut down mercilessly. RRQ are the ones with a 67% attack side win rate on this map. They're the ones that flip the map, but Wolves are showing they can do it just as well.
Why are you coming up really juicy? That initial kill, this peak right there from Jemkin. He had the crosshair placed where it needed to be. The reaction from one of the best duelists we've had performing in this tournament so far in Juicy was way too sick. Cleans up a couple more after the fact. Wolves out of the timeout, get the round win. That is something we've seen many times when Coach Fade gets in the mix.
Good call from Monget there to make the TP up. Revealed inside that grav net, it would have been curtains for him quickly. Jemkin needs this. Good start for the team, and YU's head is gripped clean off.
Certainly has no lack of confidence, Jemkin, even after the disaster of last round on the retake. He will not slow down. He's not going to ease up. Wolves now on the pivot towards B main. Cushy has been playing very close on a lot of these rounds. He is jiggle peeking, does get the info. Drone, tag onto Sufat.
And he will walk it away. Under the 1 minute mark of the round, Jemkin still sat here in Covey.
Sufat droning up mid, hoping that that will draw some attention, get some information if someone is pushed down. Not the case. Dimensional Drift and another 4 versus 5. We've seen this story before. It didn't work out on the prior. Juicy committing to the side. Tripwire dangerously close.
Oh, buddy, they know he's coming. Gravnet, yeah, sure, gets used over towards Boathouse, but RRQ can recover.
30 seconds
There's
left.
a TP forward. You saw that from Spring, right at the edge of that smoke. Watched by 2, but his wrap angle is not covered adequately by Cushy. Xferro has to deal with it himself. Here comes a second wave now of retakers. Still no plan.
Monget does have a paranoia to get back in. That's a significant piece of utility for RRQ. Both dark covers used. Jemkin wants to get in here. Exchanges, gets the rifle, throws the op to Monget.
Paranoia, Spring sees it coming and still can't stop Crazy Guy. Sufat, no, Crazy Guy is low, and it's on Monget. Oh, just swings the right, but Sufat unaware. Try to recon to light, it's one up Sufat, the clutch that keeps the Wolves train running. What a Red Bull clutch. All covers from all angles, all too easy for Sufat.
He simply does it all for this team. We've seen him clutch. We've seen him top the boards in terms of kills in these games. He's IGLing. He's hyping them up. He's talking trash. He's questioning, what the hell are these guys doing? How are they letting me get away with that? RRQ forced onto an eco. Just a hero rifle for Jemkin.
And honestly, this scoreline is a disastrous tale for RRQ. On Ascent defense. Reminiscent of their same struggles against Gen.G on this very map. Jemkin is cut down to 5 in the first encounter.
Cushy even down to 28 off the spam. I'm sure Jemkin would love to throw that rifle over to a healthier player on the squad. B-main control going to be acquired from Wolves on account of this drone. Now they want to push towards A as well. Monget has been a menace in this area of the map. He's gotten some crucial kills, but with just the classic, you can't expect him to do that.
This could be ugly. Our drone re-clear of B main. Seems to allow Jemkin to post up a bit further forward and ask for more. Sufat eventually pinged out there, so does not want to linger.
Seeing the Sova there, though, will certainly keep RRQ's attention towards B main, but now the Execute is coming through A. Barrier Mesh Recon going over the top. It's just a close-up dealt with by Juicy.
And either side, safe to say, Wolves have again achieved their objective. very structured in the early to mid-round. Clearing that util, working the map. See, Sufat never overextended on the B side, and now we can assist with a late flank. And it's unlikely rather that he will be needed. Cushy was brought to 28 health by the spam at the start of the round, and he has seen no action since.
Wolves have been able to really frequently cycle back into these ultimates. Sufat one away from the Hunter's Fury, Lysor on the verge of that annihilation as well when we get to the second last round of the half. Again, it is just, it's careful, it's patient from Wolves. They work the map, keep attention on B. Eventually when someone pushes out of main, Sufat is still covering that angle, finds a free isolated kill. The team are able to get into a very lightly held A site. This is excellent stuff from Wolves. And it is very reminiscent of their attack side against Bilibili with this comp. They found so much success there. And we started feeling a little bit worried on the side swap because they didn't actually really pop off on defense where you expect them to when they have Deadlock, Cypher, Yoru, and we're getting it off online. It's where this comp thrive.
One enemy remaining.
And as our RRQ team are struggling to deal with the pace of Wolves, Wolves are not splitting the map, they're not splitting these sites, they're actually just pushing straight through B main or A main as was the case there. It's hard for them to get early action, the defenders, or catch any crosses.
We've seen Spring play this angle before.
That didn't work last time.
Jemkin, Mon, looks like they want to clear. One-way cage being popped. B main controlled by Wolves. There's the annihilation for Lysor.
Again, we know Wolves like to make use of all that round time, and Spring is rewarded for his patience. Monyet just trundles up to check that A main. He's not ready for the angle. We probably won't see it again, but this time it works.
He's taken timings in main before, and they worked out, but haphazard in that situation to just extend himself in there. Spring in a cheeky off angle. The site is absolutely free for the taking. Here come Wolves. Annihilation pop, just in case someone is there, they would at the very least be on the run. YU, can he be caught?
He is well tucked. Xfero's knocking. Oh, finish! He had the knife in his hands! Oh, Jemkin at least
30 seconds.
can get involved.
Spike
But RRQ are down to 3 now. They need to work their way in from upper. It's a fragment and then it's a grab there. Cushy caught in place.
Do they dare go for this 3-4? Look at the state of their economy. Sufat still with the Hunter's Fury. He got that up from planting the spike. I'm really in a great position to use it, however. Spam on the crazy guy. Cushy weak as well.
He's in on this side. Lysor leads. Nice recon bolt there from Cushy. But they are going to walk away here. 3 gun savers. The risk is far too great this late in the half.
The time has completely dwindled. They're just simply relying on the final round of this half to get to only 4 on Ascent defense. They have ultimates to contend with here. Real danger of a one-sided blowout half for Wolves.
Is that my boy Lysor on his feet?
Oh, Lysor can't wait to just stand up and look at the other team.
Is that guy at the end of
no arm movement, just simply standing up.
It's like the guy at the end of the flight who knows he's not getting out of the plane for a while but wants to stand up in the aisle still. Like, oh, I got to stretch my legs, sorry. I hate that guy.
RRQ investing everything they can. They've got Guardian for Xfero. Wolves have done such a great job working the map, exploiting some over pushes from RRQ to get info. Jemkin wants to fight this in main. He has Monyet with him. GrabNet comes down. Paranoia should get some big value.
Almost punished for that timing, but Jemkin was positioned forward in wide. And then he dives on the attackers. Sufat at least able to punish him for it, but I mean, 3 kills. It's more than enough for RRQ to relieve the pressure of this round 12 that could have set them to 3-9.
That time just giving Monyet a friend to help him in A main. A very simple trap setup, but incredibly effective as the Paranoia catches multiple players, isolates a second duel. When that re-swing comes in from Spring. Now listen, if there were a couple players that I would trust to maybe come up in the clutch here, it would definitely be Sufat and YU right now. It's not out of the question. It's going to be incredibly difficult.
So that's definitely lost the element of surprise here and been revealed by that neural theft. Known to RRQ as lingering near A main.
30 seconds left.
Instead he'll try and find yet another opportunity. There's obviously neural theft here for YU. Should there be an appropriate corpse?
The recon goes into market, but won't really help. There's still a triple mid. Sparrow.
Spike down A.
He knew what was afoot. He knew what was coming.
And there's just no time left for Sufat. Pinged out as well. 12 seconds. This round is absolutely done. So
10 seconds
RRQ, at the very least, managed to get themselves to 4 before we move on to the second half. But this was all about Wolves. Sufat with that phenomenal clutch. Juicy finding the moments as well. Everybody was really getting involved there. Excellent start for the team that always remained the underdog.
Farming aura, farming kills. Can they find themselves in a winning position on Ascent? It's a great start for Wolves. We'll be back with more from our first map of the series right after this. Coming back to you at halftime here on Ascent between RRQ and Wolves. And not exactly the start that RRQ were looking for, but against Gen G and Pacific, they only got 3 defense side rounds, still won the map, so fear not if you're an RRQ fan. Here's your Coinbase Econ report. Looking across, it's pretty clear to see that Spring is an outlier with a great showing. Monyet also, just a very efficient river. His Econ rating is a measure of how much damage you're able to get per credit spent. RRQ on quite a few ecos. Monyet still able to find some success there, but not enough to give them more than 4 defense side rounds, Wyatt.
We'll see if Jemkin can pick things up in regard to the cash to damage ratio on this attack side. Was investing in the operator a lot. Occasional value, but not enough to completely justify the investment that they were making into it over and over for a period of time. Let's see if RRQ can start off hot on this attack side, get things rolling.
A 67% attack round win rate for RRQ in Pacific. They really flipped the map out there. It's bizarre to watch, but a ton of fun. But are they warmed up? Missing the group stage. They do look a little bit shaky. Their stars are not firing, outside of a couple of isolated occasions in the first half.
Now you're getting the information on main. Hit about to come in from RRQ. There's the dash in from Jemkin. Wants to get to switch. Door going to be closed. YU wins the first engagement.
YU's been on a heater this game. There's no other way to put it. And he's going to continue, apparently. Crazy guy hit right between the eyes. Monyet is at least able to handle the Cypher. Cushy gives it a tap, but no stick. This is going to buy time for Lysor to group up here with Spring.
Lysor does have a grab net thrown out, but no connection. Monyet on such low HP. At some point, they're going to have to get this spike down. Wolves are just going to bide their time until that moment actually comes in. No reason to rush.
Shock dart. Okay, Recon has just come back up for Cushy. That's probably the timing that they were waiting on. He's going to come up and attempt to plant. Lysor, Monyan. Oh, gets off the line. Oh, that hurts. Monyan had too much to look at and he'll be overwhelmed. Lysor. Lightning rod for criticism. Has his team behind him. Self-belief pumping. We got 3 players out of 6.
They're all on their feet.
We could have just gone
good.
standing desk and saved on budget, honestly.
YU wins a crucial first blood engagement against Jemkin. The rest of the team try to swing it together. Yeah, it does get down to this 2 versus 2 because somehow a very low HP Mon yet even things up with the trades, but it's just not enough. It left those last 2 players on such low health.
And it was the timing of Monyan just looking away off the direction of Speedway. Really just fate that dictated that, but man, that really hurts them there. And there's a sense of destiny about Wolves here to take a round like that. And they are going to continue this momentum they built in that first half. Defense side pistol 1. RRQ need to come up with something soon.
Can't imagine it's going to be on this round. It's just 5 classics. And again, I can't help but feel like we need to just harken back to yesterday with XLG making their debut in this same situation. Not playing hot with it coming into the game. Juicy tapping everybody down.
Will it blend? RRQ edition. The answer is yes. Crazy Guy straight into Spring's line of sight. Or rather Cushy. Crazy Guy himself now will have to try and salvage here, and really, this is one of those situations with an astronomically low % chance of success. Cypher util up the wazoo here on this B site. Crazy Guy who had to spend a lot of time in Tier 2 to sort of prove himself, but crazily experienced player.
He's been competing in TAC FPS games for over 10 years at this point. I remember him debuting as a Phenom substitute AWPer at a DreamHack tournament way back in 2015. Has had a redemption arc as of the last couple years. Qualified with Bleed.
Against
Juicy
Jemkin.
on that team against Jemkin. This game is pretty story-rich. The histories between these players, and then had those struggles with Bleed in that debut season in Pacific, had to go back to Challengers, work his way back into the VCT, joins up with RRQ, and that's when his team has gone on a run. Their best placement historically had been a 5th, 6th, and then they win. They come in first. They beat Gen G and Paperex to do so. It's been an insane run for them, but now it's just a matter of holding their nerve on the stage when the pressure is raising further, when the consequences are higher, and the teams are showing out. This Wolves squad have come in just bringing everything they've got. Their players individually have been white hot all tournament long.
RRQ need to find a way to generate some momentum of their own. It's this buy round that really has to be the start of all that. As a pretty sizable bracket. Oh, juicy. The temptation, of course, I understand. A lot of guns trained on that corner direction.
Can't be mad at a play like that on a bonus round. If it connected onto Manya, that could have been a sick combo into multi-kill. They love this GravNet pop flash play. Going to keep RRQ on their toes at any given time. That trap can be sprung. They pivoted all the way over towards this A side. Dark cover going to obscure the view from Tree. Trips broken by Chalk as well. Scaling now into the site for Wolves. They want to commit. They want to anchor.
Ah, what you lit up. That is perfect use of that recon util. Cushy going to capitalize on his own application of the recon in the middle of the smoke spring. Eventually will be pacified. Not before he takes his pound of flesh out of the game.
Sufal working his way through heaven, would love to accomplish getting at least a bit more damage, but it's not.
Love one or two more guns, Wyatt. But Lysor with the Ghost definitely put in the least advantageous position.
That being said, a kill would get him closer to that annihilation.
We only really saw, what, one of them from Lysor, and just missed clipping a player over towards Tiles in that first half. Again, I saw a huge part of, the engine room in terms of stall utility. Of course, that GravNet play didn't quite go off the way they planned it. Lysol will bathe in the blast. We'll get on with our lives. Round at number 16 coming at you. And RRQ, with their first buy, maintain 4 Vandals. Someone is B. Oh, okay, little turn.
He just turned quick enough, saved his team potential demise.
That kill there is big. I mean, Sufat obviously trying to intervene. Caught on that rotate attempt. How does Fury for Cushy here?
You have to keep your eyes on him in this round. Impressive to see him top fragging in this game as well. I mean, typically for this team, it is just Jemkin taking over at all times. The rest of the players sort of even statistical spread. There's some damage from Juicy Mon. Yeah, it brought very low. Lucky to be alive. Team almost lacking smokes. Shadows. That kill was collected.
Okay, well, classic Spring. Tries to jump out there, get a bit of a fight. Juicy trades. Lysol here with only a Guardian to work with and completely caught by that Hunter's Fury. Xvero just wants to bust the door down now, quickly. Assume control of his A side as already the rotates coming in. Now, Sealfat has the Odin.
I know exactly where you are.
Will be revealed here now by that Cypher ult.
Going to keep Wolves at bay right now. Perhaps he's just going to opt to save. Sufat would love to get a tag with this drone and someone to spam down with the Odin, but
got Jemkin.
Not going to happen. Recon, they're going to try to scale in. Time dwindling a bit.
They don't have the money for this. To risk these weapons here, they're going to go for it. Sealfat here is committed, clearly. In for a penny, in for a pound, he says. Got the player inside tree, it's Jemkin who's going to show some leg here and be a little quicker on the trigger finger to boot. RRQ are clambering desperately back into the map.
Couple good multiplayer faces at the end there, just to clean things up from main and back gen. Spring going for a questionably aggro play, swinging out there.
He presents himself, doesn't he?
Before the flash actually popped from Juicy, the timing just a little bit off. And then Juicy does find a moment to pop himself out of the smoke, but at that point, he's already down one. Things are getting traded out.
It is mistakes like that, that missed timing on the pop flash for Spring that are going to be punished by a team of RRQ's caliber.
100%. They are quality in terms of the fundamentals, trading things out effectively. Nothing crazy on that round, just a good A split. Wolves hoping to catch someone unaware in A main, but that won't be the case. And it seems like with Monyet being near enough to hear that pressure coming, RRQ will be happy to just get into this B site, which they're going to imagine will be lighter on players, and they are absolutely correct. Going to get things for free. Opportunity to build towards a couple ultimates here. Crucially, Crazy Guy going to have the null command into the next. That has always been one of the highest value ults that you can get on this Ascent map with the age-old comp.
And the pattern that RRQ have made use of to their great success over in Pacific is really simple. It's Jemkin gets first kills. In their final series against Gen G, he was 26 for 12. First kills, first deaths.
Insane.
We mentioned like he has 137 of those in Pacific, and the next closest player is 85. It is an absurd outlier stat that RRQ always get Jemkin in position to succeed in these early rounds. Now, this example, of course, is against basically a full save, so I wouldn't write home about it, but that has been kind of the core of their play.
I'm sorry, Sufat? Sufat check?
That's, that did not go as he had planned.
Okay, he'll be on the Guardian.
I get that he doesn't want to give an ult off, but maybe...
he was a little bit too far away to run into the spike explosion.
It's like the plot of I Am
lucky.
Legend. He's like the only guy left after the fallout. That's not where you want to be.
All right, Wolves are going to pick up the Operator. It is crucial to the success of this double Sentinel comp. You want to be able to use that off with your Yoru and have it route the attacking team into the sites that are specifically littered with a ton of that Sentinel utility. It's crucial for this machine to be working. Pop flash coming through, Jemkin on the swing, but Juicy gets out of dodge, posts up on a safer angle.
Jemkin is insistent While he has that tailwind active about trying to take a fight, he has to tuck this corner.
Sufat tries to timing him walking back out. Here, just spamming with that Guardian. High pillar penetration. Pop flash from Juicy wants to get out. Recon as well to post up on the angle. I like this, but Jemkin might just timing him.
It's Jemkin's individual brilliance that's allowed him to succeed in these situations prior. Null Command coming out. Crazy Guy instantly knocked. This time Spring on a much safer line, deep on the A side, flattens the KO. Somewhat of a sell of this fake, I guess, as RRQ now turn their eyes over towards the B side of the map. There's going to be a player to Jemkin's immediate right. Crossing here could be dangerous. Spring has dealt now with that KO properly. And in comes the Cocoon. Nice little catch off the Annihilation here. And Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. Jemkin got caught. Kochi pushes in a Boathouse, though. Up on numbers are RRQ. But YU and Spring, high school classmates, now have to put it together. 5 years of play together. They themselves have said they are on the same wavelength. Need to bail Wolves out here.
They were just a little bit too far away in the rotate, but they catch the first on xFaroe. Mondial is so weak. Real opportunity to clutch things out.
Revealed there, pinged out by the Neural Theft. Big opening made here by YU. Cushy trying to keep Wolves at bay, but they are coming, and they've got a taste for blood. Cushy's third of the round. What a flick from YU. Nobody knows where Cushy was. It doesn't matter. 4K for the Sova, and RRQ again. Another giant step towards evening up this game. That attack side prowess for RRQ on full display.
Cushy is just putting on a clinic on the Sova right now. So dangerous to get into the site. Lysor was inevitably going to find someone with that Annihilation, playing defensively all the way in the back. But that still wasn't enough. Wolves were just too far away. The rotates coming from A were not there in time to assist. Sure, Lysor gets the one, but he is completely overwhelmed by the numbers of RRQ, and xFaroe gets a great moment to push towards spawn, get in the dark cover, catch out one of those Wolves players who felt like, I need to get in here to help Lysor ASAP. I need to try to flood in to assist. Get a timing right now, swing towards stairs, get a fight, but it just doesn't come, and Coach Fade now getting into that and second time out of the game.
Two things I'm looking for from the Wolves side of things is the early play from Spring. Much better on that last round. Took Crazy Guy down instantly, playing a much safer spot over on that A site. And can Wolves generate an early advantage off of this GravNet flash combination? We've seen it once. It was against it was a bonus round for Wolves. They really need to throw what they can at Jemkin to stop him from getting rolling early. Those Jet first kills, no joke. We've talked about the stats already. It's a huge part of RRQ's run here. Jemkin has to be nullified entirely as a star player on this map.
It's going to be all Sheriffs here for Wolves. The RRQ economy has been out of control. Push here towards main from Juicy. xFaroe with his eyes on this location. And we've just been seeing on these rounds, it is the story with RRQ. They're not reinventing the game. They are playing a style that we have seen, going for executes that we have seen a million times over with this composition, but they just do it so well.
They don't invent the wheel, Wyatt, they just grease it and turn it.
Working way up top mid, double face into YU, who's able to stay alive for now.
Flash there just to keep him honest, to keep him further back from potential rotate. Crazy Guy was able to extract Sufat with consummate ease, but Juicy does disrupt things a little bit. That was the spike loose, but already recovered by Jemkin. It's why you look for a timing out of this spawn side. Jemkin went to hunt Juicy. And RRQ looking absolutely ruthless on this anti-eco round. Not giving a lot of opportunities here for Wolves to sort of double up, group up, Spring! Okay.
He heard the drop down. I'm surprised xFaroe just kept the util out. He made sound.
Something to work with. With that smoke thrown out, Wolves will be allowed access here to the site.
And that is a gun recovered for Spring. He picks up that Vandal. Lysor gets one as well. Real opportunity all of a sudden.
Jemkin hoping to take this first contact effectively at Speedway, and Spring, unarmored as he is, will be handled. Jemkin has 3 for the round, and Crazy Guy will end it. Now we've got ourselves a game, folks. 1 round stands between RRQ and Wolves' 10-round total.
On their debut, this RRQ squad, they have managed to hold their nerve, not succumb to the fact that they were down by such a significant margin that they lose the second half pistol. Being on the big stage hasn't gotten to them. They've completely rallied back into this game. They have so much economic pressure on Wolves. RRQ could buy every single round with ease. Juicy's going to pick up that operator again. Wasn't able to find success with it on the prior round. This time towards Cat, taking a hit towards Styles. Oh my god, Jemkin is in so fast right now. Controlling all the space, taking a lot of damage, and Sufan just catches him out. In the meantime, the spike is working its way up. Cat just hoping to get a fake into the site. Sonic Sensor destroyed by that shock dart. They're trying to scale in.
What a timing for Lysor!
Spike down.
Shuts RRQ down instantly. Monget can bail them out, but this has still now gotten very, very dangerous and very much out of hand. Crazy Guy's just walking away. Monget does not have that opportunity. He is in the side. Planted. Gets the plant down now and is hoping, praying the Crazy Guy can get there in time, but he's got a barrier in his way. He's got to break through this quickly.
He is able to do so. Has one flash to try to pop out of the smoke, give some assistance to Monget, who's stuck in hell.
Crazy Guy taking a little bit of damage here through this dark cover down to 5. It's getting dangerous, and there it is. YU knows exactly what the KO is. And here come Wolves back to winning ways, and doing so while maintaining some very expensive weaponry here. Odin, Operator, still in hand for this team.
RRQ love to sell a fake, but this time it's not bought. Sufat with that initial spam kill. The players over on A didn't really need to rotate off. There was still a lot of utility from that deadlock to keep the players that were pivoting through tree at bay. That allows for some Wolves rotates to get there, but Lysor coming up with a huge 2K. Doesn't look insane on the scoreboard right now, but I think his best play actually has come from deadlock on Ascent versus the Omen on some of the other maps. This is fast from RRQ. They're getting right up into B main. They want to get into this site. A lot of tripwires to deal with. Jemkin over the top.
This time Sufat isn't here to spray anyone down to play off any of that side do till it's YU in the site. Just can't complete any kills.
He thought he had it, already made the adjustment, but he just didn't connect that headshot. Maybe if Sufat can somehow pick up one kill here, a spam kill, he'd have the Hunter's Fury, but first is the one from Cushy. Doesn't get the initial connection. There's the tag. Can he capitalize? No. Sufat just out of the way, narrowly. Do they try to go for this right now?
Might be a tough one. Monget brought down. He was in B main. Spring is at least able to dig him out, so now there's not the risk of a backstab as Wolves try and hit the site.
They know they can just focus on the players here. Cushy wants to get down lane, peek from X-Pharaoh. He's undoing, but the shot goes wide.
Now though, RRQ being forced to play onto the side, but Jemkin is waiting for them. Fangs bared, blades out, ready to throw down. Deals with Sufat as well. Headshot off the knives. And there's no more time for Wolves to get in here. Jemkin will pursue them. Blood in his eyes. Even so much that he take the clone down and perish to the blast. Back and forth now, RRQ keep it one round.
Late on this attack side, Jemkin slow to start, but finding his moments, finding serious impact on the game. That kill towards stairs with the Blade Storm was sick, onto Spring, and then with the cloud drops. Sufat not ready for the engagement, gets picked off. RRQ are so close to tying this game up, just one round away. Can Wolves close things out? Juicy still with this operator. He was able to get away with his life. He wants to post up in B main.
Hunter's Fury as well for Wolves. Oh, they catch Monget, and that's the controller out of the game.
In the meantime, what happened with Juicy? He tried to go for a peek in B main, or was just holding the angle, but
just straight up died. Did he leg X-Pharaoh?
Yeah, it looks like he, wall shot legged him something. Worked his way into the site.
This timing is
quick. There's no way.
Sufat, knife out.
The whip!
X-Pharaoh now needs to get busy on the site, but he knew his time was short after missing that engagement. B site is clear, but now it's handed over to A.
They feel like they just have to get in. RRQ, null command. Jemkin wants to make space. Crazy Guy out in the open.
Awkward timing. Jemkin got pinged just as he jumped into that cloudburst. Lysor did fall. Cushy trying to get the res. He's trying to tease it. Spring looking for a timing. Crazy Guy's back in the game. At least secures the trade. Cushy. Now 1v2.
He does bait him out, gets the door down, wants to take the duel, but Sufat wins the engagement. Cushy does a great job of isolating the remaining Wolves players. making a believer out of me in the clutch potential, but he can't connect that last shot. What a prediction from Sufat.
Does he run into...
Hits him on the teleport? That was madness in May. Absolute madness. RRQ going to pivot right into a timeout. Time to calm things down after a very, very chaotic round.
Neither team actually has a strong economy to play this round. Wolves are going to try and end the map with a couple of half armors maybe mixed in here. Still fine for them, of course, after winning the previous one. And Jemkin has been the kind of player that's actually shone in post-plant anchoring situations for RRQ this map. So it's getting ahead of that stall util, that fast play into B has been one of the most effective tools that RRQ have been able to leverage to get these round wins. But they're running into an annihilation. A dimensional drift for Juicy is definitely on the table. He's 2 orbs away from developing that.
When we get back into this, you mentioned the economy, but Wolves at the moment having to invest so much. They win that prior round, so if RRQ take this, the final round of this regular time would be a bad buy for Wolves. This is so important right now for the Pacific #1 seed. It's not their map pick, but it's at the top of their pool. They're making a serious go at running this back. The comeback feels so real. They're on the precipice. It's going to be a lot of pressure towards a main 0 point, clearing things out.
Step 1 is play through the one-way. RRQ are happy to walk it, and there's no forward presence from Wolves to play off of it.
YU has moved his setup to this A side this time. Kill Trip Insight to play off. Cage to dance around when the hit comes in. Jemkin over the top gen.
She's going to clear hell now. Jemkin is on the side. YU gets lit. Oh, that's hurting for the defenders. Silfat though gets involved. He's on that upper side. Eventually traded out. RRQ player advantage.
Juicy flash through, but Dark cover down. Do they dare find a timing to try to just pop flash out of this when the spike is going down? Now Juicy began to rotate towards Tree.
This spot for Xfero is so good. Juicy is not ready for it. And that shuts down any chance of a split flood for the defenders. Springfound Jemkin just picked him up out of nowhere, and Monyet spraying through the floorboards. Gets RRQ that round that could well be worth 2, that could send us into overtime.
Wolves perhaps feeling committed, or that they were just about to get flanked by Xfero, who just picked up Juicy towards Tree, so they do swing out. They lose all of the weaponry. There's been some serious issues on these A hits, with Wolves being able to deal with the recon darts. Multiple rounds on these executes. It's been YU getting lit up, picked off by Jemkin, who can't help but increase his first kill stats at every turn. This buy for Wolves is horrific. RRQ, this is the perfect opportunity to rally this game all the way back. They've held their nerve. They can take this to OT.
And it starts with a 3-player push into mid. Wolves only have the token presence of the trapwire here. Jemkin's trying to figure out if he can get under it. I respect that. They had to clear it manually, and now this push through market. There's a belated approach for Xfero here in B-main, and Juicy's definitely expecting it with the cyber cage up and on the side. Here come RRQ. Juicy's only got a short window. He's found 2 dimensional drifts. He's going to see it all, and crucially get out alive. Silfat locks it down on the side, and RRQ collapsing in a screaming heap. Silfat tries to finish the job, and there's the annihilation. Straight into the spider's lair. RRQ wonder, and it's Wolves' map pick. Do they start with a win on your feet, hands together? Wolves are far from done.
That lead was just insurmountable. Wolves were so good on the attack side that they win the pistol in the second half as well. RRQ made a hell of a go at it, but they just could not come all the way back. Wolves looking so good again against all odds. How do they keep doing it? This team can't help but defy expectations.
Magic seeping up out of the cobblestones here at the Anacare Arena in Toronto. We're going to step away, but next, the Intu and the analyst desk are going to break down our first map.
What are you guys doing? I don't know, man. I don't even know what are they doing. Let's go! Woo! Let's go!
Then face your death, cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets, cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
Hey! Let me show you how the folks does it.
Oh man, I was just getting warmed up.
Spike defused.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Mirror, mirror, wipe my eyes so I see clearer. Over here, you tell your friends I think I need her. Dreaming about the girl you want, but I can't be her. Sabotage is on my mind.
Back here on the floor at Massive Toronto, we're at the Intercare Center. What a game so far, right, Toronto? As you can see, we have a sea of KJs behind me. By the way, KJ's my main, but we're gonna have to dance around nanoswarms and alarm bots and go through another game of rock, paper, scissors. But this time, it's against the very best, Ventily rock, paper, scissors. How this is gonna work, we will play a rock, paper, scissors against me. If you lose, you take a step back, right? And if the last one standing gets to choose a prize with what we have in store, I don't know what it is. No, I'm just kidding, I know what it is. It's just a surprise. Are we ready to go? Do we know the rules for real of rock, paper, scissors? On shoot. All right, let's do this. I'm doing paper, okay? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! JK. I threw a scissors. Who did I throw off? Who do we have left? Okay, we got a tie over here. Oh, already, dude. I got rid of 60% of the team. I'm a clutcher. Are we ready? I'm gonna do scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Okay, rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Okay, actually, you beat me, I beat you, so that's already a winner right here. What's her name, by the way?
Jade.
Jade, congratulations. She is our winner here. Everybody give it up to Jade. You get to choose between signs of RRQ or also from Wolves. Which one would you like?
Wolves.
Let's go. So we're cheering for Wolves. Thank you so much, everybody. Continue and enjoy the game. See you for more of Ventily.
So I won't say it. I would hate it. I would break it. I can't shake this. So I won't say it. Here I go.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Here with Coach Fade. Brother, whew, what a game. What a game that was. Wolves looking good right now. Would it be safe to say that everything is going according to plan, even with what happened toward the tail end of that game?
There were definitely some hiccups throughout our defense. So I think it's like some jitters since we haven't played in a couple of days.
Yeah.
So I think we will be fine by map 2.
Yeah. What makes this team just what they are, so different, so talented? What do you think is the difference between what you guys provide and what your opponent provides?
I think we have really strong mental and trust between our members.
Yeah.
So I think that carries through a lot.
Okay. Well, we see it in the game, brother. Congratulations. We'll see you later. Back to you guys.
Wolves, they continue their win streak here at Masters Toronto. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. You know, after that first half, you have to say it was probably in the favor of Wolves, but Kakuka, it was a little bit too close for comfort towards the end. But a win is still a win.
We know the Ascent is all about the attack side and what you can do with it. I think that on the side of Wolves, it had to do a lot with the deadlock. Not only because I'm a deadlock enjoyer, but I think that we could see in this matchup the impact that it was having. And also on the other side, we were seeing a Jenkin that it was a little bit jank out from the side of the defense on RRQ.
Out.
Yeah. Is that wrong in English?
No, it's right.
Okay.
It's just...
Se la bella.
Okay. Se la bella.
Yeah.
No se la ha pelado, pero sí.
Anyway, Mimi, what did you think?
I mean, I was super impressed with Wolves' attack side. I think the way that they use their deadlock utility is super high value. They have a lot of set plays around the net. They're like juggling their utility to contain space on the attack, but defense was a little bit troubling that.
Yeah, let's talk about and look at some of the utility we saw from that double Senti comp in our HyperX reflex moment of the day. YU, part of that dynamic duo, bringing so much impact.
Yeah, and when we look at this play, this is a perfect example. We're speaking about a bonus that is going to mean also the chance for Wolves to snowball in this first half. YU gets this amazing 4K, but it wouldn't have been possible without that wall that we're seeing, without the grab net and the camera combo. Look at this beautiful combo, just to set up such an easy kill for them.
And remember, this is the new deadlock where that net is the refreshable piece of utility, so you can have that online multiple times throughout the round. Wolves is a really slow team. You saw it on this map, how much they are defaulting on the attack side before ever committing to a hit. So it means that they can afford to use that net early to take something like B main control and then reset, have it again for that execute. And I felt like they were getting a lot of value out of the refresh and the initial time they got to use that piece of utility.
They did, but on the defense, it was just something about RRQ, you know, Cushy as well.
Oh, yeah,
if you look at the scoreboard, how on earth did they manage to not actually make that comeback?
Yeah, it's so surprising to see Jenkin not putting out outrageous numbers. And if we take a look at the side of Wolves, everything's pretty evened out. I feel like everybody in this team has their moments of finding a lot of impact. Like Lysor was not having the best first half in the kill department.
Still stood up.
It doesn't matter because it pisses me off because it's like, yes, he might have not gotten the kill, but without everything else that he did in the round, you wouldn't have been able to even got onto side or get the spike down.
Very true. For Junkin, he's a guy who plays alone a lot. He doesn't have like constant double initiator support in the way some other duelists in this tournament do. Maybe like someone like Roger would be an example. He's oftentimes on this map like alone in mid, walking up in the mid round. And I think Wolves did a great job of avoiding him when he was on those walks and really focusing on just pounding the extremities and running over those side anchors, isolating them with the double Senti.
I've already spoken about this. Sufat BB, my favorite player in this tournament. If he's not your favorite player, you're wrong. What are you doing? Open your eyes, because Mimi, he just does things like this, and the vibes he brings afterwards as well is so infectious.
I loved his energy on the stage. I mean, half of Wolves was standing up after winning a lot of these rounds, but he has such an infectious presence there. Just looking at him, what are you doing? Yelling. He's definitely the person who's bringing the vibes.
Aura, Mimi. The word that you're looking for is aura. Every single time that he stands up, he always says the right thing, not only to his teammates, but also to the opposing team. I think that there was a moment also with we saw RRQ being a little bit more aggressive on the defense, trying to break the timings a little bit, something that you think you can take advantage of a team that is not as experienced. But they actually, Wolves learned onto those mistakes so quickly, and Sufat has to be one of the key parts for that.
We will be heading to RRQ's map pick next, so let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead of map 2.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Here with Coach Ewok from RRQ as we get ready for this second map here. Now, the trend in playoffs has been that the 1 seeds have been struggling, and with this slow start, I'm sure this is not what you wanted as well. How do you guys look to avoid this as you get ready for map 2?
Well, there's been a lot of 1 seeds also in the league. They were all losing as well, and we were the only one that broke that curse, so we're looking to do that here as well.
Looking to break your curse. How do you guys do that, and what's the player that you're looking to really lean on in this situation to bring you guys to map 3?
I think we just overall, we started slow. Of course, we lost double pistol, we lost bonus, so we just need we're a little bit more warmed up now.
Yep.
We usually lose map 1, so this is just part of the story for us.
All right, it's all part of the plan, he says. All right, brother. Well, thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys at the desk.
They're going to have to bring something here, especially with those pistols as well on Icebox, because if they don't, they're also going to be dropping down into the lowers like the other #1 seeds we've seen so far.
A lot of the time that like we lost map 1, it was the warm-up, East kind of cope, but I almost believe it with RRQ. They really got into the game in that second half. Key players like Jemkin were coming online, and he's absolutely right that back in Pacific, they played a lot of long series, especially in that playoff run to qualify to Toronto.
Yeah, and one thing that I like about this Icebox is that they're going to be starting on the attack. We saw how well it was going on Ascend, and I want them to have the autonomy to choose the fate of the rounds.
But the question is, what comp are they going to be playing? They were a Teo team when they showed this before. This is another map that has a lot of variety.
Can
in
make
what
the
you
same
can
argument
play.
for Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true too. We haven't seen them here at this event on this map, so it's a lot of question marks all over.
I'm getting ahead of myself because we do have a second match coming up, but my goodness, nobody plays Sage here. I just want to see the Sage.
Oh
Why
my
does
God.
nobody like
If
Sage?
we get Icebox, you're going to be treated. I don't know if we will see it. I pray that we will in the second series, and we get some Sage, but maybe, Yinsa, maybe we'll see it now.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I mean, I don't think we will, but as we take a look at the live agent select here, we have instant lock-ins from both sides.
So RRQ play the old kind of comp there, but not that KO. It's the Omen look instead with the double controller. I really like this choice. I think Omen's biggest strength is being able to disrupt space in mid on the attacking side, throw down smokes, teleport top 2, and really make life difficult for Lysor as that Killjoy player.
What I like about it is actually the playing also as a second layer to that duelist. No matter if it is on the attack or on the defense, he gives you another layer of depth that I actually favor as well.
Watch on their A execs as well. If they're putting their smoke on pipes, that does a lot to pull a lot of attention, bait out utility. There's some great ideas with this Omen.
Let's find out. This one makes it to a map 3. Send it back to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Now, on many levels, I agree with Mimi's sentiment about the whole storyline of RRQ losing the first map and all their series as being cope. And it is true. There was a lot of fracture in the pool, though, during the run through Pacific for RRQ, and they often had to run to that, or Genji's Haven, for example. This is a different one. They just picked their first map, or they had their best map picked against them, they lost it. Now it's on Icebox, so they need to recover. Some talk about the double controller style here for RRQ. They'd lack that second initiator with this setup. It will leave them a little flashlight, potentially, and also no access to the wingman.
Those extra smokes are great when you're playing for retakes or when your Viper wall is down, allowing you to still obscure some of those dangerous angles. Speaking of dangerous Wolves, all the way pushing out of B.
All right, ends up being a 2-for-2. Lysor able to double down. Ah, yes. A good old classic clash of forces at the start of the pistol. Silfat is fortunately not able to draw a bead on Xfero. So RRQ, the party comes to them.
That is Monyet nullifying all of that aggression. The three-piece multi-kill. Starting off hot here. Had some good moments, some rough moments on map 1. Was certainly playing aggressive, though. You can't take that away from him.
I mean, talk about a redemption arc from Monyet. He was the scapegoat after that struggle for PRX in Madrid. He had to find his own way, forge his own path after his tenure with that team, and he's found himself right home here on RRQ.
And it's really taken a long time for RRQ to find their own way, just slowly shifting pieces in their roster as 2024 went on, and then Crazy Guy really being the final piece of the puzzle for them that has taken them to this next level that they could never reach in the past. Jemkin going to get another first kill to open up this anti-eco. That is his specialty, as the rest of the team slowly make their way back. Yellow and...
Wow, that might have been 2 taps, 2 headshots there. Wyatt?
Yeah, they were basically lined up. Okay,
Spike down B.
Trade that out, but that does just remove a ghost, so ultimately, doesn't matter.
Man, Wolves really want to fight these first couple rounds. Always sticking a player right up towards RRQ. Monyet is 5-1. Stunning stuff. Jemkin. That first kill he opens up, continues that trend. Oh.
Wait, that's pretty
That is
sick.
Absolutely raw.
Listen, Monyet is getting pretty close early to having a Viper's Pit for one of these post plants. He is feeling good. You cannot blame him. All right, RRQ, what do you have on this bonus? That basically feels like a full buy. They have 3 Vandals.
Revealing area.
Just your standard recon to get that close info towards the A orb side. As Jemkin patiently waits out any potential aggression, and we'll see how far Juicy wants to take this.
They've done their homework. Jemkin, pen in hand, showing that it will be mightier than the Vandal in this case. Juicy stripped down to a bare 57 points of health. He's out of there.
On the retreat with YU. We'll pivot away from Wolves, and hearing that 2-man retreat, RRQ feel very content to just take the space for free lightning fast trade from Monyet.
The lack of omen here for the defenders means they can't just throw that one way up a green again and slow this down. They lack that level of stall utility that RRQ has access to. Oh, Xvera gets the drop.
Oh, ready for that. Push all the way through. They are going to get into a 3 versus 3 post plant. A lot of damage done to a couple of these RRQ players, however, and that's going to keep them at bay. They're going to want to rotate off. Oh, wow. Eyesore not able to get fully on that. And the cloud goes up so they can cross with some safety. The breaking of that turret is certainly going to give things away.
Monyet had a chance to get ahead of that timing, but could have been awkward. He would have been on his own.
It's a full commitment from Lysor, a very experienced player on this team. Time is dwindling so low. Pressure right now gets his.
Takes a shot down to start with, but at least he's able to find a 1-for-1. Dizzy out on the side. It's Jemkin. Vulnerable down to 47. Sees the wingman coming. Gets to see his breakfast the second time. 3 for Spring in that round. Wolves finally able to slow the game down enough to be in position.
They get there just in time to be able to play off of Lysor's decision to anchor in this situation with that Dizzy coming up top. Monyet forced to break. Perfect swing out timing from Spring. We're right back to the hype from Supat. Right back to it.
For every reason, they're getting off to a decent start after dropping the pistol. Stopping that RRQ bonus is a big deal, and the fact that now we'll still have so many rifles to levy against RRQ's actual buy. But Monyet, with all of his early action, Wyatt has gotten that Viper's Pit online.
RRQ have taken some space towards this A side as they just have Monyet towards spawn, waiting out to see if there's any potential aggression, given Wolves showed a willingness to push hard through B main on that first pistol. Juicy tried it again. Drone going to clear out these close angles near 410, allow Jemkin to slowly work into position. They want to wait this Viper's wall.
No anchor. No one in the sight here for the defenders. They're hoping to make use of that Gecko util, the Owl Drone to get them here. And that Snakebite has effectively stopped the plant for the time being.
And they are taking the time, or Wolves going to try to flood when this recon. Dizzy comes through as well. Why you on the duel? But Jemkin, first blood.
And that position, Jemkin knows he gets a straight up 1v1 if it's only an individual player, and Boiler, but Spring picks him off eventually. Viper's Pit in the post plant. No Gecko to clear this either.
Cover going out.
No lockdown to force the attackers out of it. That's all because Monyet got started so early.
No real utility at all for Wolves. It's going to come down to finding a timing in this pit, trying to root Monyet out.
She assumes the position, and Heaven Cyber doesn't quite have the chance for making the shot. Crazy guy makes it count. Monyet inside the pit there with the shorty. And that's just a situation where Wolves don't really have anything to play into that pit. It's too early for the ultimates that could actually give them an edge there.
I think they missed the timing window that they needed to take, which was flooding back in when there was some initial stall. They stopped the spike being put down. There were 3 players in that dark cover Heaven. But YU takes that first duel. It was a little disjointed from everyone else. I would have liked to have seen them have gotten very proactive before the spike went down, before Monyet could have even gotten that pit off. Lacking that Gecko with the wingman is really tough in that situation, trying to get back in. It's resulted with Wolves being put to a very early eco here. Juicy again, just loving to push up B main, and that has kept Monyet in the spawn. Has to be patient, wait out any further push.
You can always play off that turret contact should there be a push elsewhere from Wolves, if it's up mid, for example. Slow around for RRQ. The regimentation of this team starting to shine through. There's no information really for Wolves about these movements on the map now. This, in theory, would draw someone like Juicy out. That's a token of their Viper Ball. Juicy's starting to wonder what the purpose is. He knows. He knows RRQ are not going B. He knows it's a fake. Just push up pretty close with his pistol. Won't go well.
And off that RRQ. No to accelerate. This is going to be a free plant. Cushy has the spike. Going to get the Hunter's Fury to have that for the next buy round. Things are looking good for RRQ. Would be shocked if they lose too many guns in this situation at all either.
I mean, the level of meticulous that RRQ have taken into this basically full anti-eco round is pretty astounding. They know how important it is to start to build that economic base, so they respect Wolves even on a round where they have basically nothing.
Not that I don't think RRQ would be playing particularly patient and going for some late round pivots anyhow, but it definitely does feel like that pistol round 4-man push from Wolves early on instilled the fear of God in them, and now they are waiting out the potential for a play like that again. And even what was it, round 2 or 3, Juicy just kind of ran it down B main.
Oh, okay, crazy guy. I know we saw that.
Remaining.
YU Sheriff, Wolves detain, and then he will perish to the blast. So Wolves really only popped up for air once so far, that first buy round. Outside of that, silence somewhat, but it will be an op now in the hands of Juicy. Big investment made. Lockdown at the ready for the defenders. And now it's time to put their heads together. Think of how they're supposed to craft a winning recipe in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Cushy will definitely be saving that Hunter's Fury though if the lockdown is used. Just the natural, easy 1-for-1 ult counter could come up. Wolves have also saved up enough cash where they can get an op into the hands of Juicy, go for some of those standard control plays where you have your Jet just watching over a B main, the rest of the team can stack up towards A. Standard ways to control the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how that previous round went. RRQ very carefully went A, hoped for a push-up, had a player sat in spawn watching the B flank. It never came, but eventually they did test Juicy, who was in like a 1 versus 4 with nothing but a classic. Now that kind of round looks vastly different, of course, as they can post him up on yellow. Or on Gen over on the A side. That's less common now because it's so easily denied by an Owl drone to push that Jet off the line. And now, far more options at the disposal of Wolves on this defense side.
I really do want to give Fade a lot of credit.
Absolutely.
The timeouts that he's been taking throughout this tournament. It's easy to point at the players who are going insane individually when Spring has come up with so many crucial duel wins. He's putting up sick numbers, Juicy doing the same. But we've seen countless times out of these timeouts that Wolves directly are able to win the subsequent round. Fade has done so much for this team. Let's see if it'll be the case here. Juicy is opting to actually push down mid with this op. Early drone being used by RRQ to take space towards A.
But he smoked the defender side spawn, so this definitely keeps Wolves looking in that direction, and it is going to open a window for RRQ to probe the map elsewhere.
Trying to make them think that they're going for the iconic Jing play, but it's not going to happen. And even further is Jemkin trying to sell his presence on A. There are rotates being drawn over there, and now that's why you just be caught in the open. It's not even a trade. You can't find one.
Okay, that off for Juicy. Had to find some value this round, and so it does. There will still be a plant though, as Monyet just disrespects the poison orb. Doesn't quite mind if he decays down, he gets his job done.
Maybe Jemkin hoping to find a timing where he can get top 2, pick up that angle. Now just going to rotate back to B main, meet up with the rest of the pack. Juicy pressuring back yellow. Here comes that Hunter's Fury, has to take out the lockdown.
He knows where xFerro has to stand in theory in the back corner, but xFerro is able to win it out.
Standing.
Unclear how he manages to pull that off. But either way, it's backbreaking for Wolves to suffer that double there. Lockdown committed by Lysor, no result for the defenders. RRQ looking dominant.
The most unique, cool thing about this RRQ team is how much they love to run fakes. And choosing to go for that pretty mental fake right out of the timeout just to throw a wrench in the works of the plans laid by Wolves, bringing the op into that round completely disrupts their defensive setup. It's just so bizarre to have a fake Omen TP into a smoke in spawn, then Jemkin selling an A hit so they can get to B with only one defender there. It is a crazy round. It's just so cool to use that out of a timeout just as a massive disruption to whatever the intentions for Wolves were going to be.
And it's kind of conditioning as well. Because what happens next time Crazy Guy does that? Does he stick it? If he gets another ultimate on this half, I'll be very curious to see how he makes use of it. Flush pick going to be drawn out of the defenders here on the B side. That's to stall RRQ, but they are in absolutely no hurry.
Here. It is just this patented patience. Will Wolves walk into their waiting arms? A couple of players getting back yellow with these sheriffs in hand. Jumpkin is prepped and ready.
Going for it. Tailwind forward, wants to take the fight. Easily handles YU. Goes a little bit low.
Here.
This is more than enough for RRQ so far. Once again, respecting these anti-eco situations they're forced to play into. Able to shove Juicy off the line. The Blade Storm is awkwardly applied. Juicy can't get value when Jemkin knows he's going to be coming from the left anyway. What's happening here, Lysol?
30 seconds left.
Effortless play from RRQ. Jemkin just continuing to absolutely dominate in the first kill department. Sure, just an anti-eco, but
planted.
he has been so consistent with that throughout this attack half so far. That is what he is known for.
Honestly, RRQ also more than happy to spend ultimates in these anti-eco scenarios. They don't care. They respect Wolves' capacity on rounds like this just as much as any other, apparently. Flawless round for RRQ. The stacks are piling up.
Probably shouldn't have been, but the economic damage would not have mattered in the slightest anyhow, so we'll give that one a pass.
Stunning
Late
stuff, yeah.
recon as well is just perfect for catching out the players who were
One enemy
having to path out of the way because of Jemkin dashing in there. No opportunity to turn and break the recon. All too easy, Wolves. Again, they want to invest into this operator. Big cash being spent. Juicy not able to find impact in the game yet. Not able to make his mark. Maybe it is now that Viper Wall temporarily will cover up the sight line. He wants to stay top yellow. He has a teammate to help.
Oh, there was an opportunity there. He lingered. That dark cover operating is like the Cascade would in these harbor comps, denying Juicy the ability to peek over the Viper Wall.
This time it is very straightforward from RRQ. Working to B main, get the lockdown off, get the free sight, Viper Wall up. Easy plant, play for the post plant, but a couple significant initiator ultimates that Wolves will have to make a real go at this retake.
The plan for YU. Okay, Juicy's able to pick Monyet off. Xfero's tucked here. Juicy suspects it, but he's been showing barrel this entire time. Subspan through the walls. In fact, gives himself away, but Xfero wants a bit more of it towards the snowman direction. This time, though, Wolves finding some success in his post plant. Ping on Crazy Guy now, and he's going to have to face the music. Eventually, Wolves going to come to collect. And already that defuse gets started. YU pushes on up. Good composure there for Wolves. They had to deal with the lockdown on that round. And they can recover the operator for use later.
RRQ just really wanted to fight forward and entrench themselves in the site. The problem with doing that on Icebox is you just become susceptible to so many positions. I mean, look at Lysor seeing two players just walking up through orange there, and then when you're Xfero, you're awkwardly forced to take a duel with someone that could be in-spawned, and there's a guy in Snowman. It's really overwhelming. I think they wanted to try and play forward and more aggressively against the fact that there could have been those ults coming through rather than just being forced all the way back and allowing Wolves to take the space. But difficult to play either situation regardless. That being said, it's resulted in Wolves not having to use a single ult yet.
No one for Wolves is in this kitchen or slope area. That move up there from Spring, you kind of see there's something funky happening in mid.
Spring is mild. Oh, that God! Lethal shot onto Monya. That was
with a Phantom.
So fast, just as he rounded that corner.
It was really just playing back into the map.
This is looking quite disastrous for RRQ. They're trying to now just slowly creep into this A site. Spring is hungry for more, but shut down by Jemkin. Opportunity to get in, but going to be difficult to pop. These mollies going to keep them at bay. Wolves are not fully buying it. They haven't rotated too quickly over. So it's not like they can flood in or really pressure off of this plant. So RRQ have a fair shot here. Again, I keep repeating myself, but it's these ultimates from Wolves. This Thrash should be able to clear out anyone close, but my eyes are on xFaral. He wants to be the X Factor. He's working his way up mid on this flank.
Chillbat's watching for it though. I don't think xFaral has the timing yet he was hoping for. There's a Thrash. Then there's a player on 410. They drop down. Jemkin in the sight though. He's fighting for his life. White saw his headshot and Cushy on the move up, catches out YU now. We're down to 2 players for Wolves and they've got to make something happen. Hunter's Fury collects nothing. Tucked his Cushy. Juicy from above descends on him. Shorty claims him. And now Jemkin doesn't have the line, he doesn't have a shot on the spike. Gets rid of Juicy, but Superfat is on there. And is able to just win it out. Time is on their side. 0.09 seconds. And the Wolves get a crucial 3rd round.
0.09 is absolutely crazy. Coach Fade needed to...
Just a wry smile.
So yeah, slight smile, take a sip. That looked doomed for Jemkin, given he was so far away. Oh my God. That's keeping Wolves in the half, but it's just not getting any easier. RRQ are so economically ahead. It's buy after buy after buy. Spring on this round is going to opt to just use that pit immediately, control towards this A side. Standard 1 thrown down. The hope for RRQ, if they want to get through it, is going to be using Cushy's drone. It's not going to be expended. And then you have Juicy controlling B main with the AWP. This is a good setup for Wolves right now. I like what they're doing in this early round.
The defense side, KJ turret location is really interesting. Watching out towards top mid, but Lysor is exploring that himself.
I mean, mid is really the only
good option
map where Wolves have a bit of anxiety. And that's why they have rotated, a couple players. You do have Superfat. Oh my God, dangerous. Swings into Jemkin. Never want to do that.
He has to take that risk because there's no turret to take contact of Tube, so you can't swing off that.
Right here. He does actually send out the drone to re-clear Tube. Doesn't spot anyone. Doesn't see anyone going under Tube. Juicy will now have an opportunity to open this round up. Drone is not going to spot him.
This is dangerous. Very dangerous for Juicy. He is in the lion's den. And he's just having to get out somehow. Low is YU. Modnet runs into him. Here's a burst of pace from RRQ and Juicy in 8 health. Still is able to lock it down. It's Jemkin taken out of the game. Juicy knows he's going to get pushed around the corner, and Cushy does finally fell him. RRQ have found the opening they need, and Modnet has a timing from upper. It's on Lightsaw. Passively watching mid for much of the round. He's got a sixth sense about that mid push, but the timing doesn't favor him. He still wins it out. 16 points of health. And Lightsaw is in a 1 versus 1 against Cushy.
That is a brutal whiff. Does Cushy just want to swing out? Does he want to take a timing right now?
Lightsaw sees him coming. And unfortunately, he's not fast enough to stop him. 7 rounds here for RRQ. That one, though, very hard fought.
Got more dangerous than it should have ever been. Shots from Juicy were phenomenal. And how the hell did he get out when he was getting sprayed on that first escape attempt? That was a reality. So crazy. Wolves put back onto the eco. They've been losing so many players, even in the rounds that they've been winning. They just can't buy.
This is shaping up to be a heck of a half from RRQ. Shaky map 1, but your Pacific #1 seed now brimming with confidence on Icebox.
Hey, with that being said, it's not like we haven't seen a team get off to a big lead on Icebox attack, the side swap, and the team that gets onto attack go just as crazy. You can just run over these sites.
Spike planted.
Straightforward early plant. Cushy not bothered by the snake bites. Juicy has to get off that line basically instantly. Wayward Sheriff shot, and Jemkin says, right, well, it's time for me to go to work. I have the sickle. You are the crops that I'm about to reap. Naturally on for the ace as Wolves do not want to feed another Blade Storm over to Jemkin. So they wait. Jemkin starts to close in, and they know Juicy says, no ace for you, I'm running at your teammate. Flawless though for RRQ against this anti-eco. Once again, respecting it and playing with a good burst of pace.
Taking a little note out of their Pacific Brethren's playbook with Karen and Texture. Just gonna steal that ace away during Jemkin's debut. Hate to see that. Another first kill down. Just to add up to what is already a remarkable tally. Lysor won't be too upset about
Calling
dying there, though. That's going to get him the lockdown for this final round. Wolves' final opportunity to get back on the board. Juicy, another operator investment.
Has enough to get full armor as well, so why not?
RRQ taking a lot of early space on A on account of that Jerome being used, hoping that the shock darts will clear out some of the mollies that have really been keeping RRQ at bay while executing. And those shock darts do just that.
There's enough time for Xpero to plant here and walk away with that lockdown intact. That's going to be destroyed. Monyet pushes up, gets rid of it. Viper Spit now going to be thrown out. This is going to deny Boiler away for the defenders for the time being.
Second lockdown as well is going to waste so much time for Wolves. You can see the benefit of having the Omen there. The fact that you can cover up that choke on screens. Monyet could run forward, deal with that. But now I'm looking at the double flank from Wolves. Super aware. What is this teleport from Crazy Guy, man?
The deck stacked against Wolves here, but they're able to find a way in. YU's found his second. Cushy can't quite hold the line. It's going to be Spring who finds the trade. Now on the side of the Bladestorm, it's Juicy. He's looking for more, and I can't believe it. Deck might have been stacked against them, but Wolves draw a Joker. And that's all they need. 4 rounds on this defense side, not too shabby as RRQ has such an early lead.
They go for some mental plays in that post plant, which were dealt with handily by Wolves. Getting 4 on the board, hey, that's enough to win on the side swap for Icebox attack. Get that pistol, get rolling from there. They can make a serious go at it.
RRQ showing a little bit of their prowess though, going ahead 8-4 rounds in this first half of Icebox. Stick around, much more to come for this map, and hopefully series.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Walking past, get blinded by your headlights. Tunnel vision, losing feeling here in paradise. I don't know if I can take it, can we slow it down, down? And telling me to stay low key and roll it sweet. Got me feeling like I'm sitting in your backseat. I don't know, but I'm fine being here for now. I know we'll be fine if you stay here in my mind. Yeah. Talk me out of this crisis. Talk me out of this crisis. I'm down in your sights again. Don't know if I want this to end. Talk me out of this crisis. Talk me out of this crisis. I found myself in.
"15 kills, 8 deaths. 4 of those first kills for Jemkin. He has answered the call as the star player for RRQ. And he's been leading his team from the front on this Icebox map. It's a great start for RRQ. Of course, they really get the opening to the half that they were looking for. Converting that pistol before the bonus goes against them. Let's talk Coinbase Econ report now. Post Jemkin has an astounding 91.5. He is absolutely converting those credits into damage round after round.
Xpero as well, looking good, just hasn't had too many deaths. Monyet having a great half on the Viper. He was finding the really high impact kills. Obviously some struggles over on the side of Wolves. Juicy investing in that operator a lot, and in contrast to Ascent, where Sufao was fragging hard, clutching, yet to make his name here on Icebox, but perhaps if Wolves can rally back on attack, that's where he's going to do it. We've seen this map be so attacker-sided favored at times. Wolves are hoping that's going to be the case for them right now, that they can continue the dream run that they're on. The biggest underdog we've had in this tournament were written off before it even began. And against all odds have made it to the playoffs and are looking like the best team China sent. Not a single soul expected.
And unlike China's #1 seed, it does feel like RRQ is acclimated much more quickly to these conditions than that Shilai Gaming roster.
Certainly. I was so concerned about that when we were getting into that second half of Ascent, when they lost that pistol round in the second half. It felt like we were going to get a repeat of yesterday, that maybe the nerves were there, they weren't ready for the stage, go off to a slow start.
All right, a brief monitor issue has now been rectified. We are moments away from jumping into the pistol in the second half. RRQ lead Wolves 8 rounds to 4. Let's get it started.
RRQ pushing down just a bit to collect that orb on the A side. It's a patient Wolves working forward off this wall. Drone to clear out everything close. Have to be concerned that Jemkin could be tucked somewhere. Spotted out on pipes. Wolves, they want to accelerate, but there are 3 players from RRQ, and they're looking intentional with anchoring. They want to fight.
Dizzy got cleared. Here's Juicy though from Dice. Good little headshot to get him opened up. The Crazy Guy found 2. It doesn't matter. Wolves have the numbers to overwhelm RRQ with some great openers. Should be in a position now to stick the landing. It's on Monyet.
Just look at the death markers there. Everyone from RRQ wanted to flood in, but Wolves winning out the duels.
They're never got a chance to really flood adequately off that rafter position. The pace from Wolves had them really still on the starter's mark when they had to fight.
The second that they got that info with the drone on 2 players, one bottom 410 and then Jemkin was pipes. I'm feeling like, hey, in this moment, positions are going to be scrambled. They're going to be trying to rotate around, get backside. We're going to get in there, just push right together. Everybody swing right together. Win out the duels. Lysor ready to just stand.
This is unbelievably Boostio coded. I'm actually here for every second of it.
Little movement, but a lot of standing. I like it. All right, Wolves. Intending on just going towards A again early. Cushy is happy to keep getting this orb for free.
Lysor takes a Guardian this time around. And you're right, Sufat was definitely a standout player for Wolves on that Ascent game. Somewhat quieter on Wolves' defense side, but got involved in the action in that pistol. Juicy really led the charge. He's got a Vandal. And up they come, inching over towards pipes. Cushy shows a bit of leg, takes damage for it. They've got to know that Jemkin is here. They're checking for it, and the J's gone.
I mean, they are basically running the exact same setup as the pistol round there, except it was a little more active from Cushy, hoping to bait for Jemkin to get a kill at some point, but it's not going to come. Wolves going to slow down the pace. They have not been a team to rush things on these attack rounds.
Much more structured than we expected them to be coming in this tournament, especially in that online. Sfero's got snuck around on a timing. He's had to reveal himself there to take Lysor out of the game. Sufat is low. Handles the Killjoy.
Oh, and Juicy. Nice final shot. Was worried about Sufat for a second there. Could have gotten picked off. Perhaps even that gun recovered. A little bit of damage done, but ultimately not too significant. Wolves going to be able to bring in the important rifles here.
They're just checking for that spot.
Yeah, why not? I mean, they have to, obviously. They caught Jemkin there before, just...
There's a dark cover that's, getting there, but it's a little bit too early for that to bloom properly. So it's a 2-round game. Wolves with that pistol. Now the bonus, though. Some investment being made. It's an outlaw and a bit of an odd round for it, Wyatt.
I want to see how RRQ are going to opt to play with this Jemkin Cushy duo on A this time. It begins, as it has in the prior two, free orb being acquired for the Sova. Wolves would love for Juicy to find an opening pick. Just play slow around him.
It's got to be a headshot, though.
Why you spotted out. A little bit of damage.
He got softened up from that first engagement, so Juicy does get the one shot on him.
Up here, what's the move? Spring, Lysor working mid. They activate that alarm bot and then they just peel back. A minute on the clock. Wolves posted up outside of A, waiting for that dark cover to drop. Crazy Guy is going to be playing with a lot of one-ways, giving his team something to work off of.
Cushy under some pressure now. Just flattened by Dizzy. Couldn't see a damn thing. Juicy's actually opted to take up the Guardian here. They'll be on this A side. Look how meticulous they are. Also, the push-up tube might be illuminating for Lysor.
30 seconds left.
Just this team taking their time. RRQ want to get in there, letting the wingman get the spike down. Lysor just chilling on the flank. Doesn't even need to make that
free.
kill.
The turret's not there to see him out. There was no way Crazy Guy was going to be ready for that walk up mid. Is that do we count that as an A split? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Doesn't count. Doesn't count. But I do like the round from Wolves.
What a bonus!
I mean, it starts off with this Outlaw. You called it. Jumpkin just takes a little bit of damage from YU, so he's one-shottable. After that, you have Spring and Lysor in mid. They trip that Killjoy utility, break it. Lysor bides his time. Spring goes back to the pack. Hit in with a 4-man swing into that A side. Lysor comes late. Nice little round that Wolves have played to convert this bonus. On the cusp of tying the game up. RRQ and Jemkin pushing a bit deeper than on those prior rounds up in Nest.
The plot armor on Wolves is pretty absurd. That play off the bonus working so beautifully. Coffers overflowing. Patient here. This approach is Aldrone likely to reveal, some positioning. Kuchi's down. Jemkin wants to stick around. It ends up being to his detriment also. Feel back.
No more.
Comfortably converts, and now RRQ, really don't have much to work with. They are run ragged on this A side. It's just Crazy Guy. Best he can hope for here is some kind of odd timing. Juicy is not going to give him an inch, baby.
This one is as good as done. Get another plant for that wingman. While you're getting very close to the Thrash, obviously it's just easy to cycle that ultimate for the Gecko over and over. That's one of the major benefits of running the agent, that we don't see a whole lot of Gecko being played like we used to last year. Still effective enough on Icebox, one of the better initiators you can play for this map. Monyet recovers that rifle, just going to save. RRQ having trouble so far with this slow style that Wolves love to play. It's even funny to hear them talking about wanting to increase the pace in some of these games in their press conferences. When it comes to the attack sides, they are often as patient as it gets.
And there you have it. Toronto, we have an even game. How are you feeling? That's what I like to hear. Wolves so unsteady, clawing these rounds back. Build up the pistol win. Now potentially, threatening to drive this game away from RRQ. This would be a timely moment to call that timeout, get Coach Ewok in the ears of the Pacific #1 seed.
Wolves are just trying to do what RRQ couldn't on that first map. Second half comeback, but actually close things out. The difference may just come from the fact that RRQ at least lost the pistol, and so it's made things a little bit easier for Wolves to just get this to 8-8. Their economy is absolutely out of control.
And unfortunately for RRQ, Jemkin has not been able to score a kill on this half yet.
Now, he's been trying to play aggro, but there hasn't really been utility behind him. It's just trying to tuck in corners, take a duel, dash away. There was that pretty unlucky round where he ran into the Outlaw after taking damage from YU. Then also just playing the tuck angle on pipes a couple times. Maybe at some point they can try to sync something up for him. But that being said, with this comp, they don't really have the flashes to play around either. You don't have that Dizzy to swing off of. You don't have a KO where you can throw a deep pop flash. Those are just not available to him. And they also don't have the economy to get an AWP in his hands, which is pretty unfortunate. I feel like at some point they're going to need to lean into that. It can't be now, however.
Something brewing though, over on the B side of the map. This is going to be checked for, and very quickly Dizzy is pacified. Wolves realize just how far up RRQ have pushed. But for how long can they afford to maintain that advanced footing on the defense side? Because now Wolves will go elsewhere. They will sniff out
Placing swarm grenade.
a route to the plant.
Yeah, Lysor had thrown a deep alarm bot into B main, but it does get broken, as does this turret.
So Cushy now can no longer get that free information in mid.
Yeah, they want to be able to at least feign that they can pressure towards mid. Jemkin doing what he's been doing on these prior rounds.
Finally on the board in the second half. And as per usual, first kill. He was 4-0 in the first half of Icebox.
That was a rapid trade, though, as this drone gets a lot of info deep in the A site. Intentions, of course, to just draw the attention of RRQ onto A, while the rest of the team just slowly, silently contact remain. One-way Cloud going to drop.
They're almost guaranteed a plant here.
Yeah, now that the
30
wall
seconds left.
goes up, Crazy Guy has no opportunity to try to take an engagement from Snowman, but does eventually have to drop. 20 seconds now. Wants to swing out, but RRQ, they're just so spread across the map that it doesn't give anyone an opportunity to get too active. They have to go for a full retake. Cushy has the Hunter Sphere. That's the best tool that they've got available right now.
Going to help them clear yellow, potentially. They're already pinging over in that direction. Juicy in on the side. That's troublesome for Monye. There it is. Okay, so Spring is picked up, and that also turns off the Viper Wall for later. Juicy now knows he's going to get multi-swung on this corner. It's getting a little bit close. Oh, no! It's a disaster for RRQ. And Cushy now just steps up to the side, knows he's virtually cooked here. Gets it to half, has to fight for his life. One more tap and he'll have it. Sufat doesn't give him the full kit and caboodle though. He won't give him an inch. Ice cold is Sufat. And he knows he has just delivered a back-breaking round win for Wolves.
He absolutely worked him. Just swinging out with the gun barrel is devious. Fair play to Cushy. He made a serious go at it. Wolves played that well, dividing themselves. Juicy running away, being the first to rush him. That is so sick.
Wolves are in the lead. What a massive round. RRQ, that was a buy, an investment from them. Even the Hunter's Fury committed to the round. And now, Wolves with Viper's Pit and Thrash and Bladestorm. And a lead heading to round 18.
Jemkin has picked up that hero Vandal. Intentions of fighting all of RRQ here. They swing out together, but the weapons are good enough to shut down by Wolves.
Decent enough, I suppose, for a buy of this nature. Monye giving him hell. Attack Sparrow with only a Sheriff. And blinking, you'll miss it. Wolves charge into the lead. It's 10-8.
RRQ just lacking the utility required for some of these aggro plays. It's just coming down to having to straight up fight together, and they're at such a disadvantage there with just the one rifle. Player with a Sheriff, it's just not enough. Into this next round, I wanted to see this up at some point. Finally, the economy has gotten to a place where RRQ can actually purchase it, give it to Jemkin. This is going to have to be the crux of their success. To win a couple rounds in a row, get back in this half that has fallen completely out of their grasp. Try to win their map pick to take us to Lotus.
Wolves really trying to check every single corner here. They're definitely conditioned to Jemkin playing up close in Nest, and a player playing low from pipes.
This is going to force him down to the low ground.
This is it.
They just, again, want to slow things down. Take this space towards A, then work into the exec. Drone does spot out Sufat. Good info to see the Sova there. And that's actually going to call a rotate from B. Look at Monye. He's trying to get to A right now. The execute's coming through. Dizzy over the top.
Jemkin is forced back, finally off that line. Has to drop low. Thrash could be a big problem for the Jet too.
I'd say execute's coming through. Wolves, they're content to just keep playing it slow. Wait for this Thrash. Here we go. Now it's on.
YU sees the Omen TP away, spots two players in. Rafter knows that's probably enough to be going on with. It's Juicy into Nest. Crazy Guy doesn't have a chance to get eyes on him now. Juicy appears out of nowhere in the low ground. And Jemkin was forced off the side with his op. Desperately trying to get this weapon in his hands. And he's put it to use against Spring, but he remains on the outside looking in. And now Juicy is not done! Cutting a bloody swat through all of RRQ, such that Monye at 5 health. He's got no business even trying to win the round for his team. RRQ are going to drop a third consecutive round.
Too scared to even attempt to go save that op with the low HP. Playing it safe, getting out with the rifle only. Jemkin gets one, but it's too little too late when he does.
That's right. Wolves are going to buy almost for the rest of the game.
No, the bank is absolutely outrageous for them. Spring going to have a Viper's Pit into this next round. You have Lysor 1 away from getting the lockdown. Juicy at some point pretty low on the scoreboard for Wolves, and now the most kills in the server at 19. He has been outrageous, and his story is just incredible. I mean, ascending years ago with Crazy Guy on his team, but being unable to play due to not being eligible with his age, forced to wait until this year, can't get a team to join in Pacific, has to join Wolves, the team that had zero expectations, were written off by the community coming into this, and just can't stop winning. The confidence is flowing. Like Sufa said, he has no fear of being eliminated. They've defied their own expectations already, and they just want to see how far they can take it. It's unbelievable that they've gotten to this point.
And Wolves, they want to keep that underdog moniker for as long as humanly possible. But after a game like this, I don't know how easy that's going to be for them to maintain. They are toppling some incredible teams, but I've got to say RRQ would be by far the biggest, most high-profile notch in their belt ever. And they pick Ascent against them. The audacity to choose RRQ's best map to start the series, and they take them to task. They're doing the same now on Icebox. Jemkin might not get it off back in his hands. He's saving this round for perhaps exactly that reason.
RRQ are just thrust into another tragic buy. Monyet with the hero rifle that he saved from that last round. Perhaps here, if they can get a cheeky kill, there will be an opportunity to commit the ultimates that they have. Cushy is getting close to that Hunter's Fury as well, just one orb away now. Jemkin is pushed up. He wants to take another first engagement, but it looks like he's just going to be flashed off this line by YU, and you're going to have Juicy swing out of this dark cover. Here it comes, forced to retreat.
Cloudburst gets him out, but Jemkin wants to linger. Knows that if a player pushed up and a weapon upgrade was offered to him, he'd gladly make use of it.
These lurks from Wolves have been getting so much impact as well. Spring has just picked his moments, really bided his time until the exact timing to spring the trap. Dizzy over time, it catches Cushy at 410, dangerous, but the dark cover will keep him protected, allow him to retreat.
Yeah, Juicy doesn't really want to test it. Despite RRQ being on a weaker buy, Spring also could try. Bro, what? The mosh pit for Crazy Guy. That is a devastating loss. Cushy now is going to start hunting for something. The clock is starting to bleed. Wolves are really slowing the pace down.
It feels desperate. They're letting RRQ scramble, fear the oncoming hit, get into bad position. Sufa ready to swing. The lockdown is coming through. What a kill from Cushy.
Traded out. It's going to be a lockdown for the attack side as well. Both are going to be active. Wingman's going to go and try and get a plant down. Spring tries to get involved from mid. Juicy is there!
Enemy remaining.
And it's on Monyet. Again, he's forced out of it. This time, though, he's got no choice. He's going to deliver some pure magic for RRQ.
That was absolute chaos with the double lockdown. The Wingman getting broken. Monyet pressing forward. Duel against Nightstor. Dangerous to even offer him that opportunity.
Now they know exactly where Monyet is. Over to the sky, gives it a tap, but Juicy delivers yet again.
He has been lethal on this attack side, running over RRQ.
Wolves with multiple opportunities now to close out the match. And Juicy's at 22 and 14. Lights out of the last few rounds. Viper's Pit for a Wolves post plant. It's time for RRQ to pull out all the stops.
For all the hype that Jemkin has gotten coming into this tournament, Juicy is showing us who the real hot prospect coming out of Pacific is. He has been unreal. Crazy Guy forced back by the Dizzy, and it's Juicy over top again.
And it's on Jemkin. The first kill architect for RRQ, the star player, already silenced. Nothing's going right for this #1 squad from APAC.
And it seems like we're just going to go back to this same recipe for success from Wolves. They're slowing it down outside of A. Patience. Allow RRQ to make a mistake and then swing over the top. There's the Dizzy. Juicy kept at bay temporarily.
Good patience. Pinged out by the recon bot and doesn't want to try and push the issue, but Kushi's already out of the picture. Sufat is chilling on the nano swarm, wants to get that space. YU coming forward and now it's getting a little bit sloppy. Monyet and Xfero, last two standing.
Enemy remaining.
And it's all on Xfero to keep RRQ in the upper bracket. They don't always hear. Sufat down on the timing. This will have Lysor's head on a swivel though. Turret to play with. All of his util at his disposal. Can Xfero solve the puzzle? Around the corner, Lysor and Juicy doubled up. Juicy in a position to trade. Should Lysor get information on Xfero's spot? He's on the move! And RRQ trying to run with the Wolves. Left in their dust. The main characters of Masters Toronto are still on the hunt.
The dream run continues for the team that no one thought would even make it out of the Swiss stage, now into the upper semi-finals. The third seed from China looking like the best team in the region, and it's undisputed. What Juicy just did to his ex-teammate and Crazy Guy, shutting down Jemkin, the most hyped duelist coming out of Pacific, was sick. That attack side run he was on, so many multi-kills, just shooting up to the top of the scoreboard, finishing with 23 for 14, 8 first bloods. Are you joking? He is him. He's so different.
And it just seems like there's some magic about this Wolves roster. Almost like it's meant to be. Who will stand in their way? For now, we're going to go to the Golden Boy down on the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with the man, Lysor.
All right, guys, give it up one more time for the Wolves! Unbelievable stuff. Lysor, Poppy, come over here, buddy. Hold on. Let me get you. You guys go ahead, meet the adoring audience. Holy moly. Once again, what a way to close that one out. Lysor, you talked about not having confidence coming in to this game, to this event, but you just ended that match with 4 kills, and it looked beautiful. How do you feel right now, buddy?
因为其实你之前也有提到过，在来到这回多伦多大师赛的时候，可能确实有的时候没有那么自信。但是刚才在这场比赛里，也是以一个你的4杀结束了战局。那现在感觉如何呢？现在觉得自信吗？
我现在感觉非常开心。然后刚来到这个舞台的时候，怎么说呢？心里头确实怎么说，感觉不够自信。后面我的教练告诉我相信自己，然后我兄弟们也告诉我，他们也听我，我真的很开心。 我现在感觉很自信，我很相信我团队，我也相信自己，我觉得我们会继续赢下去。
I think I'm really happy right now.
Yeah.
I remember when I first stand on this stage, I was not confident at all. But my coach told me that you are good enough. You need to trust yourself. And also my teammates always encourage me, and we trust each other. We encourage each other.
Yeah.
And right now I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty confident. And I'm pretty sure we are going to go forward in this tournament.
Well, I think with that result there, he should be feeling confident. Ain't that right, Toronto? Unbelievable. Now, we have to mention, oh yeah, there you go, well done. Now, we have to mention, RRQ chose you guys. So how, I guess, did you feel when you saw RRQ make that selection? Was the team like confident that this would be a victory for the Wolves?
因为其实在这场比赛里是 RRQ 先选择了你们嘛，所以也想知道在 RRQ 选择了你们之后，你们大概是什么样的感受？然后同时你们会觉得能赢下他们吗？
他们选我们以后，我就感觉我们能赢吧，我很自信，我也很相信我的团队，我觉得我们能力可以赢下去。
To be honest, after they chose us, I think I'm really confident that we could beat them.
Yeah.
As I said before, we trust each other, and I really trust my teammates. I think we could beat RRQ in this matchup.
Hey, and you most definitely did. But the last thing I want to ask, we keep seeing you stand up after every round, every moment. How do we get you to do something else? How do we get you to like talk trash or maybe just throw some shade at the other team?
因为其实我们可以看到，在比赛里你一直不断的在站起来，几乎每一回合你都会站起来嘛。也想知道，除去站起来以外，可能你有的时候会不会做一些其他的东西，比如说说一些垃圾话，或者说做一些什么样的手势呢？
可以带一些手势，我觉得是怎么带，我是看感觉。如果我感觉来了，我带手势；然后我感觉来了，我就站起来，因为感觉很开心嘛。
I think I could do something else maybe in the upcoming matches, and it's all depends on my feelings. Sometimes I feel like I want to stand up, and sometimes I feel like I want to do some gesture to our opponents. It depends on the feelings.
Oh, well, I look forward to seeing what you come up with, buddy. Guys, give it up one more time for Lysor and the Wolves! Send it back over to the desk.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance together.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm up the shit with my brothers. Keep lethal weapons and Glover. Push make a young nigga thugger. You know best friend is a cover. Girl on me bouncing like flubber. Boy young with money like stunner. 300 a pint pour all summer. Shoot on sight if you fuck with my come up. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sip the Sprite pour all night at the function. Yeah, we bumped 21, ain't no jumping. Feed the X and the X did the dumb shit. Said I rock one-on-one how I've done shit. In your eyes, see you jump if I smoke this. Bump an X when I flex for the youngin'. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sip the Sprite pour all night at the flight at the funk. Pull up to the club. Pop that.
I can't do this right now.
Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. See the spike all night at the night at the phone.
Not none of the #1 seeds have managed to pick up a single map win so far at playoffs, and it's time to see if EMEA's only hope, Fnatic, can break that curse against Gen G. I am your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It feels weird to say that sentence out loud, but this is probably the most difficult matchup a #1 seed has had to face so far this tournament.
If you were to tell me this is seed 1 versus seed 1, after they've won and finding out with each other in the upper bracket, I would 100% believe you, because the form that we've seen from Gen G is not of a second seed, is not anything but first seed.
Yeah, and you almost got to feel for Fnatic, because this is now the second time that, everyone gets to pick their matchup. They're going to be so happy. And Fnatic is forced to pick Gen G. They have no choice for another tournament, Yinsu.
They need to send Ben next time, because Kojo failed, Milan failed. I think Ben with the Irish luck could maybe help them. But you've heard it from Munchkin as well in that daily teaser. It's because everyone else is too scared to pick them. They're cowards.
That was absolutely cold from him. But you have to agree, most of the teams would looking at Gen G and their run that they had through the Swiss stage, and you would think, I do not want to go up against them, especially since they have warmed up and we haven't. And this picture sums it up. Koju, back in time, what was it, in Shanghai?
It was, yeah, it was.
And then Milan the other day just, left with that.
Just a 1,000-yard stare holding on to the Gen G logo there. It is a very tough matchup to draw. Gen G only lost 20 rounds across their Swiss stage run. In my opinion, they look like the strongest team coming out of Switch. They had to switch into some new compositions, but they just went right into double smokes, a lot of solo Sova, and I feel like Texture, as a player, he's so good in that kind of meta. When he's been at his best, he doesn't need a ton of initiator utility. He's so self-sufficient. One Sova Dart and that can just win it.
For most people that don't remember this, Breeze, Fnatic had the chance. They were ahead. They could have won that 2-1. Kakuka, they threw. They ended up bombing out of the tournament. And you remember how much that got to Boaster. He cried at the press conference, and he even said that this is one of the lowest points of his entire career.
It's getting so close, especially once you've had a good year and then you're put at stake. Everybody's thinking if you are still the team that you once were in 2023, and if you can keep that up. But today, they have a chance to change history, to redeem themselves and do it against the same team.
And I think these teams respectively represent for Fnatic the best squad of 2023 if you look across the whole year. And it's like the same here for Gen G last year with the performance they had in 2024. But the history, that relationship between these guys is very much there, Yinsu.
For the people that don't know this is one of the probably biggest curses in Valorant. The X team are expected to win this event, and Kakuka, it has worked.
It so many times.
It's worked for 2 out of the 4 tournaments that he's done this in.
I'd say that for every tournament you have to, trust your gut. Why wouldn't you do it? Just play your luck.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to work this time. I don't think even the power of the tweet is going to give Fnatic a win.
Gonna need a little bit more than a curse to beat Gen G in their current form.
Listen, if Achilles has missed a prediction, anything can happen today.
He actually did earlier. But let's talk about this Fnatic, because after kickoff, I don't think many people expected them to be back on the global stage with Kayak and Crashies. Crashies is back.
This is such an honestly redemption year for Fnatic, right? After having a really tough 2024, losing out on Durka, not having Leo on the roster coming into this year. But despite all that, they have found fantastic players in Kayak and Crashies to fill that void, and they're back on top in EMEA. They're defining a lot of the meta ideas. This is the Fnatic that we were missing in 2024.
I love the balance that we're seeing. 3 made changes, at least in my head, from the Fnatic that we knew at the beginning of the year, and this one. Of course, El Mapari not being the head coach, now Milan and Scott in head coach and assistant coaches, respectively, in those positions. 1, Crashies having that resurgence, I think finding himself again, how he wants to play, how he can help this team, and the way that they have led Kayak to be the great duelist that he is today. He was amazing last year in Apex, but filling in the shoes of Durka is not something that anyone could do.
Yeah, a quick turnaround from playing Ascension to now coming here and being on a top level with Fnatic. But there were questions how well Crashies would fit in, playing not with the Optic Core for the first time, but by all accounts, he has been so good on this roster.
Yeah, and even at that arrival little slow motion walk, I've been to many events where Crashies has been there. I have never seen him slow motion walk that towards the camera with a smile. That is the only time I think on a global stage.
That's
we've
what we
ever
do to
seen
people.
him.
We're like Canada. We make
Yeah.
people smile and nicer.
I don't think it's that. I think it's Boaster. Do you know what? I think it is. I'm going to give the people what they want. The Boaster Crashies bromance, the way every single time the camera goes to them, you can expect the silliness out of Boaster. But Kakuka, did you expect the whimsicalness coming out of Crashies of all people?
I think that since it was consistent from the beginning, I think that the fact that he was not having a good kickoff and whatnot did not affect the trust that Boaster had in him. It takes you from, I was there with you when things were not good, so now that things are good, I am so happy I'm still sharing it with you.
And you see both these guys are such accomplished players, but the character of Crashies is so different. Optic were always the bad guys, even before that when they were Envy, even past that when they were NRG. And now he's here with Fnatic and he's smiling, he's laughing, he's having a good time, and fans are loving him for it. And he's doing that while also playing pretty much as good as he was playing back on that championship winning roster.
Well, he himself said when he won EMEA, which by the way, he's never won a domestic trophy before until he came to EMEA, which is the weirdest thing to say. But Mimi, he said it himself, I actually think this is my prime. And now you've also been there with the Optic, Envy, maybe even T1 Crashies back in the day. Would you agree that he's coming into this tournament at his prime?
If we're talking stage 1 form, I honestly believe it, right? Like, I'm still yet to see if he's going to surpass that form, because I think it has to come to performing at a global level, getting deep into playoffs like he did back on Optic. But the signs are there. His util's been great. He's clutching again. He's fragging again. He's smiling in the server. It's everything you want from Crashies.
And Kakuka, you get to do the easy job of selling to a global audience who Kayak is.
Okay, so if you do not know this player, last year he led his team to win Ascension and got to Apex, that 12th slot in EMEA. He got the offer from Fnatic, and again, filling up the shoes of Derget, one of the, if not the most popular duelist in our region and in the world, definitely a top 3. From the beginning, he has been performing, being flexible in various and different heroes and fitted into the style of Fnatic. Now, hear me out. It was not easy, it was not always easy, but time and time again, they found solutions to every single issue. And he's very good on a stage. I think that having all this crowd here supporting him is going to do wonders for him.
He went plus 40 in kills during the EMEA Grand Finals. He was like the best statistical player of EMEA playoffs as well. But he is a really young guy. This is his first global tournament that he's going to be attending, and he obviously had an outrageous showing back in EMEA. So I think a lot of the questions for this tournament about whether Fnatic can win another trophy come down to if Kayak can show us that form he did back in EMEA. But with teammates like that, I think they can bring it out of him.
Yeah, and I remember back on Ascension, of course, at that grand final, he was so nervous. He choked, he underperformed. He had all these kind of rumors and labels of him being an onliner, but he's proved himself, proved everybody wrong already, like you spoke about. But the question is, though, Kakuka, is he going to be able to do that to Gen.G?
And especially the head-to-head that we were speaking of with Texture at the beginning of the day, when we think about the MVP raise, that bracelet that we're going to give at the end of the tournament, Texture has to be a name up there. But having some rookies, some new faces, players like Kaya coming into the match and into the tournament as the first seed, can they make the same impression that some other teams have been doing? Because Gen.G had an absolute wonder of a time during the Swiss stage. They had the most impressive performance I kind of expected, but especially when I think about Texture, and that head-to-head is going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, he was just so good throughout the Swiss stage. It was honestly just such a clean run for them. Gen.G is one of those teams where you watch them and you feel like they can almost just like slow the rounds down super well. You never see them getting flustered. It's very rare for players to actually go and overheat. They're just on point with all of the basics, and then you add in some of the best individual aimers in Valorant to that mix and a great meta read, and you get a team who looks primed to go deep.
Yeah, and Mimi, so far the teams that have gone up against Gen.G have somehow forgotten can op.
Yeah.
They just ignore that for some reason.
I love him opping on Neon. He's one of like the only players that consistently does that, past like Kiwi back when he was on.
Oh wow,
it's a rare one.
I did not expect that one.
For you,
hey, oh, thank you very much, Mimi.
But yeah, Texture was just a beast with the op. His rifling looked good, and honestly, I just love his reactions. Every time his ace gets stolen, he's popping off. He's making a show on that stage.
Look at this number. Texture got a kill in 76% of the rounds that he played with the operator. For you to give you some more of the numbers, he played operator out of the 72 rounds that he needed to qualify to this on 25. That is a 35 almost % of the round being played with the operator. So first thing for Fnatic, they know that that is going to be a winning condition for the side of Gen G. How are you going to deal with that? But on the other side, if things are very even down, the
situation before, but with a different team. What's the difference between your experience and your experience now with Gen
that would help my team, something that, you know, would really help the team in the whole situation, right? But coming in this year, I just push myself and try and to do whatever I want to do. So I think it was that mindset change.
I think the results are congratulations on seeing you on the stage.
It's so nice to hear that from Foxy because I mean he's been
his entire time with DRX, he was in this position of like getting benched, getting put back on the main roster, underperforming at global events. It seems like Foxy 9 is the player from Pacific that we've always been waiting to see fulfill his potential, and he never really has. But at this event, he's really let go of some of those mental blocks, it seems. He's playing so well individually, he's having fun on the stage. It seems like Pacific Foxy is finally out of the road.
most important thing, you do not forget the deadlock. Seeing any way you're playing the deadlock, the way that Foxy 9 was doing it, it's very weird because you see the the utility tell me so many things to do during the round, and Foxy 9 still managed to find the kills, find the impact in every single one of the sets in the round. So really looking forward to see what Gen G is going to do in the playoffs now.
Yeah, and it's been such a long time since we've been able to control players like Foxy 9, one of the best in the world, somebody that looked like they could lift a trophy. So it's going to be interesting to see how some of
this pool. And if Gen.G is going to beat them, doing it on those maps would be a real testament to how good this team is.
Yeah, if we think about the way that Fnatic have been interpreting this meta, yes, they've played some Tejo, but not a lot of it. It's not going to be as taxing as for most of the teams that we had in the tournament that were swapped into a complete Tejo meta. But if you think about Fnatic and the Haven, you think about that Yoru, that Yet, that double duelist, that has been a characteristic of them, and Gen.G has a read on that.
Yeah, both these first two maps, they're playing comps where Fnatic never had the Teo in the mix. But in my opinion, out of the Swiss stage, Gen.G was probably the best team at adapting away from the Teo. They played double smokes, they had Texture playing super well on the duels, even with less initiator support. It was no problem for Gen.G.
And I want to quickly mention Alpha here, because this is the first time we're going to see him play on stage, no longer as a teenager. He's had his 20th birthday last week, and he's going to be able to play Duelist for the first two maps if they don't change anything in terms of their comms. And again, if you're not familiar with them, Kukuka, it is not weird to see them not change their comms at all.
Absolutely. We're speaking about a team that likes to play it safe, and also because they've ridden the meta in so many maps. They find the key to what makes a composition very, very strong in any of the maps that we have in the game, and they stick to that. They make it work time and time again. And if it doesn't, they find a very, very quick fix. Now, on the side of Gen.G, do not forget, we're speaking about Fnatic and the Haven and whatnot. Gen.G obliterated MIBR on their map. It wasn't even funny, maybe.
Yeah, 13-1. MIBR got smoked. And a lot of that came down to Texture on the Neon. The thing I'm watching out for, on defense especially, is how he plays with the off. He's a player who loves taking any space you give him. Walking down C, walking down A, getting forward lines posted with that operator. But because he's Neon, he's still going to have super fast rotates, can switch a rifle with a teammate, and use that stun and that slide to be effective in the retake as well.
And I just wonder how they can deal with the Viper Omen. Fnatic, this is the combo of Viper Omen. You don't see that in EMEA, so they wouldn't have had a lot of practice on it, and they're not going to change anything.
Oh, pretends to be shocked.
Yeah, no surprises.
What are we going to say? No surprises. No, absolutely. But we need to look at Alpha here as well. He is a great Sentinel, but even a better duelist. He's just in himself. He's just in his G's. He cannot help but being a difference maker in this map, maybe.
I want to see Fnatic playing forward on their sights, not playing into retake quite as often, fighting up. But that's exactly what Double Duelist is great at. The pitfall of playing against Viper is falling back into these post plants, trying to flood through that orb. It's a recipe for disaster. But when you have Kayak and Alpha as the point men to fight into your opponent's space, I think that's a really good matchup for Fnatic.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to get into this game, and I bet you our casters will be very excited as well. One of them, you know him, he's been almost flawless in his predictions. We've definitely heard about it quite a few times. And the other guy who's standing next to him in just a moment is probably going to be sick of hearing how flawless his predictions has been. Of course, I'm talking about Achilles and Paperton.
He has been sick of it. He's very glad to see me finally falter in the Preds. But here we go. We have a Grand Finals caliber matchup here in theory between Gen.G and Fnatic. As we get ready to go into this one, they've only faced that one time prior back at Masters Shanghai where Gen.G was able to get the better of them.
Exactly. It's crazy how similar the storyline is between these two teams. Both teams have won a Masters. Both teams are coming in with 3 players of the core of those Masters still on the rosters, but they're swapping in a couple new players and looking to get another Masters trophy.
The barrier's dropping. Series.
choices in the opponent's defense and make calls off the back of that. So even though he loses the fight, he knows there's only the ISO still on A. Calls the reinforcements over after Foxy gets the kill on the Crashies. So now we go into the rifle round here for Fnatic. One shot to that. Guardians, always scary against Gen G players. Check it.
Spot out, practice, under the slide away without taking any damage.
Wanting to scale into the site, at least initially. A little bit of time here, wait for Foxy. Figure out what's going on over in garage. Be quiet. I've got a tripwire in front of me. It's going to be the plan here. Later, we're going to trap.
On the seaside of Gen G, let the pump fake some Fnatic. He said pushes forward to Seward. Target to be found. Counterswing is there. Texture brings it back. The player disadvantage here for Gen G. Get ready to have the spike planted. Scary going to be online. This is Ash. Utilize this.
Munchkin using against Boaster. That's going to be an actually really crucial battle across this map, is keeping track of Munchkin's position. It's a setup from Crashies with the recon dart. Very nicely done. And winning against Texture. No easy feat, as we have seen throughout this tournament. And that's huge for Fnatic. Boaster's really starting to pick it up in the fragging part. It's a great round for him. Some big individual plays now out here as the ISO. best riflers out there.
Fans will try to lead the charge. Here, Panther ready here. See that undercut. Shifts it through. He'll get zoned back, so he can play off with any spam. Gen G will evacuate the area, slide back through window. Slid forward here. Coming through. Kidnaps one away. In the meantime, this Yoru is striking. Coyote's taking it for too much. He's going to be Scratches on the peak from Sewer. Down to A long. He's from the shadows. 3. Commit for that.
Campbell. Open side of the map, but practically.
Wagner. Ever closer to it. Gun barrel going to be spotted. Gen G. Here we have the Rogues from Yeah.
texture. Good for the last two with the Guardian. So, okay. Not the end of the world at all for Fnatic, but it's the start Gen G needed for this half. Now we go into their bonus. Couple Bulldogs, couple Guardians, and a Stinger for Munchkin. And they're just going to play it a little bit slow off the rip, our Fnatic, but Karan so far forward.
Karan is upping the pace. Boaster, if he just comes backpedaling out of this smoke, almost certainly he's going to be dead to right. Karan, though, it's a swing, get a little bit more information. Still, he's going to be rewarded with the kill on attempt at the ADS. Boaster does manage to come out on top. Eliminated. One of the dual-pronged tips of the spear. It does get taken down, but Texture similarly prone to fall. Timing does come across. Munchkin able to go ahead and collect that elimination. Scoops up the weapon. Backpedals through the wall to safety here on the B site. Keeps it down to a 3v3.
Great read by Munchkin, understanding that more often than not, Chronicle's going to be on his own, and on a bonus, it's well worth the risk to go for that gun. Very nice play. Keeping up the weaponry advantage. 9 potentially going to be tasked doing a lot here, but a little bit of a misguess by Fnatic on where KJ Util would be. That's bought them a little bit of extra time and even got the drone committed by Fnatic.
Catch Foxy on this angle. Alphayer again gets caught off guard.
30 seconds left.
So there's going to be more pressure coming out of the garage. Munchkin swooping in from behind. Paranoia going to be avoided. But Dark is able to find that. Hitting him, but it doesn't matter. It seems as Munchkin in the perfect place at the perfect time. And Gen G this time get the bonus conversion.
The game sense on Munchkin is incredible. And he had a little bit to say there to Fnatic at the end of it, but Karan is good for the one and done. But that play right there by Munchkin changes this round. And he's able to find that flank angle as well. Foxy9, just great positioning there. Getting his kill, using his turret to back off into safety to make sure he doesn't give himself up for free, to set up his IGL to swoop in from behind. And now it is going to be Fnatic's turn to take a timeout, talk about how exactly they want to approach this attacker side from now on, because it looks like Gen G's got a phenomenal read.
Coming alive, and I mean, we knew coming into this that this was going to end up being a battle of the brains between Munchkin and Boaster, trying to get the read, trying to get the download on each other's tendencies.
Absolutely.
Seems like so far, reads favoring the defending IGLs.
Yeah, I thought maybe Fnatic would have some good util combos like we saw on that defender side, that you could kind of go in lockstep with the ISO and the Yoru to really break open some sites, get some picks. And so far, Gen G's had all the answers. They've been matching Fnatic's movements really nicely. Having kind of that extra player in the right place at the right time. That kill in a Chronicle, for example, so far has been very impactful. It's going to be a Guardian for Ash. Everybody else has rifles, some Stingers.
Yeah, some reconsiderations here from Fnatic.
Okay, they're investing a bit into this round.
More oomph behind it.
Standing ahead.
Boaster again with this early TP into a smoke, looking to see if anybody's going to try to take advantage of that long A angle twice, but deep recon dart doesn't catch anybody from Fnatic, but let's see if they want to try to take a little bit of space off the back of that. There's going to be a smoke put down by Karan, pinged out by Fnatic, a little bit wary. Maybe somebody's trying to, tuck behind these smokes. That's something Munchkin would 100% do, especially with his toxic screen available as a potential escape tool. Very diligent, like what I'm seeing from Boaster and Fnatic. Really good awareness of some of Gen G's tendencies.
I have the spike. Less than a minute remaining. Players about to cut their way out through window here. There's a Kayak. Eating the dart. Crash now going to be sent forward as Alfier sent on solo exploration up towards this B site. Wall going to be raised once again, but Texture clearly anticipating this pressure. Backs off, has Munchkin on the flank there at the A connector. You see the ping coming down. Fnatic are reading this well.
30 seconds left.
B site. Opened up and trying to find anything. Texture has to back away. To think that maybe it's going to be repositioned, but Munchkin does still manage to find Boaster. Not doing him here. Now that pivot is going to be coming through. Just 13 seconds remaining here on the clock. Foxy9 still going to be situated on the side. Texture here inside of the window. And Foxy9 looks to try to cut them down to size. Finds another to swing out. Chronicle able to find him, but the round is already over. The time is gone. And Munchkin grind them into a fine pulp. As
continue, now tying things at 8-8.
Yeah, I mean, you could see the layers in this round for Gen G. Getting a good read here that this was going to be beat. Texture playing this really nicely, being very cautious, giving anything up for free. Using that smoke from Karan to set up the spam angle for him and Munchkin. And then the quick pivot over through Garage when time is so limited. They know that even if they get identified by the Sova util or the Cypher util, they can just keep challenging them, just keep delaying them, and that's all that matters. Now Texture has the op. Desk was highlighting it, how important that has been, how impactful Texture has individually been with this weapon.
Making out from Kayak, not going to be spotting anything. Texture though, in deep, and there's going to be multiple players on the opposite side of this one. Still just a beat in. Kayak has the shot. What an opener. It's Neon down on the floor. Gen G now. Ahead. He's scrambling a bit. Recon around the back does get D-Person ping out. Drone chasing forward, getting the spot there onto Ash. Forces him to reposition back. Undercut, Paranoia, both going to be sent. Ash waiting to try to regain his util, turns from the flat. Some shots coming through the wall, going to be raised. The poster after Stewart able to find that kill. Now the neural depth is going to be lobbed in as well. The reveal is there, Munchkin. Nothing more to be done but die. He's taken down. It's on Foxy 9 and Karan's trying to see if they can turn the tides of this somehow in a 2v5. Fnatic are absolutely entrenched. It seems like there is no displacing and no chance, no willingness to try to go for this. Fnatic in flawless fashion, barring a hunt and a kill, look to go ahead and regain the lead by 1.
Yeah, and Fnatic finding success off the back of another just unbelievable opener from Kayak. He is so sharp. Unbelievable find for this Fnatic team. And they just had a good read on where Texture might be. They just caught him off guard. And that's not easy to do. Very it just feels like in this matchup that first kill is so important because the fundamentals on both of these teams are so good that they're not going to make any more mistakes after that. You can see there with Fnatic, it was the util to follow up there. Once they got revealed by the Recon, drone of their own. It's going to be a reinvestment.
Retake, the overdrive is still going to be there. Gen G a bit ahead when it comes down to this ult cycle, given that they have 2 at the ready. Ways to go for some of the more critical ones here for Fnatic.
See this time.
They miss each other a bit, and the Cam just ends up having to be cleared. Turns from the flash. Quite prepared for it. Most of this man to get a bit of damage in. Trying to flush him out. Karan needing to fight his way out. A bad situation is unable to do so as the pit's going to be invested from Munchkin. Marking off this long position. Snap shield expiring. But trying to chase forward, trying to find that. Chronicle entering into the line. Fox 9's got the close angle held.
No idea where the operator is.
Holding close. Check over the top. Closer. Big spot. Spam down through the box. Recon to the opposite side of the wall. No, doesn't deep enough to actually get the pings here. It's their own recon ping. Next on the Ash in the wall. Helps keep him protected. And Munchkin's got the crossfire. Peeking out of the pit. 9-9. We remain tied up here between these 2 teams.
Yeah, you can see Fnatic had an idea that maybe he was pushed up at long A. Kayak just not quite ready. Both are able to finish the job.
dog off the attempt to the thrifty. Now one away from that point.
Man, Munchkin, he is on a mission here on this second half. Just unbelievable what he's accomplishing on this Viper. And his timings with his smokes are so good. The snake bites just get that little bit of extra delay when he understands that Fnatic has to make a move. And that allows some extra players to shift into positions to make sure that the garage window angle is covered. Up there. The Foxy Knight again on that.
Absolutely. And not only does he have 21 kills, he also does have 10 assists. Which play off of this Viper util very nicely.
Nice little double-double for Munchkin.
Texture probably wondering when he gets the opportunity to try to get back into this one. They've been avoiding him successfully, so kills haven't been found.
And I'm sure that's part of the game plan for Fnatic, right?
Sure.
Like, don't go at his operator. He wins a very, very high percentage of rounds when he has it. So let's try something a little different, and Munchkin's just having none of it. And going back to the last time these two teams faced at Shanghai, it was actually Munchkin who had the best KD ratio against Fnatic. He really understands how to play against Boaster in this game.
Well, 4 ultimates still at the table here for Fnatic as we go into another buy round for them. Still, though, not the most comfortable of positions. As you can see, plenty of half armors needing to be purchased. What's the game plan look like here off the back of this? Is uh-oh. We've been so good about this, guys. For myself and Paper Thin, who normally are a little bit cursed. But should be a quick fix so we can get ready to get back. This gives us some time to interact with you guys, though, here in Toronto. You having fun so far?
Hell yeah. Let's go.
I'm a little curious if I can get some votes by cheer. How many are going for Fnatic in this series? Woo. All right. And how many are going for Gen G?
Pretty close.
You know?
Pretty close.
We're a little bit older. Our ears are waiting, but I'm pretty sure that I heard the crowd's going a little bit more for Gen G there.
I'll trust you. My ears are going bad. So.
Yeah, we'll get you to Costco, get you one of those hearing aids.
Yeah, please, yeah. This is really going to be an important round coming out of this tech pause, by the way. I mean, just to get you guys mentally prepared. There's a ton of ults for Fnatic. Like you mentioned, ults coming into cycle. They have everything but the neural theft. So it has to come through here. I mean, because right now, you can't afford to give up any more rounds over to Gen G. Fnatic's economy as well going to be struggling a bit if they don't win this round. So
correct.
Yeah, you're kind of, as Boaster would say, squeaky bum time.
And even if they can get it, it needs to be pretty clean and not an overcommitment on these ultimates, needing to space those out. Try to get the maximum amount of value and spread them across the remaining rounds on this map. So do have some very critical ones to come through. So, Fnatic just trying to remain relaxed, poised, settled as we get ready to go back into the game here. Keep the nerves calm, stay focused.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's any team that can do it. It's Fnatic for sure. They are very battle-tested, very seasoned across the board.
All right, well, it seems like we might need a little bit more time. We, of course, got to hear from Munchkin, though, on Gen.G's road to playoffs in this Omen player moment. Check it out.
사실 모든 페이퍼엑스를 상대본 팀 IGL들은 알겠지만 정말 일단 상대를 하게 되면 너무 스트레스 받거든요. 사실 페이퍼엑스라는 팀이 분석을 해서 되는 팀은 아니라서 순간순간 판단을 되게 중요시하게 여기는 팀이거든요. 너무 공격적이기도 하고 그 생각하지도 못한 플레이들이 너무 많이 나오기 때문에 저희 팀원들 같은 경우는 이제 카론이랑 텍스처가 워낙 상대를 많이 해봐가지고 제가 그 친구들을 컨트롤 해주지 않아도 좀 잘 상대를 해줘서 팀원들이 있기 때문에 저는 그래도 괜찮은 편이 아닌가 싶습니다. 솔직히 1세트 때는 제가 좀 많이 절어가지고 경기력이 많이 따라잡혔다고 생각했지만 두 번째부터는 괜찮게 된 것 같아요.
Look down the jet, he's able to find Jing. Spike still not planted. 15 seconds remaining as Munchkin looking to get an ace for himself. you're not in position to try to deny it. Right in behind the box here from Devi. Has to stick it, has to commit to it, and Munchkin.
일단 폭신아인 같은 경우는 초반에 저희 팀의 융화되기가 되게 힘들었는데 재성이가 저희가 이야기도 많이 하고 이제 확실히 게임도 많이 진행되다 보니까 좀 적응을 되는 게 느껴져가지고 재성이는 계속해서 성장하고 있다고 느꼈고 지금도 너무 잘해주고 있어서 좋은데 사실 현철이 애쉬 같은 경우는 퍼시픽에서 하면서 좀 많이 힘들긴 했어요. 지금 국제전 와서 느끼고 있는 거는 정말 이제 좀 어떻게 하면 팀이랑 같이 융화되는지 그리고 내 모습을 어떻게 보여줘야 되는지 현철이가 잘 느끼고 있는 것 같아가지고 너무 잘하고
We have back still triaging the issue. And we do have some just a quick little update. We live more time before we're ready to go. Let's go ahead and additional Canadian welcome, which is of course a geography quiz with Van Silly. So let's go ahead and check this out.
Welcome to an iteration of Silly Goose or Serious Moose. I'm joined here with Crafties and also Boaster of Bean Fanatics. These guys are already Silly Gooses before we even started this segment. But to TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities, and it's true or false. So if you think it's a false city, that it doesn't exist, you pull up the Silly Goose. And if you think it's a real city, you pull up the Serious Moose. Good? Well, I got to start with the first one. Paris Valley Goose Bay.
Nice. One of these games. No, but it's probably serious. Probably serious. He's gonna start the game off as but I'm gonna go serious. Serious moves. I trust my brother.
That is the answer correct.
See, I know. He's in your head. He's in your head.
Okay, second one then. It's wealth.
That could be real too. Very similar to Pam. What is it again?
What is that? Wealth.
I can't remember what Banff was actually. It's the national park. National park.
Central Canada, but that's fair. I'm talking about wealth.
Okay. Well, you choose this one. I chose the other one. No, we have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Who's right now? No, it's Serious Moose. Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here. Okay. Yeah, it's
right. You're 2 out of 2. We'll go with this one.
You know what they do there? No. They do a different variation of golf called Guelph.
What is it?
Bedlington.
Sounds real too.
Serious Goose or Silly Goose, sorry.
Nah, I'm hearing this one. The odds are saying it's Silly Goose.
It is a Silly Goose. It doesn't exist.
3 for 3. I think it just doesn't sound like they go to the city and they're like, I'm gonna name this. Let's name it. What was the first one again?
Happy Valley.
believe him.
Look at the last one. Chilliwack.
Let me see it. Let me see what that looks like. Chilliwack. That's probably real as well, bro.
Nice.
Only wait, 2 L's. Chilliwack.
2 L's and an I now instead of
it's
Parry.
Not a food city.
Parry was with a Y and now this one's with an I. Chilliwack.
What was the last one?
Just
Parry
Chilliwack.
Goose. Or
and it was
something.
real?
Parryville.
Parry Sound. Parry Sound. It was serious.
Parry
the last
Sound.
one, yeah. We'll do the same thing.
Chilliwack.
Count of 3. 1,
I'm going Chile.
3, throw him up. It's actually Serious Moose.
Yeah, of course.
It's in the West Coast. It's known for like going outdoorsy, beaches, kind of stuff, cottage life.
But not known for chili.
Not known for
that
chili.
chili be whack.
Canada's known for being chilly in the wintertime though, but that was all the time we have, guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hopefully, you're going to be able to make Masters Toronto your city for Fnatic.
Ooh.
Damn right.
I like that.
I'm happy our main game isn't this one.
Good to see that those guys are having a good time, and you know, that's just Van Silly. He's not putting up a front. He's not putting it up to the cameras. That's just who he is. Dad jokes abound, and I feel horrendous being around both you and he at this event.
It is pretty brutal, and now GB's here too.
Yeah, just grinding my
It's a
gears
triple threat.
steadily across the last few days. As you guys see, we're still parsing through the issues. Fans talking about there, seeing if Fnatic can make Toronto their city at the end of this event, if they are going to be able to go ahead and pick up that trophy. There are a couple rounds separated here from Gen G, but for now, let's pass it back over to the analyst desk and get their thoughts on the action so far.
Thank you very much, Achilles and Paper Thin. I've got Mimi and Kakuka with me once again. Gen G are currently in the lead, and Mimi, 5 of those rounds came from pistols and bonus.
Yeah, honestly, Gen G had a pretty rough first half, but they've had great ideas on how to win both of these pistol rounds. I want to start by looking back at the first one here, because I think they have a lot of really interesting ideas with this Neon, and Texture as a player is so good at taking those opportunistic timings of fighting deeper than a lot of other people did, and that's kind of what won them the first pistol, that second round, and having that, plus the pistol and the bonus in the second half, is what kept them in the game to get this comeback going there.
Yeah, absolutely, because that first half we saw Fnatic that was having a lot of ideas. We saw Kaya with a lot of aggression. I love to see that we're getting that from him, but as we're seeing right here, Mimi, I know that you wanted to talk about this pistol.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Because they go into what looks like just a B hit, and then they're fighting through their own wall. Texture packs all the way up into heaven, kills the A anchor, and then is running deep into CT spawn. Fnatic thinks it's an A hit, but he's there to backstab and get to it. It was such a nice fight from Gen G up after this second half comeback.
Yeah, a brilliant chance for Gen G to close everything out as well. I believe the audio issue has been resolved, so it's time to get back into this game. Over to you, Seth and Clint.
Alrighty, that is right. We're told that everything is good to go. Toronto, can I get a hell yeah as we get back into the action? 11-9 the score as we get ready to see if Gen G get themselves up to map point. 4 ultimates to utilize here for Fnatic as they go into this buy.
Such an important round. The economy as well on a precipice for Fnatic. They've got to get this one to go. Alpha, all the ops.
Spots it out, still considering pushing forward, but is alone on that side of the map. Meantime, Kayaks heads up with the dimensional drift, getting the spot here onto Ash. He's gonna have to go for the exit. Front side of the box, does manage to get out to safety. This Hunter's Fury gonna be set up here from the side of Crashing. Kayaks will strike for 1, strike for 2. Foxy 9, Ash, both gonna be taken down. Steps across as Texture gets himself situated here in heaven. See when he gets spot out, the cam gets cleared. For now, 5v3. Texture getting tagged here by the drone. Has to back away. Munchkin ends up getting dropped, and it's just Texture and Charon trying to see if they can somehow turn this on its head.
Chronicles angle right below Texture.
Ready, beautiful, and waiting. Charon now, no other choice. Try to back away. I mean, some damage dealt here would make it costly, as the economy from Fnatic hasn't been the strongest. We're talking about how important this round is. Ult's committed, not too many. They still have 2 to go. They're able to go ahead and stabilize the economy in economically flawless fashion. What I mean to say is there we go. 1 round now separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, that's huge. The fact that you're able to keep that ISO ult for this follow-up round is going to be really impactful. I'm even seeing Gen G consider not going with the op. We'll see what Texture wants to stick with, but just a great dimensional trap. Ash on an island could never really stabilize the aim. So a little bit cold coming out of that tech timeout.
That's going to be a good round to witness as a Fnatic fan. Texture. Hang on. An aggro line. Full flash connecting. Damage as well. Going to be dealt. Just managed to escape with his life. Thanks
going for an overdrive in the latter parts of this round, a bit more risky.
You can see they're punishing his tendency to try to
guys. Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time here as well. Wow, what a game that was. Absolutely just from start to finish. Absolutely amazing. Really, I want to focus here on, you guys came into this one, we were seeing some weaknesses early on, but there seemed to have been a pivotal timeout, and that seemed to have put Gen.G on that forward momentum. What did you say to the team during that timeout?
감독님 오늘 경기 좀 둘러보면은 아슬아슬했던 부분이 있었는데 타임아웃 이후에 점점 경기력이 정돈되면서 훨씬 더 흐름을 잘 타는 모습이었거든요. 타임아웃 때 좀 어떤 부분을 얘기하셨을까요?
상대가 어떻게 하는지 대충 많이 보였고 그 부분에 있어서 얘기를 좀 많이 했고 그리고 저희가 좀 집중하지 못한 선수들이 보여서 그 부분도 얘기를 해서 좀 잘 돼서 첫 세트를 따냈다고 생각합니다.
Well, we actually had a pretty good read on them, so we talked about their tendencies and what they're going to do next. And also, I could see that some players, their concentration level wasn't that nice. So it was just more around getting the players to focus entirely on the game.
All right, well, Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time, brother. Looking forward to the rest of the series. Back to you.
Gen.G are proving why nobody wanted to pick them coming out of Swiss. They continue their win streak. I am back here with Mimi and Kukuka. It was a close one, but towards the end, you know, Gen.G just had all of the advantages.
I think that Coach Solo is very right in saying that they had a right read on them. We saw Fnatic being very slow, but they found a perfect combination of how to use the Viper, how to work around the tempos that the Viper gives you, and also balancing it out with the Neon, when to put the aggression, when to go for those duels, and especially in that defense. I mean, Gen.G just gave a masterclass.
Yeah, the Viper on that defensive side made Fnatic slow their pace way down, and I think Gen.G did a really good job of getting ahead on reading their defensive rotations, having some really nice flood retakes, especially with that Neon on the mix to just run away with the defense.
And it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment with a very weird round, maybe.
It was very high-speed, though. I mean, this one was crazy tension, just runs in the short, hits these two exits, and it looks like it's Gen.G's round, and Crash just finds this incredible timing to bounce back and find his impact on the round. Unfortunately for Fnatic, it was Gen.G to take this one through. And this just goes to show that Gen.G, they're a team that plays a lot of control comps, a lot of double smokes, and slow it down a lot. This Neon just does so much to inject that pace and let them completely change the tempo back.
It's so chaotic, right? Like, you're in the middle of that round and you do not know, if you're Crashers, you do not know if you're winning, if you're losing, if Texture's in your back, if he has already planted the spike and killed the rest of your team. You cannot know, but what we can't know is that Gen.G has proven, one, that they have done their homework, that they're definitely warmed up after that wonderful Swiss stage, and that they're here to play. Now, coming on to Split, I only can get excited for what they will play.
Yeah, both sides had such nice defense halves,
yes.
right? It was so beautiful to watch, no matter what you wanted, no matter which team you were supporting. And for Kayak, it was his debut on the stage. We had questions about him, but Mimi, I didn't even feel like an ounce of nerves coming out of him.
And no, he picked up right where he left off in EMEA. I can only think of one, maybe two rounds where it felt like he was making maybe a nervous mistake. For the most part, he was super well put together, especially at those mid-push rounds where they had him walking down. He was so effective there, and his mechanics just looked sublime.
Yeah, definitely. They understood the winning condition for the defense. Kayak having those pushes on mid, as you're saying, getting at least two in most of them, moving around the map, feeling a lot of freedom with that Euro. Even in those tense moments, we could feel that he was in his element. Again, it's all about Munchkin, who had a brilliant performance on the defense. In 4 rounds, he was good for 3. It was just a shooting range for him.
And for Crashes, he also had a really great map for Fnatic. The last time he played in front of a NA crowd was the Billy incident at Champions back on NRG. And now he's back here. He's playing super well as an individual on a new team. So you love to see that for Crashes.
Can't believe it wasn't me that mentioned that. But let's hear what Coach Milan, also welcome him to the global stage, had to say ahead of Map 2.
Hey everyone, GB here with Coach Milan. You guys just came off of a rough loss there, but it did feel like it could have gone either way, right? Well, firstly, how's the team feeling as they get ready for this second map, but also how are you feeling?
Team's feeling fine. It's obviously not the greatest, way to start your international run, but I think we're fine overall. I think we lost both pistols, a bonus round as well, so 11-13 on their map makes not bad. So I think during the break we focused on picking guys up, giving them some stuff for the next map, and I feel confident going into that one.
What does Fnatic need to do in map 2 to get you guys to that third one?
Nothing special.
All right, I like to hear it. Hey, the fundamentals, that's all that matters, baby. Hey, best of luck in your matchup. We'll, of course, catch you guys a little bit later. Back to you.
I hope it's something special, because if they lose this map, it means that not a single Seed 1 team would have gotten even a map win so far at playoffs.
Yeah, not a very good couple days to begin the playoffs for the first seeds, but I think that what he means by nothing special is that we have seen this deadlock coming from him. Okay, we have Gen.G is still sticking to that deadlock, as you're saying. I'm a sucker for it. I'm really looking forward to what Fox is going to do. Question is, Ash,
they're locking the
it
Teo.
is the first Teo that we have seen since the nerfs, Mimi.
So reminder on what's up with those nerfs. The drone is still pretty much the same, but the biggest nerf is going to be not having refresh on your missiles and being able to individual missiles. You still can do some set plays, but you can't, for example, these missiles and then again.
Yeah, and how however, this is our first Tejo. It's going to be given us by Gen.G, and it will be during Achilleos and Paperman's final cast here. To toss it over to him and get us back into game.
Armageddon crashes across, catching on to no one. Player advantages here. Spike now being planted in a pit. Go ahead and make this even more unassailable for Fnatic. Reroutes them towards heaven. Karan is going to be lying in wait.
Still have the drone even here for Ash. Maybe get a good reveal.
It's a save.
It's a save. It makes sense.
Gen.G just forcing their hand. There's nothing more to be done. 5-1. Two dead players. Economy in the dumps. It's going to be a rough one for Fnatic. Struggling thus far here on this defending side.
Just a beautiful execute from Gen.G. Finding some good value out of those salvos, keeping Boaster pinned in the back sight. And then just letting Texture do his thing. Just rush forward. Catches the player up on rafters. And then Boaster dealt with, and that's round over. You know, you use the Taeho ult in there, sure, just to be careful, just to be really diligent. Got a couple ults, though, for Fnatic coming into this next round. They have enough for a scrappy buy. Have a Guardian and a Judge, along with the 3 rifles, but that Cosmic Divide, along with the Nightfall from Crashies, could have some opportunities for some decent retake potential. Maybe find a nice early kill with that Judge. Boaster's going to be the one wielding it. Right tucked into the cubby, inside of A main. It's a fast push up a mid, though. A little bit of damage done to Texture.
Find it there on the free fire. Relay bolt connecting. Blind is out. And Alfier doesn't even know where he is. Swing out. Crashy's now going to be spotted. Texture trying to go for a little bit of a wider swing, but Crashy's able to hold his own. Picks up the kill. The Haunt click. No, it's the double reveal into the seas, and Crashy's plays off beautifully. Just keeping himself alive. As he tries to hold down the sight.
Wow.
And he's doing it damn near single-handedly. The silent drop. The angle. Watch. Kayak and Crashies go crazy to get Fnatic their second round win.
That is crazy good stuff from Crashies. He was popping off on Aven. He is continuing on Split. Texture there was vulnerable, went for the swing anyway, paid the price, and that just got Crashies accelerated. Great use of his own util as well to stall the Gen.G players behind the pillar and knock them down. A massively impactful round, a much needed one for Fnatic. Still have that Cosmic Divide and a Judge for Boaster on the Astra. See what Gen.G wants to do. The initial push from Gen.G looks so good, but the response just better from Crashies. Ooh, Chronicle's got
spam with the Chronicle, and he just ends up falling right into it. Eventually cleared. Foxy forced out of Garage. That side of the map clearly Crashy's domain. As Munchkin tucked into the corner. Texture here to try to reinforce. Can he get a punish is the question. Kayak, it will slowly drift back, and well, it's a Judge. At range, so not going to be too much. The gate crash will get Kayak out to safety back over here on the site.
Tough decision for Gen.G now. You know that Judge is there. You know the Aura's not going to be too far behind. You know the other players from Fnatic are going to be leaning in this direction. You try to go for rope, or you try to make the A site hit.
Still assessing, still trying to make up their minds. Paranoia and stun over towards Elbow. Boaster able to avoid it, spamming, and still somehow comes out on top. Texture just cannot get the spray to connect. Does eventually fall. Looking for the grab, and he doesn't make it into the ultimate fast enough. Snatches him up, and Moxie on the repeat finds Alfier. It seems like now it's his turn to pull off the heroics for Gen.G.
What was that?
Crashies at 10-3-0. Put himself a 4K in the previous round. Just needs 3 this time. Pulls back, avoids the grab net. Reposition Karan. The Haunt gets a reveal onto 1. It seems like ultimately the call has been sounded for him to go on the retreat as Karan goes on the hunt and is rewarded with his prey. 6-2. Gen.G not giving Fnatic any back-to-back rounds.
Please show me this Annihilation again. This may be one of the best Annihilations I have ever seen in VCT. Just a spam down here early. Foxy 9. Brilliant stuff. The second one, that second kill really nice though as well. But I don't know what was going on. Monsters judge, but Foxy 9.
Flank there.
The hero there for Gen G.
That's going to be the timeout call now sent here from Fnatic.
I think we're going to have a pause after this. Fully assess what exactly is going on.
I think Gen G won.
What I can tell you, assuming that we're still busy. It looks like Gen G are able to come away with that round win. Well, this is a first.
I think we, yeah, got hit with the paranoia here.
Yeah, I don't know. We're also just not going out to the house anymore. So, sounds being made. But I don't know what's happening.
I'm not sure either. Just, I can hear sound again. Players are relaxing.
Yeah.
Tech pause.
We're at the point where we just don't know. We're going to keep yapping just in case.
Yeah, I have no idea, but
Realistically, we don't know. There's some information there. As it seems like everything else is functioning just So, wait, we get everything rebooted and good to go. Seems like game home stream is still live. We had a power issue here in-house, so we're waiting to go ahead and get that cleaned up. So hopefully you guys can hear us. As it might take a quick sec to try to get this one squared away.
yeah, it might take a little bit. Just sometimes things happen, and pretty sure. Yeah, we have a pause in the game, folks. Just so you know, we haven't continued on. You're not missing anything.
Oh, so they can see it, and I think that they still have shots of the players and everything like that on screen. So it's pretty much that the stream is fine, but for us here, it's not.
It's not.
Which
Okay.
obviously is a bit of an issue.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll take some time to try to fix this one. So we're going to go to a break, being told about 10 minutes, and hopefully when we come back, we have everything up and running. So appreciate you guys bearing with us.
shit with my brothers. Keep lethal weapons and Glover. Push make a young nigga thugger. You know best friend is a cover. Girl on me bouncing like flubber. Boy young with money like stunner. 300 a pint pour all summer. Shoot on sight if you fuck with my come up. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sip a Sprite pour all night at the function. Yeah, we bump 21, ain't no jumping. He the X and the X did the dumb shit. Said I rock one-on-one how I've done shit. In your eyes, see you jump if I smoke this. Bump an X when I flex for the youngin'. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning.
Well, Booster's really funny and he gets along with pretty much everyone here in the venue and in the Valorant community. He also loves K-pop and the K-pop idols, and he's a great dancer. So yeah, great boy. Thank you guys so much for joining me. And good luck.
Thank you. Welcome to an iteration of Serious Goose or Serious Goose. I'm joined here with Rappies and also Monster. I'm just laughing because these guys are already silly gooses before we even started this segment. But to TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities, and it's a true or false. So if you think it's a false city that it doesn't exist, you pull up the silly goose. If you think it's a real city, you pull up the serious goose. Good?
Yeah.
All right. All right, Captain, let's start with the first one. Happy Valley Goose Day.
Oh, it's one of these games.
No, but it's probably serious. We're gonna start the game off with something that sounds goosey, but I'm gonna go serious moves.
Serious moves, I trust my brother.
See, I know.
Okay, second one then. Alright, it's wealth.
This could be real too.
Very simple. Whatever Bamford.
What is it again?
What is that? Wealth.
All the Bamfords actually.
It's the national park or something?
National Park.
Okay.
Well. We have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Right now. No, it's serious news. Wealth is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here. Okay. Yeah,
You're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of both. Called wealth.
Really?
No.
Jokes. So, really?
Yeah, that's me. Bedlington.
Bedlington. I'm putting you to Bedlington.
That's what it is? What is it?
gas. So are you seeing an impact, or what is the impact so far on these strikes?
Well, those attacks are important, but they have not been a major disruption in the country as a result of those attacks. And also there have been some, let's say, a limited attack on, let's say, an airport in Tehran, but the runway, the facilities related to the airport, as well as the equipment and the buildings are not damaged. And but these types of attacks also happen in other facilities. You know, it could be more or less in different places, but the disruptions as a result of these attacks have not been major or, I think, visible in the country.
In terms of the diplomacy, Abbas, we've just seen phone calls between Iran, the Iranian president, and the Saudi Crown Prince. What is Iran's strategy here when it's talking to the Gulf countries? What is it trying to achieve?
One is that Iran has been insisting and stressing the engagement with regional countries, saying that it has no problems with regional countries. But in the meantime, it has been warning those countries who are hosting American forces and bases that if any attack originates from those countries against Iran, Iran will not hesitate to, target the source of the attack, including the American bases and interests in those countries. And I think additional aspect of this story is that some of those countries have been offering in order to mediate, in order to make efforts to de-escalate. This has been coming from a number of regional leaders. So it has been, two sides, some points being raised and mentioned on the Iranian side, and some of those...
The biggest threat to Iran right now is just people, and Israel's capitalizing on that. They're not. I mean, it is. You're right. Under normal circumstances, it is. That's what the sanctions are supposed to create, and they have been somewhat effective. But the one thing that always happens in unprecedented danger coming from the outside is that even the secular Iranians fucking hate Israel for what Israel is doing to Palestine. And the secular Iranians also fucking hate being blown up. They literally live in Iran. Why the fuck would they look at the situation and go, oh, no, thank you so much for bombing my goddamn oil refinery? Are you insane? It causes all of the secular Iranians to really reconsider like how much the IRGC will have their back in this process. You're wrong. No, I'm not. You've seen like 8 fucking graffiti posts from Iranians living in fucking Los Angeles, and you think that actually that actually is enough for you to go, there's a decent amount of resistance. Like there is. There are a lot of fucking people who despise the Iranian government, and it makes perfect sense for them to despise the Iranian government. Okay? Especially if you're young, if you're secular. There's a multitude of different reasons why you could blame the Iranian government. You could say like, oh, well, you could believe the fucking Western narratives and say, oh, well, the reason why our economy is shit is because you guys fucking fund all of this foreign incursion, or because you guys are homophobic. The reason why you could hate Iran is because they are actually very fundamentalist and very repressive. Also, does this mean second wave is coming? What the
for
fuck?
Those who do not support either of those factions, and they also are critical of
it's the same type of shit.
establishment or the government, but they have been calling for that unity against external threat, specifically the one coming from the Israeli side.
Okay, that's Abbas Aslani joining us on the phone there from Tehran. Abbas, many thanks indeed for bringing us your insights into the situation there in Iran. Hello there, I'm Laura Kyle. It's just gone 21 GMT and you're watching Al Jazeera. Our focus this hour remains the most intense fighting between Israel and Iran in decades. A new wave of Iranian missiles has been launched towards Israel as Tehran promises heavy and destructive attacks against Israel.
Boom. Erdogan reached unprecedented popularity after a fucking failed American coup that took place. People in these fucking countries, no matter how young, no matter how secular they are, will inevitably recognize the danger of Western intervention and will oftentimes galvanize against Western intervention. That is usually what happens. That's what always happens. Okay? I'm not saying that like the Iranian youth, like secular forces within the country are not anti-IRGC, anti the mullahs, anti-fucking Ayatollah. Of course there are. It makes perfect sense to be anti-Ayatollah. They are a fundamentalist force that is incredibly repressive. But I think a lot of you are getting your notes from your neighbors here on this issue. As an Iranian, thank God. Yeah, of course. Like, what do you mean? We hate Donald Trump. Now imagine if Donald Trump was way, way, way more powerful in terms of enacting his fucking Christian fascist, Christian nationalist agenda. And on top of that, there was complete economic instability born out of the Western forces strangling you. Dude, I'm Iranian. I can say, as you said, for Yemen, it's true for Iran too. Do people hated the government for not negotiating with the U.S. because of economic issues? Now I hear from the most radical people in opposition opinion of government that they say we'd rather die from hunger but attack Israel and do not negotiate on our nuclear power. Yeah. Also, the irony is Iran has pursued nuclear denuclearization for literally, what, 2 decades now? And America has only fucked them over every step of the way. This has nothing to do with its like domestic policies or even some of its foreign intervention in the region. But it is ridiculous to act like Iran has not tried to, for the past 3 decades, engage with denuclearization. And America has used that negotiations process to continue fucking destroying Iran, destroying the Iranian economy with the hopes that like they'll be able to cause enough political instability. If Iran ironically had a nuke, if Iran ironically fucking had a goddamn nuke, this wouldn't be happening. English caption, thanks to Hezbollah, Iran has video intel of Haifa's sensitive military, industrial, and commercial facilities as shown in the Hudhud video. Oh, they used this. They used the Hezbollah footage to find military targets. I doubt that they used the Hezbollah footage. If the coup in Turkey was led by a secular figure instead of an Islamic cultist character, most Turks wouldn't have a problem with it, by the way. No, that's not true. I don't think so. I think Turkey is the funniest country on the planet. My people, the Turkish people, are a very proud people, but they're also a very servile people. Okay? Let me tell you why. Turkey has the highest degree of hatred for America out of all of the countries that are polled on this. Turkey has the lowest approval rating for America. It's a NATO nation. Turkey serves America's interests in the region. Turkey has the lowest approval rating for Israel, the highest disapproval rating for Israel. I think it's like 93% disapproval for Israel. The Turkish government is an incredibly invaluable ally to Israel. This is why I think Turks are the funniest people on the planet, where they're like genuine servants of American imperialism, but they fucking hate Israel and America. The population, look at this. Look, 93% unfavorability 93% unfavorability for Israel. And even they do these kinds of surveys on America as well. Turkey, again, one of the lowest fucking favorability ratings for America as well. And yet the Turkish government continues to do business with Israel, and Turks are so oblivious to it.
Some of the gas production there. Well, let's bring in Tawhid Asadi. He is joining us now from Tehran. And Tawhid, since we last spoke, we have been seeing Iran reporting another attack on the Shahran oil depot in Tehran. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, I can say that it happened, but specifically when it comes to details, so far we don't have that much of information. We saw smoke coming out of the scene. It was said that the sort of oil storage center was targeted, but still the extent of damage is not that much. So it might be a superficial targeting of that place, but
Darkweaver. Türkiye NATO'da değil mi? Huh? Is Turkey not in NATO? Is Turkey not a major energy provider? A logistical hub for energy to go by way of Azerbaijan to Israel? Is that not the case? What did Turkey do in Syria? If not serve the interests of both Israel and, of course, goes without saying, the United States of America. As long as there are American nuclear arms in the Incirlik American military base, Turkey will always be America's lapdog. That's it. A lot of Turks will fail to comprehend this. They will cope. They will act as though Erdogan is a separate entity, that Erdogan is independent, that he plays both sides. And the irony, of course, is Erdogan is playing both sides sometimes. But ultimately, he only does that at the behest of America. Erdogan, just like every other Turkish leadership in perpetuity, will forever serve American empire. But Turks will cope when I bring this up. Look at this Turk. He says, we don't want to end up like Iran. That's why we have to be a loyal servant to America. See? How is that any different than any of the Gulf nation states? I'm willing to bet you despise them, right? Because you think they're all dirty Arabs. That's usually the fucking Turkish attitude on this stuff. Unless you're Islamist. I can't really tell from what you're saying. But a lot of Turks have genuine hatred for the Arabs. But how is this sentiment any different than the cowardly Gulf states? You say this, acting like you're above them. Dog, you live in America? Yeah. But I'm not oblivious to America's evil. The fuck do you mean? I'm not oblivious to America's evils. As a matter of fact, I'm talking about Turkey's collaboration with America's evils. Fiona, stop. I'm talking about Turkey, the other country that I'm from, and its collaboration of America's evils. And these guys are saying, no, that's not the case.
Air defense system is activated across the country. And speaking of the context in which located and the future possibilities, we talked with one high-ranking Iranian official, a security official, who just told us, quote unquote, Tehran is preparing itself for a prolonged confrontation and will increase its attacks. And as I'm reporting behind me, I hear the sound of explosion related to interception of flying objects by the Iranian air defense system. Also, this high-ranking security official told Al Jazeera that Iran did not start the war, but it will determine how the end of this aggression is going to be.
I'm Kurdish, and I was gonna say no, hatred is not a big thing IRL, but then you just realize all my friends are conservative. Conservative Turks that are like kind of Islamist aligned will like the Arabs. A lot of the secular Turks hate the Arabs. Even, it's weird. Defense system disabled, proven lie again. But yeah, I don't think their air defenses are as, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they are. They're able to hit Tehran like this. Shraddha Parsi. I was raised as Baha'i in Iran, which meant being denied access to higher education and treated as a second-class citizen in my own country. I was arrested, tortured. My father was imprisoned and tortured. My family lived under constant harassment. My sister, my brother, my closest friends, my brother-in-law, we all suffered under a system built on oppression and the deeply rooted anti-Baha'i sentiment that persists in Iran. And yet, despite all this, I do not and never wish for my homeland to be bombed or invaded. No matter how much pain I've experienced, I cannot support violence as a path to justice. Iran is still my home. Its people are still my home. I long for a future shaped not by war or retribution, but by dignity, freedom, and peace for everyone. Like, I think it was the other side of this is like Iran is an incredibly proud nation. Bro, in some ways, Iran literally is everything that Israel LARPs as. An actual fucking continuous 2,000-year empire and culture and nation state. Like, Israel is 77 fucking years old. It's totally made up. Iran has 3,000 years of fucking history. What are we talking about? It's a very proud people too. I mean, 4,000, whatever, however long you want to say it is. I don't know.
So we speak to people, the sentiment of fear is there, the sentiment of anxiety is there, but this is one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is a strong sense of anger, commonly shared among different citizens with different mindsets, with different mentalities. Either they are 100% or...
So you okay with Iran making news and no one doing anything about it? Yes. What is this question? Yeah, if Iran had fucking nukes, they wouldn't be getting bombed right now. And they wouldn't be bombing Israel. Really? Yeah, really, bro. Really. Nuclear doctrine. Ukraine should have never given up the nukes. Okay? You give up the nukes, you don't have sovereignty. That is what it is. I want denuclearization across the board. But without nukes, look at what's going on in your country, you know? Okay, give nukes to Poland. Sure, go ahead. Give them to Poland. Great. Probably play a role in stopping the fucking Russian invasion. r/Marxist culture 9 months ago. Hasanabi doctrine. A guide for nation building. Get 1, nukes. Rule number 1, get nukes. Rule number 2, do not give up your nukes. Rule number 3, if you're accused of having nukes, drop everything immediately and find some nukes. What does rule number 3 imply? What is going on in Iran right now? Countries that were accused of having nukes and then successfully dropped everything and found nukes. North Korea. Country that is not currently lit on fire. North Korea. Countries that were accused of having nukes that dropped everything and did not find some nukes. Libya. What is happening in Libya? Open slave markets. Open air slave markets. That's it. Rule number 3 is the current rule number, or another one, WMDs, Iraq. No WMDs. You didn't have WMDs. America claimed you had it. Look where you're at now. For the past 3 decades, Iran has played ball with the International Atomic Council and has tried to cooperate and has only been fucked over as a direct consequence of trying to fucking cooperate with America, and by way of America, Israel. And what has it gotten in return? Nothing. Death, destruction, economic starvation, instability. Why the fuck shouldn't they have nukes, man? What are we talking about? Of course, they should have gotten nukes years ago. John Mersheimer believes, and I agree with him on this, that if Iran had nukes, the region would be more stable, and I unironically believe him. I agree with him. I don't agree with him on everything, but on this one, I do agree with him. Dramatic attack in the Iranian capital. Our planes attacked a total of 4 targets: the Ministry of Defense, the nuclear headquarters, nuclear laboratories, and oil facilities. Peace to our planes. Yeah. Think about it this way. Look at India and Pakistan. Why didn't they actually go to full-throated battle? Why didn't they go through the full-blown battle? Ynet reports that 1 person has been killed in a new Iranian missile strike on Tamra, a town near Haifa in northern Israel. No religious state should have nukes, but I guess America is own religion, not gonna lie. What do you mean no religious state should have nukes? Israel has nukes. Israel has the highest nuke density per capita in comparison to every other country on the planet. Israel has more nukes per population than any other fucking country on the planet. And yes, you're right. America is also a religious country, and they still have their own version of nukes. By this estimation, the only country that should have nukes is the USSR and fucking China. And yes, I agree. So there you go. I guess technically India as well, but not Pakistan. Literally, what countries that are nuclear superpowers are... That's wrong. The Vatican has 3 nukes. Yeah, North Korea, Democratic People's Republic of Korea should have nukes, not religious. Okay. CCP, not religious. China should have nukes. I guess India is technically secular. That's the claim. So I guess they get to have one. France also. Even though India has gone super Hindu nationalism, so I don't know. I don't know how secular they are still. America is not a fucking secular nation, okay? Miss me with that bullshit. America's religion is the most damaging one. It's capitalism. America has a fucked up ass. Tehran is burning, says Israel Katz. Yemeni leadership strike has failed. Breaking Israel's assassination attempt of a senior leader in Yemen failed. Mohammed al-Gamari, chief of staff of Ansar Allah in Yemen, has survived the Israeli operation to kill him. According to reports, he is alive and well. This is a dumb statement. Don't butter. I like that. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, minor blip, minor blip, minor, mini F, mini F, mini F. Classic. We gotta have some mini Fs. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Please, please, please. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Please give me back my internet. I'm so sorry. What the fuck is happening, bro? It's not working. It worked? Did it work? I don't think so. This was the longest, like, extended minor F sequence of all time. All right. We are going to have to see how bad the delay is, and then I'm going to have to probably fix the ingest. All right, everybody. In order to figure out how bad the delay is, press 1 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6-second delay. It's not that bad. Like maybe 7 for some, like 8 to 10 for others. Okay, big. Okay, for. Okay. That delay is pretty significant. All right, we're gonna test the delay. The only other way to know, if you haven't subscribed right now, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS. This is how we test it with your Twitch Primes. Subscribe now. 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, it's coming in now. All right. Like 11 seconds. Stream delay is an inside job. Nope, that's an 11-second to 15-second delay. All right. This means I'm going to have to hit a quick mini F to fix the ingest. By the time you hear me, the F will come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And we're back. It blipped at 11. Jake Tapper never does this. All right, in order to find out if the delay is not that significant, subscribe now. Subscribe now. Twitch Primes, free. $6 a month subscription. And we shall see if the delay is gone. That's how you double dip, baby. Okay, it seems like massive delay here. All right, let's get back to it.
To collapse the whole establishment.
And today we're seeing a new energy infrastructure. So where does it end?
Well, hitting this is just adding to the effort to collapse the state. Whenever state doesn't have energy, the state is infrastructure is hit. Whenever there is war, you're turning the state into a failed state. But the issue is that with the Iranians, I mean, regardless of the unproportional attacks, because the Israelis, they have the
Wait, I was brought up on Subway take?
So what's your take? Every country... So what's your take? Every country should have one nuclear bomb.
100% disagree. I think that's
How
an
many bombs do
awful
you think
idea.
they should have?
0.
Oh, well, that's good too. I would obviously prefer that. But if they're going to have any, it should just be one.
You're not saying you're pro-nuclear bomb. You're saying
No.
you just want to limit the amount that are available.
If every country has one,
okay,
we know you have one. So if you use it, then you're like, we're defenseless. We got no bombs, everyone knows it, and also you're kind of a jerk.
I don't know. I think that having any nuclear bombs is a bad idea.
Oh, totally. There's 12,469 out there right now. I'm with the last 3 digits up. And there's only 195 countries. So I'm here coming on your show to say, let's take out 11,800 of those bombs.
Okay, I get what you're saying. You're saying right now there are too many.
Oh, there's way too many.
And you don't want to go to 0 because that's not realistic.
Yeah, like, you know how people are like, don't take away my guns? Well, if everyone has 1 gun, actually, that'd be a bad example. Don't print that.
Do you think that if everyone had 1 bomb, the world would be a safer place?
Absolutely. There wouldn't be any bullies in the world, right? Wait, you disagree with me, Kareem? Don't tell me you disagree with me.
I like evening the playing field. I think that's a nice...
Thank you. So you
nice.
100% agree.
But I think that there should be none.
I do too. I agree with you.
No, you think that every country should have 1. I think every country should have none.
Well, yeah, but that's not going to get the internet talking, is it? Hey, I think there should be peace. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, you idiot, of course. But, come on, just 1 bomb is all I'm saying. Is that bad? Am I going to get in trouble? Could have started the whole series with this take and you would have gotten viral right away. But, sorry. Actually, yeah, I'll get off next, I think.
I agree. I agree.
Police to be very alarming. That's notable considering early on Friday morning, the U.S. president sending very...
All right, let's look at the fucking No Kings protest.
Say.
Back to America.
Flags, chanting, sometimes a little bit more colorfully, but a very peaceful scene, a very party scene, honestly, at points with music and things going on here in Los Angeles. As people say, they're saying no kings here in the United States and really protesting everything they've seen play out here for the last week in Los Angeles. Jessica.
Michael, thank you so much. Coming to us from Los Angeles. Let's go back here to New York City right now. Let's bring in Gloria Pazmino. Gloria, you've been with protesters in New York all afternoon. What is the vibe been like where you are?
Well, Jessica, the official march that was taking place along...
Wait. Head of the Shin Bet resigned,
Gloria,
actually?
you've been with protesters in New York all afternoon. What is the vibe been like where you are?
Well, Jessica, the official march that was taking place along Fifth Avenue has formally concluded, and it concluded right here in Madison Square Park in Lower Manhattan. And you can see behind me that the crowd has been gathering, and this has happened sort of organically in the last hour as the march concluded. And you can see that there are groups of protesters behind me. There is a person who's been speaking to the crowd, and that focus on immigration that Michael was just talking about out in LA has been present here too during this march. I've heard from several people who are concerned about a range of different issues, not just immigration. They're concerned about the economy. They're concerned about climate. And they say that all of those issues brought them out here today. For the most part, this protest here today in New York City has been peaceful. But the question now, as the sort of official march comes to an end, is whether or not people are going to continue to demonstrate in other parts of the city later into the evening. We know that there are other sort of offshoots of the protests that have been taking place, and so we'll see how it sort of progresses over the next several hours. Police are closely keeping an eye on this group as they gather here, but as I said, so far it's just been people chanting. The organizers are speaking to the crowd, encouraging them to continue to speak out, to continue to protest. The crowd here is very diverse. There's children here, older people, families, young people that have come out. Which really gives you a sense of just the broad spectrum of people that have taken the time to join this protest here in New York City. So far, we've seen no real interaction with police. said, they have been keeping a close eye on the march throughout the day. They have been marching along. They have been patrolling streets, patrolling businesses as the demonstrators move along. But so far, it has all been done peacefully and without much interaction between protesters and police.
All right,
Jessica.
Gloria Pazmino in New York, thank you so much for that. We continue to stay on top of several breaking news stories at this hour as a manhunt is underway in Minnesota after a gunman killed a state lawmaker and her husband and shot and injured another lawmaker and his wife. Officials saying that suspect appeared to be dressed as a police officer at the time of those shootings. We're following breaking details out of Minnesota when we come back.
Life, diabetes, there's no slowing down. Each day is a unique blend of people to see and things to do. That's why you choose Glucerna to help manage blood sugar response. Uniquely designed with Carb Steady. Glucerna, bring on the day.
Every breath you take, every move you make, every day you wake,
Boomer ass.
no mistake will be helping you.
There is no ethical reacts when it comes to CNN, boys, girls, MBs. Let's be real. All right, Fox News is going to do unlimited glaze. This is the dick-sucking factory. Holy fuck, I'm assuming hypersonic reveal. Iran was not bluffing. Wait, when is this from? I don't think that's what's going on. I think, yeah, perspective. The fast one is much closer to the camera lens and travel many times less space than the others. That's not... Yeah, I don't think that's the case. Anyway, where was I? So... Wait, this fucking douchebag wore this mask? That's so scary. Oh, that's so fucking scary. I just realized he was wearing... Was he actually wearing the fake face mask when he did this? Oh, God, that's so fucking... I mean, can you imagine you open the fucking door? You open the goddamn door, and the dude who looks like a cop outside of your door is like very clearly wearing the fucking latex mask. Oh, God, that's so creepy. Fucking nightmare fuel, dude. FYI, there's visit the MN assassin at some kind of anti-LGBT hate rally in DRC circulating. CNN said he shaved his head. This is not him with a shaven head, chatter. This is the classic fucking mask from like Drive and all these other places. Chatters are trickling in from their respective no Kings protests, and it's so funny because it's exactly as I told you, right? Yesterday, if you were in here, you heard me say all the Debras and all the Barbers are going to be out with their like orange man bad protest signs, you know, saying hey ho, Donald Trump's got to go, that type of stuff. And yeah, it seems like that was fairly accurate, no? Having said that, it's good. It's good to go out there and have solidarity with the Faillennials and the Boomers. It's never bad to protest. It's always good to protest. Not lying, I went to one also. You shouldn't feel bad about going to a Libs Up protest. You should never feel bad about protesting the government. Also, yeah, here is the extreme leftist Vance Luther Belter ranting and preaching about there's people in America who don't know what sex they are at a fucking evangelical church, I believe in Congo. Just classic far leftist shit. By the way, we knew this as soon as The media revealed his name. I had this in the fucking chamber. I showed you the sermons, like the lists of sermons that he has conducted. So why is it that Elon Musk, Charlie Kirk, all these fucking right-wing outlets, all of these fucking douchebags, don't ever let them forget it, okay? Immediately turn around and we're like, oh, this guy that has the exact same opinion that we do followed through on the exact same sentiments that we put out there as far-right figures. And now, of course, now all of a sudden, we're just going to claim he's a radical Marxist. Get the fuck out of here. You could have just been quiet after seeing his fucking buzz cut, dude. But no. They don't have to. They don't have to do that because nobody ever punishes people for lying. Nobody ever goes after people for just straight up fucking lying. I wonder when Elon will inevitably delete this fucking dumbass tweet, by the way. The one that I retweeted. The one that I quote retweeted. I'm surprised he hasn't deleted it yet. I said, evangelical Merck, who runs a private security firm who killed Democratic lawmakers, had Elon Omar and Tim Walz on his hit list. According to the police, is most likely not a left-wing assassin, but that hasn't stopped Elon from lying on his own social media platform. Dangerous. 80,000 likes. The left kills the CEO of United Healthcare, kills 2 Israeli ambassador staffers, and now kills a Minnesota state rep and her husband, and injures a senator and his wife. Doxson attempts to murder ICE and police all week. 80,000 likes. Elon Musk, the far left is murderously violent. 112,000 likes. $13.3 million views. I fucking hate this. I hate the information landscape. It is so annoying. Breaking. What is this? Around the globe, head of Israeli Shin Bet intelligence agency resigns. Is that actually true? People are saying this, but I haven't seen any real reporting on it. Oh, was Mayadeen English? Why is it that the only fucking reporting is coming from either like random Twitter accounts or like Mayadeen? Israeli journalist Amit Segal reported that the head of Israeli Shin Bet, Ronan Bar, has ended his term. Bar had been blocked from resigning from his post by an Israeli court. His term ended today, allowing him to resign despite the court order. Oh, that makes sense. Most domestic terrorist attacks are committed by the right-wing extremists, and the only way they try to throw you off the scent that the right is inherently violent is by the claiming that the violence comes from the left as soon as something happens. I know, but like, under normal circumstances, for normal people, right, for somewhat reasonable people, they're supposed to look at this and go, okay, you guys say that after every shooting, and then you're wrong after every shooting, and the guy actually that does the shooting looks like you, sounds like you, and is following through on a lot of the stuff that you had said. How many times does it have to happen? Except we don't live in a normal world anymore. We live in fucking hell world, and obviously everyone is dumb as fuck. And they only care about whatever feeds into their preconceived notions of the world, their own biases. Breaking news, IDF said more missiles coming from Iran. Iran is looking for regime change in Israel. That's so funny. No, that's just a meme, dude. Iranian security official says the military will be escalating its attacks and promises to end Netanyahu's government. I mean, what are they going to do? Assassinate him in fucking Greece or something? Like, that is not regime change in Israel. That's a threat that they will start doing strikes on leadership. What's Greece going to do about it? Greece actually, ironically enough, has the opportunity to do the funniest thing, which is to follow international law. Greece is a signatory to I think it's a Rome Statute country. It actually has the legal responsibility to arrest Netanyahu as soon as he fucking stepped foot on Greek soil, as is the case with the ICC arrest warrant. So Greece literally should be arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. The Greek prime minister is collaborating with Israel because they see it as a way to defend against Turkey, which is laughable. In good faith, Free Palestine, why are the Egyptians not opening the Rafah border? How is the U.S. involved? That came from your YouTube. Oh, the Egyptian government is a fucking dog to American interests. And there's such disgusting little fucking creatures over there. The government, I mean, not the population. That they've activated like gangs of hatchet men to go and attack the humanitarian convoy that is by foot making its fucking way to the Rafah border in protest. So instead of opening the Rafah border, which they'll never do, obviously, they are literally using decentralized gang violence against fake news. Those are citizens. No, the fuck they're not. You are such a dumb fuck. You think regular Egyptian citizens have that level of animosity towards North Africans and other North Africans and other Muslim people that are trying to fucking walk to the Rafah border. The other side of this that's like really fucking stupid is that the all of the Hasbara accounts have been saying that not only are these like regular Egyptian citizens that are just beating the fuck out of these protesters that are trying to go to the Rafah border, but also on top of that, that these are just Westerners that they're beating on. They're not fucking Westerners, dumbass. I saw a take that the convoy was designed just to make Egypt look bad. No. A group of savage, filthy, addicted, and spiteful rabble attacked the men and women of the Steadfastness caravan in Egypt. Yeah, Egyptians are overwhelmingly pro-Palestine. Okay, just as every other country, there are so many fucking countries in this region that the government is not pro-Palestine, but the people are. Okay, and it's hilarious. It is hilarious to me that dumbfuck pro-Israel accounts all up and down the timeline is making it seem like, one, the people that are getting brutalized are just like stupid leftist Westerners. Okay, they're not. They're not stupid leftist Westerners. There's like Turks in that convoy. There are Algerians in that convoy. It's literally a coalition of the willing. Civilians from all around the world, not just fucking dumb leftist Westerners. And also on top of that, this isn't just like random Egyptian citizens that are taking the matters in their own hands. This is a group that was absolutely sicked on. There were hella white people in there too. Dog. North Africans are also fucking white. What are you talking about? Yes, there are white people in the fucking in the protests as well. Please post the No Kings protest to YouTube. The internet is really shit in Iran, so I can't watch. Brother, you're talking to... The reason why I haven't gone to the No Kings protest this morning is literally because I'm watching your country get bombed and you want me to go to the No Kings protest and post it on YouTube. Bro, you got other things to worry about right now. Pokimane is Moroccan. Pokimane is Moroccan. She looks white as hell. You should try walking literally in any Egyptian street with the Israeli flag and see what's going to happen. Egyptians are overwhelmingly anti-Israel is the one thing we agree on. Yeah, that's what I mean. No IRL protest stream? No. I will go. I will go in most likely the next like 30 minutes or so, unless something crazy fucking materializes. I'm waiting for the next salvo that the IDF claims is coming from Iran, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. But yeah, I've seen like Eyal Yacobi and all those other fucking stupid pro-Israel accounts that lie all the goddamn time, lying about this shit, being like, Egyptians love Israel. They're beating the fuck out of these stupid, dumb leftists that came from America. And it's like, dude, who is a stupid, dumb, white liberal that came from America? The average Israeli citizen or the fucking Algerian, Tunisian, Moroccan, Turkish, and some Westerners that are a part of this fucking massive band of people that are trying to peacefully march to the Rafah border by foot? Who do you think is closer to the way that like that part of the world sees like a gay ass libtard? I would probably assume that you ask the average dude in the MENA region like who fits that role. They would probably say the you know, Israeli society broadly reflects that gay ass libtard image. For people asking why aren't regular Egyptians doing anything, don't forget that regular Egyptians are also living in a dictatorship. What a way to frame a strike against the university. Israeli strikes on Tehran earlier targeted Malik Ashtar University of Technology, which has direct links to the Iranian nuclear and intercontinental ballistic missile programs and has been sanctioned for this by the United States. Great stuff, man. They didn't get enough of their scholasticide. They didn't get enough of their scholasticide in Gaza. They have to fucking also target universities in Iran as well. This would literally be, for the record, like, you know, Iran blowing up MIT. Okay? That's every single U.S. university. Can you imagine if their attack was on MIT? Absolutely insane criminal behavior. Exactly. Verified video coming from Tehran. Yeah, no, I we've seen this already. It's the oil depot. They struck the oil depot. Anyway, this is a No Kings protest.
Okay. Here we come. All right, I gotcha. Got me? Yep, I got you.
Amazing. I love this. These people are amazing. You will fit right in. Thank you. I agree. Deploy the Marines. It's time. It's time to deploy the Marines. Also, Fox News, has dropped it. Everyone has dropped their coverage, basically, of everything else that's going on. It's time for Trump's DC military parade to kick off. It's supposed to start in 5 minutes, I think. I'll watch a little bit of this, and then afterwards, I'll head out to the protest. My town's counter-protest was 4 church leaders, a MAGA Make America Godly Again flag, and most of the town actively flipping them off. Rural Texas. Oh, it got pushed back. Easy to pray for the wolves of the state. Need to encircle them like elephants do with their babies. The boomer generation was awful. World War II ended and they didn't do anything, and now the world is in flames. Every generation after World War II has been lackluster. A military expert said that the strike on the oil depot is a propaganda strike for domestic consumption Israelis because those depots are extremely easy to repair and can be filled up again and be up and running in like 2 days. It's not a refinery.
But we haven't seen anything like that. They've had a great experience here in the city. Everyone they've talked to has been very kind, and of course the U.S. Army is a nonpartisan organization. So today, June 14th, is the U.S. Army's birthday. That's why 7,000 of us are here.
Cope. Oh, what funny cope. About an hour until the parade started time in D.C., and there are plenty of prime viewing spots wide open, particularly towards the beginning of the route along Constitution Avenue. Oh my God. No one is there. Not even the protest. Not even the fucking protest. Oh, that's so funny. Oh no, when you throw a birthday party and the only people that attend are paid to be there. This is kind of awesome. I'm not gonna lie, this low-key is the best possible thing that could have happened. Like, maybe some, like, incredibly limited number of people, and then, like, some obviously anti-Trump protesters. But, like, overall, just limited involvement is hilarious. It's funnier. Like, having no one show up is funnier than having even only counter-protesters show up. Dude, they can't even march in sync. It's so bad. North Korea clears, not gonna lie. God, we're so ass. Fake news from the Piker Broadcasting Service is the biggest military parade in military history. Yeah, definitely. Piker Broadcasting Service does not engage or entertain any fake news whatsoever. I do not want to hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, folks, the Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers and for you, the viewers, and is funded by you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service maintains editorial independence by your voluntary contributions in the form of subscriptions. That can be $6 a month in the form of a regular Twitch subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. I have PBS logos that are meant to go on stream. Damn, this is kind of fire. Transparent GIF. Why doesn't it show up like a GIF? It's not moving. Why did I just get a Go Army ad? Are you running ads again? No. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not run any ads and is funded entirely by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Thank you. Stop the fake news. This is DC today. Ignore the season. It's real. This is what DC looks like right now. They're all, and I'm hearing my sources on the ground are saying that They're incredibly stoked. Oh my God. Bro, this sucks so much. Oh, this sucks so much for Trump. Oh, that's awesome. This is exactly the kind of petty shit that he hates too. All around the country, there are millions of people on the streets from different walks of life, from different demographic backgrounds, marching against Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Donald Trump himself can't even fucking get enough of his supporters to come watch his birthday party army parade. Oh, that's so good. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so perfect. I'm sorry. I know this is like kind of lived up, but this is exactly the type of shit that Donald Trump cares about. And this is fucking hilarious. Update on the cross from 16 minutes ago. Nowhere near the 200,000 expected. Oh my God. Millions of people on the streets all around the nation out in protest against Trump. Meanwhile, no one is attending his birthday party. Dude, this is why I love protests. This is why I love like the fucking liberal protests as well. This right here, remember, this right here is a direct shot at the notion that like Republicans are super popular, they're all around, and that their movement is popular and everybody loves them. People think that this is the case because of what they see online, what they see on Twitter, and it ends up changing the way that they see the world. I promise you. I always say this. If you go on Twitter, you think Elon Musk is the most popular guy on the planet, right? Like, holy shit, so many glazers. I mean, there's even still plenty of haters of Elon on Twitter as well. But like, if your only assessment is conducted online, if your only assessment of the world is conducted by who you consume online, if you see the giant numbers that people like fucking Asmongold have in terms of audiences, and you look at Twitter and you see all of the half-botted, half-popular support for neo-Nazi sentiment, you will genuinely develop a false sense of what the world looks like. The irony is, these guys used to say, oh, we're the silent majority. The silent majority is the liberals. Liberalism is monoculture. The silent majority has been, especially with the increasingly unleashed right-wing sentiment, algorithm-boosted right-wing sentiment that you see everywhere, that's like botted into oblivion with fake likes and all this shit. You think that the actual majority population's attitude is like super pro Donald Trump. Meanwhile, the actual silent majority is the fucking liberals and progressives and the combination movement that is anti-Trump. It's just that the online majority sentiment is very loud. The online sentiment is very loud, and it makes you falsely believe that there's like a majority opinion there. I've been trying to explain this to people for quite a while. I think because of how aggressive right-wing sentiment is generally, and how aggressive right-wingers are both in the real world and also specifically online, with constant fucking harassment campaigns, constant brigading, that people have developed a false sense of political parity, political ideological parity in this country, where they actually fucking think that the world is, or especially America, is way, way, way more right-wing than it actually is. Even people that voted for Donald Trump voted for him because they got fucking duped into voting for him. There are still a shit ton of people who thought legitimately that Donald Trump was only going to deport these like supposedly criminal migrants that are a massive problem, it seems, when no such problem really existed. This is why I kept saying this was a major gap in information from the Democratic side It was a major mistake from the Democrats that allowed public sentiment and public discourse to shift in this incredibly right-wing direction. And it has snapped back to reality very quickly once ICE started doing these fucking idiotic and dangerous and scary operations in people's backyards and in people's neighborhoods. Oh, Open Presents, thank you for the 50 big ones. Holy moly. Oh my God, the protest is, or not protest, the parade has started.
Please welcome the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane.
It's so funny and it's so ass. No one cares.
Joining us, the Secretary of the Army. Please welcome the Honorable Daniel P. Driscoll. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Secretary of Defense, the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, accompanied by the Second Lady of the United States, Usha Vance, and their 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady Melania Trump.
This shit is so sauceless. Look at how empty it is. He knows how empty that crowd is. He's sad. He's sad. You can tell he's sad. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Pack watch. R.I.P. Bozo. Millions of people on the streets of the United States protesting Trump all around the nation. Meanwhile, no one is attending his fuck-ass birthday party. This is proof, once again, that the repulsive far-right hug box that Twitter and online spaces have become is not representative of real-world support for MAGA and right-wing policies. Do not be deluded. Do not be discouraged. Become undeniable. Become unavoidable. You will rarely see crowd shots unless it is unless it's like Trump moving into the stage, and at which point you see that there's no one behind them. Boo.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad
Republicans are gonna be like, this is DEI. This is this DEI singer. He looks like shit. Why is he saluting? He's the commander-in-chief. Oh, she came back twice. That's crazy. She double tapped. She hit the double tap. Home of the Brave double tap. Wow, very tight shots of the crowd. Very tight shots of the crowd.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
It's like probably the worst time to try to instill patriotic feelings in this country when there's so much discontent and anger, where people are like, why can't we go back to the fucking glory days? Because like right now, you're talking about the glorious past, you know, Revolutionary War, taking out a monarch, like removing a monarch's grip of power. Meanwhile, now all the army does is just fucking brutalize like brown 14-year-old children so that a bunch of rich assholes can make money stealing the natural resources of said country and failing to do so in the process anyway. It just sucks. What is happening with this fucking stream? Maybe the stream is tanking. What is going on right now? Oh. Newsom's revenge? It's not even... No. It's not. It's not the broadcast is... I'm not experiencing outages. Like the Reuters broadcast is having a hard time showcasing the parade. Here, let's look at Fox News.
And took on the British fleet. Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer.
The only attendees of the families of soldiers
getting within rifle and cannon range.
Surge in the army at the time when George Washington was the president, and how for them they would have the opportunity, something this kid would have never had otherwise, to see what that looked like back in the day. And we see it as they progress through here. This is the start of the era of what would have been, what soldiers would have looked like and how they would have worn.
By the way,
we expect to see
straight up, Trump is so fucking zesty with it because low-key, this is kind of cool. And this is exactly the type of shit that a zesty-ass man would come up with. Like, they actually hired a bunch of, like, professional costume designers, for the record, so that they could showcase the costume, like, the uniforms of every single fucking era. And I'm sorry, I like that. I will admit, I like that. I think it's cool. But that is something that a very zesty man with a penchant for art, who has an artistic vision, would come up with. Okay? This is where we're at. Clearly.
Of the parade really taking off here. You see some Army soldiers carrying the colors of the United States. And
Also, remember, parades always gay. It is Pride Month. It is Pride Month. Parades automatically gay. There's no way to make a parade straight, okay? It's always a queer experience. And therefore, this is technically a pride parade.
These are ceremonial uniforms in some cases. There are the camos of desert wartime. And you also get a sense of how generation by generation the Army has changed. Its mission, of course, is different in different parts of the world. Hence the desert camos for certain combat that reflected that as a way of blending in. And then, of course, the dress uniforms. All of this quite stirring to see if you're there in person, and a real way to say we all appreciate the service of members. 7,000 soldiers are here.
Participating across the parade today. And I think what we're seeing, and I'm going to hope that the video is sort of playing in a order that we were anticipating. This is what you saw a moment ago, I believe, was the U.S. Army Band, Pershing's Own, as it's come to be known, founded in 1922 and was something that was created under the orders of General John Pershing, who commanded U.S. Expeditionary Forces in World War I, because he felt like the United States needed a band, like he had seen in Europe, to celebrate the work of its soldiers.
And that tradition has been so powerful, and generals and presidents have used it to stir the emotions, to bring patriotic music to the forefront, to give soldiers a chance to be a part of important rituals that are a part of civilian life. All of that very important. There's a combination of things happening here today, too. Some of the images you will see are from independent news cameras, and some of them are from a production company related to America 250. You see that in the upper left-hand corner. So there is a certain movie-making quality to today, and then there's a news event quality to what is happening
There's more
today.
people here than there. Oh, for sure.
We're taking advantage of both of those perspectives.
We're going to sort of listen in at different moments throughout this presentation this evening. So we'll sort of stop down here for a second and let you hear a little bit of what people on the parade route are hearing as these soldiers work their way past the reviewing stand. Listen for a few minutes here.
The 3rd Infantry Regiment is the oldest active duty unit in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery.
Why is this
The regiment's 50
sauceless?
campaign streamers
I think other countries that don't have much in terms of military conquest spend a lot more of their limited efforts on putting together sick-ass parades. That's why our parades look kind of sauceless. Like low-key, the shittiest North Korean parade is better than this. Okay? Straight up. Chinese parades are way sicker than this. North Korean parades are way sicker than this. I would go so far as to say the Russian parade was kind of ass too. I watched the Russian Victory Day parades. Like some of them looked kind of shit too. So I guess the more your military is actually put to use, the worse your parade looks.
These fife and drum corps that we've talked about a little bit here. And obviously they're wearing those Revolution-era uniforms as they do when they perform around the D.C. area and in other places as well. This is really the Army's way of paying tribute to those original soldiers, the 1st Regiment that is now one that is recognized as the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. You just heard the announcer talking about here.
And these soldiers often participate in state visits. So when the White House and the president invites a leader, it's the highest level of diplomatic honor. And there's a big ceremony on the South Lawn. You always get the Fife and Drum Corps as part of
making black Army soldiers dress up as
and the leader of the Army during the Revolution.
That's crazy. That's wild. The American military is also obviously very diverse, especially the Army is very diverse now. But it's just crazy to fucking, you know, do that. Make a black man wear a powdered wig like that is not good. It's fucked up, I think.
Myself. But it is so exciting to see things that go back and really remind us. And we will be living, as you said in the opening here, about how next year is the 250th anniversary of the nation. So we're sort of now building up to all of that. And this is dramatic. These are paratroopers.
The Army's Golden Knights, the parachute team that is world famous. In not great weather conditions today here in Washington.
Very challenging.
Still making this jump to really thrill a crowd. If you've been to an air show, you know how amazing it is to see some of these air performances and to see the Golden Knights parachute team jump in. These are expert parachute jumpers, and they are soldiers, just to be clear.
They are soldiers. This is their duty.
These are all members of the Army, and this is what they do.
And they're putting on a show there, but that is spectacular. I was with the president earlier this week.
Wait, why do they have the Hezbollah colors, dude?
They're in anticipation of today's events. And
what the fuck? Bro.
Show, if I may use that description. We know it's serious business, but it is. When you are watching it, it is exciting. It is hard to not.
It's not even Al-Qassam. It's Hezbollah.
Across your face, because the skill that's involved there, there's real danger in that. Absolutely. And they do it, making it look effortless.
We are not focused on the jumpers anymore here, the skydivers anymore. Or actually, I think you can still see them on the screen a little bit here. Vaughn Hilliard on the ground. Vaughn, look up for me. Talk to me about what you're seeing there.
What the fuck is this?
I'm looking up and watching them come down quickly here into the ellipse. This is impressive to watch here over the National Mall here in real time. You mentioned that, Kelly, over at Fort Bragg, when 600 paratroopers came down, this has been a moment here for this White House to effectively show off the current active forces that are still very much engaged. When we're talking about the U.S. military here today, you're talking about more than 1 million active National Guard and Reserve Army soldiers.
Oh, this is where the paratroopers are landing. There's not supposed to be people there.
Thousands of them are in the Middle East.
Sorry,
we're
we've
also
seen.
looking at the last time that this military parade took place was in 1991 after the Gulf War to honor and celebrate the troops that were returning here. And in many ways, when you're going up and down here, Constitution Avenue, a lot of these decades in the military interventions and in wars in which U.S. men and women had served in are very much intersecting. There's actually a new memorial that is going up, slated to open next year, right next to the Lincoln Memorial, to honor those that served in Desert Storm. And in many ways, I'm looking around the crowd here on the ground, and you're seeing a lot of young people, from teenagers to individuals in their 20s, that have lived through a new generation of war in the Middle East. More than 2 million U.S. men and women served in the Middle East, were deployed. And you look in the crowd, there's a great many of them who are here today, and this is what this moment is for the administration and why they wanted to have this event, to honor those U.S. Army men and women here who have served through generations past. And as you're watching these last of the paratroopers come down here, those in the stands there cheering them on, and they watching this, it's for folks to kind of have an idea. You have the White House, and then you've got their over kind of where the camera appears to be coming from. That camera is near where the Washington Monument is at, and right where that viewing stage and where the president is at.
Bro.
So the president would actually be looking behind him. That is where everybody is dropping there. There's been quite a perimeter here.
Wow, the Reuters coverage is
in terms of security,
dog shit. No one is watching it
those
anymore.
That were attending this event and this parade were here safely and securely. There were a lot of question marks about whether this is going to take place today or not. Guys, there was a thunderstorm 24 hours ago here in the area, and the weather had the similar forecast. And I know that some of the plans have had to be called off, but the paratroopers was a big moment here and something for everybody in or in Washington to watch with great pride as the U.S. Army, the Golden Knights, the last of them just came down here and finished their effort here on the evening.
What view they had, those soldiers who practice these drills and do these jumps, prepared to do it anywhere in the world, and as they were floating down to be able to see the White House and the ellipse and to know the president is
Iranian missiles over Iraq.
For sure. As we continue to watch
Another barrage coming soon. Obviously, we will move our attention away from this dog shit parade and back to more pressing matters in a moment. But it is pretty funny to see like how no motion the protests are, or how no motion the parade is, versus like how many people are participating in these protests.
If I can, something just kind of give you
Look
a
at this.
sense of some of what happened here today. And you know, everyone here is gathered, it seems, for one issue, and that is the immigration issue and ICE. And so many of the signs that people were walking with and carrying through the streets of Manhattan are here. They've left many of these signs, and it's so striking to see all these signs here in one place. And if you look all around here, you will see signs all across this park that many of the people who were marching have left
Unconfirmed
behind.
is Turkey
Many
finally doing
marched
something?
with
Are
their
you fucking
children,
insane?
Families, young. And the number
Absolutely
the
not.
number one issue here today is
Turkish military bases in
immigration.
Syria
Many
deliberately
concerned
interfering with
over
Israeli
the
planes heading to
policies
bomb targets in
of
Iran.
Donald
Bull
Trump and what
fucking
has been
shit.
happening all across this country with how they have been detaining people, how they've been arresting people. That is the number one issue that we keep hearing from people today. So far, there have been no incidents here. Things tend to change, certainly as the evening goes on. There's another protest that's just now gathering at Foley Square, which is in Lower Manhattan, where I was a couple of days earlier this week, where there have been some flashpoints there between the police, because that is where the ICE offices are here in New York City. That is where the detention center, and that is where almost on a nightly basis.
Turks always going to invite themselves into everything. No, this is bullshit. I wish they were doing that. I wish they were fucking interfering with Israeli flights that are making their way over to bomb Tehran. They would never do that. Turkey would never do that. At most, you'll hear it from fucking fake news outlets and shit like that. Turkey is a NATO partner, dude. Get out of here. Turkey would never, in a million fucking years, do something that is actually disruptive to Israel's interest in the region. Turkey's actions in Syria were literally in line. What is this?
I do want to point out for
Scar
our
sick.
viewers, we seem to be moving pretty quickly here through the eras of the U.S.
Time
Army.
flies, as they say,
It
Aaron.
does, especially on Constitution Avenue
Yes.
here in Washington. We're now in the World War I era, looking at some of the vehicles that were used by the Army in
Bro,
that
he
time
looks
period.
sad.
A touring
Bro
car,
looks
a staff
sad.
car, I believe is what you're looking at there, as we see some soldiers in period uniforms as well.
And as we say in Washington, a point of personal privilege. My
Two Israelis
grandfather,
arrested on
Theodore
suspicion for
Donald,
spying for
served
Iran.
in World War
Wait, really?
I and was honored with the Purple Heart there. So that one tugs at my heart to see those uniforms from that era.
And I believe these are members of the
Wait, they
42nd
got the gay-
Infantry,
they got gay stuff on
division,
the-
which was at the time.
What is this?
during
This
World
is
War I,
literally a pride
composed
parade.
of-
Okay, abort. This is literally a pride parade. Bro, they got the DEI band. They got some gay shit on their Bro, what is happening? They got rainbow drums. This is literally what's going on? This is woke. The Army is woke. Abort.
A couple of years ago,
yes.
Where one of the major battles involving U.S. soldiers happened, was able to look out over what is still untouched field.
And that is where my grandfather served, so that really
Wow.
touches me.
Yeah,
it was the Great War until we had a Second World War, and then they became enumerated. But important history. And it is true that when President Trump was in France, I was on that trip with him, as Douglas was referencing, when they honored the 100th anniversary of the end of the First World War. That pageantry, done as the French can do it, certainly inspired President Trump, and it has been a part of his desire to see this kind of day happen in the United States, even though it has not been our tradition, except as Douglas indicated, when a war concludes, having that kind of ticker tape moment. This is something different. And it is certainly taking us through history, and it's also challenging some of our current thoughts about the place of the military in American life.
Absolutely. I believe we have Lieutenant General Steph Twitty with us in this moment. He is an NBC News military analyst, a former deputy commander for U.S. European Command. He is retired after 36 years of service, multiple combat tours in Iraq, Afghanistan, Kuwait. I could go on and on, General, about the work that you've done in the United States Army over the years and the accolades and medals that you've been presented in that time. I do want to first give you, though, an opportunity as you watch what's happening here.
Bro, Libophonics literally yesterday was talking about how he can't attend the fucking No Libs protest, the No Kings protest. And that was, of course, a fucking lie. Of course he went to the San Francisco No Kings protest. There was no way that there was going to be a liberal protest with Libophonics not in attendance, okay? I went, but I turned off airplane mode and GPS. What does that even mean? What, you think the fucking government is going to come after you for going to the protest with your grandma? You turned on airplane mode? Yeah, the government's doing mass surveillance to target the 75-year-olds, the 75-year-old grandmothers. What is this? Can you please help decipher this person's politics? I have no idea what that is. Yeah, airplane mode does not stop the tracking, by the way.
After 9/11, we closed our installations, we closed our bases, our posts, and so forth. And we sort of lost that
let's watch
with the American people.
Oh, fuck. We can't even watch the Chinese protest. Let's watch a real protest. I mean, parade. Let's watch a real ass parade, chat. You can hear a pin drop. Wow. Wow. LMFAO, but if Americans did this, you'd all be calling them Nazis. When China does it, it's hilarious. First of all, I am pro-parade. I have said this over and over again. It's one of the things that, like, actually my leftist community gets mad at me about is my pro-parade, pro-military parade position. Also, ironically enough, it's actually liberals that say this is Nazi-like. But I guess they do say this is Nazi-like. And they say the same thing about Trump as well, to be fair. They're more consistent. I'm consistent as well, but in the opposite direction. I just wish that we had a little bit more marching discipline, you know?
So you're seeing
like these guys are just fucking walking. Like they're not marching, they're just walking, bro. Like look at how organized the Chinese military is. Versus this, they're like, oh yeah, all right. They're schlubbing. They're not fully synced up.
We should mention that there's some controversy in Washington, D.C. about the weight of the tanks. So they have placed metal in various corners and intersections to try to protect the streets from the significant weight of those tanks. But when
they've also put sort of rubber
yes,
on the
they've
tank,
added the rubber
tracks.
to it, and it is quite something to see a tank rolling. And General Twitty, who again I have my great personal thanks for his time and care when I was embedded with the 3rd Infantry Division 20 years ago, he really speaks to the issue of this is also a moment that President Trump thinks could inspire future enlistment
like, look at
and
this.
desire to participate in the Army, because we are an all volunteer
look at this.
force. Conscription
Are you fucking
ended
kidding
in the Vietnam
me?
era. And so it is a chance to say thank you. And as the general also said,
Look
many
at this.
Americans don't have a chance to see in person. If you don't live near a base, if you're not in the capital city like this, you may not have much opportunity. And this is a day to take all of this in, to acknowledge their service, to be reminded of all the enduring ideals. And, we're also setting it in the current moment as well.
Absolutely. This is yet another one of the Army bands. I can't see exactly which one it is. I know there are more than 80 Army bands in the United States Army. They have their own music college in Virginia Beach. And so many of those bands are going to be performing throughout this
Come
parade,
on, bro.
Today. Let's listen in a little bit to see exactly where we are arrow-wise with the tanks that are rolling down the street here. And Kelly noted the fact, I mean, this is something we just don't see in this country. If you see a tank, it's in a museum or it's on a base and put in a position where it's more of an object that would be in a museum. Almost never do you see something like this on the street.
And these are Sherman tanks, and there are several varieties. And so if you hear me say Army vehicle, that's because I need to check my notes
What
to
is
be
this
sure
guy
which
wearing?
one. But that is a very formidable piece of military equipment. President Trump likes to say a lot that the United States has the best military equipment, and we are seeing examples of it through time, the different kinds of
Here, look at tank
transportation,
versus
different
tank.
types of warfare where some of these different vehicles were best suited. And it is, in some ways, it's daunting to see. When I was on Constitution last evening and the tank rolled by, I mean, I'm not very tall, but boy, is it consequential in size and in weight, and you can hear it rumbling. And it is really exciting to see. And at times, those who have questions about this, who are concerned about the imagery of not wanting to look like the military has taken over civilian life, that's not the intention here, of course. This is more in the vein of the air shows and the patriotic celebrations and exposing the public to this part of military life.
And you see, we've been trying to keep up with the vehicles as they come by to be able to identify them for you.
This is the sickest.
The one in the foreground here is the high-speed tractor.
Will they show American ICBMs? Because I want to see that.
In the 1940s, and one that became used to move heavy machinery, heavy guns for the Army. Some of the other vehicles that we're seeing here would have been transport vehicles. They would have been involved in moving wounded soldiers in some cases. In other cases, they would have been vehicles designed to tow tanks that may have been damaged and unable to drive on the battlefield at different points in different conflicts. And many of these vehicles...
Someone in the chat said this is like when you're when you're left behind by a generation of civilization. Yeah, they didn't do the tech upgrades necessary, chat. they fell behind.
Intention is to accurately depict these, and it really is a fascinating look through history.
Shout out
you and I
PBS,
both
75K
love history.
watching you
Journalists
on
tend to.
Piker
and
Broadcasting
this is a way
Service.
to really be
is
Being able to
sponsored by
tap
you,
into
the
it, it almost
viewers.
feels a bit like time
It's
travel
by
with
you,
the
the
way they
viewers,
have
for
been able to
you,
create
the viewers.
eras of
Your
this
subscriptions
parade,
maintain
to show people how
the
our
Piker
military
Broadcasting
service has changed and
Service's
how the
editorial
instruments of war,
independence.
the uniforms
You
of
too
war
can support the
have
Piker
all
Broadcasting
evolved over time.
Service by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and for you, the viewers. Burgles! Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. The Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the beautiful nation of Qatar, the only Gulf nation in the region that has at least some semblance of a backbone. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by Qatar, just like Donald Trump is. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by George Soros. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the Al Houthi family, the Ansar Allah movement.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much for this opportunity. But I'll talk about the 1st Cavalry Division. The 1st Cavalry Division was established in 1921. And as you know, we are a historical organization. The patch comes from the 1st General and also his wife, Miss Dorsey. And Miss Dorsey identified a way when they said, make a patch. She said, we're going to make this patch big, and we're going to put the horses in which we ride in it. And we're going to make this patch big for big people to do big things. And that's what the 1st Cavalry Division has done since 1921. We continue to do these great things and push for our country and do great and wonderful things. Being the largest
Piker Broadcasting Service
in the United States Army
is sponsored by
with
the Democratic People's Republic of
21,473
Korea.
Soldiers, 7
The
brigades.
best Korea.
We
The number
are
one
the front
Korea.
line, the strike,
No
one of
other
the strike
Korea
divisions in
compares.
the 3rd Armored Corps. And currently, we have multiple formations who just returned from Europe and Korea. And also, we have formations preparing to leave and go out at this time back to Europe.
We spoke to some soldiers who were here earlier this week preparing for the events today, and they were excited to be doing this, to be able to bring their craft, their part of the Army to Washington, to a national audience in this way. Can you talk a little bit about what it means for you to be taking part in this parade on this particular anniversary as we see more, I believe, Army helicopters above head working their way towards you? What does this mean to you?
Aaron, this means so much to me to have this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bring together with my brothers and sisters in arms from around the world and allow our small portion of soldiers to come here, visit our capital, and also represent the totality of the Army, which is a part of America. I mean, our soldiers are so happy to have this opportunity to be this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They're ecstatic. They're enjoying it. We have soldiers that come to the Capitol for the first time, and I'm telling you, we have come to the Capitol to visit and also understand that we are important. We are a part of our nation history.
Let's see what Fox News is doing. Let's see how much glaze is happening on Fox News.
I know this is just one day, but this celebration is supposed to last the entire year. Do you think this can be a reset for the country?
I do think so, because remember that it's the...
No one cares, bro. What do you mean a reset for the country? Yeah, it's a massive celebration. How joyous, how large, how vast.
It's the kickoff of a whole year of celebrations. And look, I know from having been in Sydney, Australia, when the Olympics came, how the entire country gets buoyed, the economy gets good. Everybody is just in a great mood. And we are going to see that with multiple celebrations over the next year. This is just the start. And I think the pride and patriotism in this country, as let's hope at the same time the economy comes good, there is going to be such a feeling of joy and kind of positivity and energy in this country for the next year. I'm sure of it. And you know, this parade is being watched not just in America, but around the world. And it gives succor to our allies who know that they have the strength and might of the American mighty military behind them. But it also gives pause to our adversaries who are there doing wrong around the world. And
Dog, first of all, you're Australian. Secondly, that is literally the thing that these other countries do, smaller countries do, and we make fun of them for doing that. And now America's saying this. That's hilarious, dude. Oh my God. This is like, I'm not libbed up enough to be like, oh, this is like North Korea, but like low key, this is like North Korea, bro. Like straight up. Oh, we're showing the world our military prowess by what? Fucking marching to the
that we're
street?
seeing in the crowd because they want to get us a good sight. Security is tight, and we see the president saluting. He's standing up, sitting down. He's interacting with those soldiers as we're seeing different generations being honored through
전체 조선인민의 혁명적 명절 7.27 만세!
An embarrassing public flop while the foreign policy crises you claimed you were uniquely capable of solving worsen immeasurably. Will the United States ever have a non-Brandon president? Oh, 100 P. This is straight up. This is an incredible take from Felix. We are so Brandonized. This is the most Brandonification, the Brandonized president.
That this is happening under President Trump's watch. And then the other thing that comes to mind, just real quick, is unity.
Wait,
I
shut the
think,
fuck
you know,
up.
we live in a dangerous world. The military is here to keep us safe, to keep our country safe, and at the same time, bringing that.
Shut the fuck up. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase.
No. Brother, are you fucking kidding me? Brother, we are so cooked. It's over. Pack it up. Country's done. Country's fucking done, dude. The country is done. It's over. Coinbase, sponsor of the Valorant Championship and also the U.S. military parade.
And this is not pointless. This is money that's
This is
well
not
spent,
pointless.
so that we can
This is not
celebrate
pointless.
the Army, what it means to the United States, what they do every day to protect everyday
Yeah, this is
Americans.
really good. We get to
And so
have
this
our
is,
boys
I
out.
don't have any concerns with the price tag here.
Chad Wolf, thank you so much. We'll be chatting with you soon. Well,
Thanks,
guys,
guys.
6,600 soldiers, 250 years. One unforgettable march through American history. All that and more when we return.
Dude, this is such a fucking clown show. Oh my God, this is such a spectacular clown show. Oh, I can't believe it. Oh my God. I cannot fucking believe it. Incredible. Incredible clown show. Wow. Coinbase sponsored Ludwig and also the U.S. military parade.
And so there were these bomber planes, the helicopters that we've seen today. They were part of the Army Air Forces and were flown by the Army and to some degree still function today inside the Army, although we have an Air Force with the fighter jets. The Navy has its fighter jets as well.
And
again,
just as we've evolved to a Space Force,
Mm-hmm.
taking some of the capabilities of the Air Force, it just sort of leapfrogs forward and expands to all the branches. Again, today's a celebration of Army. As you noted, the other branches are
Uniformed troops pushing
much
Dana
younger.
White's
I'm sure
energy.
that's a source of
A
competition.
soldier
at
in
times.
uniform is handing out free cans of Form
this is a
Energy, an
chance to
American
celebrate
250
soldiers,
sponsor,
and so,
co-owned by
all
Dana
of
White.
them,
A rep
whether
from the
they
company was taking a
fly,
selfie with a
whether
soldier
they,
handing the products out.
drive, whether they're in the trenches, so to speak, are all soldiers, and boy, that is quite a scene to be able to
We're
see
so fucking
the
cooked.
maneuvers down.
This is the most cooked country. We're done. We've literally, dude. Okay. I'm not kidding when I say this. This is like USSR dissolution levels of cooked. This is so fucking humiliating. This is like every part of the existing federal government is basically being used as a vehicle for Donald Trump and his allies to make money. We are basically picking apart the scraps. This is like ripping copper wire off of the bones of the remaining federal apparatus. Wow. Amazing. This is incredible. This is incredible. This is alarming. Do you think what the fuck? Okay, my camera's tweaking right now. All right. Here. We'll swap over. We'll swap cameras for now. Because that shit is tweaking. No, that camera wire is like kind of busted. What are the U.S. future looks like Russia's, in my opinion. A bunch of oligarchs just doing whatever the fuck they want as long as they're in the good graces of the administration. The production quality for the broadcast is ass. No, I agree. It is.
You're dealing with a professional soldiers that understand American values, that understands the Constitution. And
Open
all they
presents.
wanna
Thank
do
you
is
for the
serve. They don't want to
50
get involved in
bones.
politics. They want to serve the nation. That's what they came in to do. That less than 1% of the nation. And oh, by the way, the tank that you're looking at is an M1 tank. It is the most deadliest and sophisticated tank in the world. And Kelly, if you can remember, we had those tanks in Baghdad, and behind it was the M2 Bradley, named after Omar Bradley. And the tank is Abrams, named after World War II great General Creighton Abrams.
I do remember those well, sir. And when you talk about the
Leftist Andy,
importance
thank
of
you for
these
the-
soldiers not wanting to get involved in politics, is that an active
Thank you
concern
for
in
20
your
gifted
mind?
subs.
Our politics spill into so many parts.
Wait, Joe Rogan
of,
is there? I
American
missed
life
him?
now.
Fuck.
Do you think that there is any risk today of people perceiving these soldiers as being somehow a tool of the current political climate?
What I will tell you is these soldiers don't want to be involved in politics. And sometimes the lines get blurred, particularly when you're talking about our general officers. Obviously, it is our general officer corps that communicates more with the politicians sometimes. And the lines may get blurred occasionally there. But for the soldiers that are actually marching here and operating on the ground, they so far removed from the political piece of this. They're focused on their job. You gotta remember, we just came out of 20-something years of war, and we have all kind of conflicts around the globe now. And many folks do not know this. We have several forces. I won't name the number for OPSEC and the locations. We have several soldiers around the globe now that are in harm's way. And all these soldiers that you see marching here, they're in a parade now, but tomorrow they'll be back to training. And you heard
we
the
have
Sergeant
several
Major
soldiers in
talk
harm's way.
about
I won't
some
name
of
them
these
for
soldiers will
OPSEC.
be,
It's so funny. Okay, thanks,
deploying
man.
in days. So they don't have time to think about or be involved in politics. They're thinking about training for their mission, getting ready to deploy, making sure that their families are safe before deployment, and deploying just like our history of our Army and winning.
I do want to turn back to our historian here. Douglas Brinkley is with us. He's been watching along.
Carafo Baby, thank you for 20 gifted subs.
Your perspective, the context you're able to provide on the optics of the moment. We obviously see soldiers marching here again, something that would be familiar to Americans in modern times if you live in a military community or near a base. But then we see that tank poking out here in the shot that's on the screen now. That is something that is less familiar. I'm interested in your perspective on this through the context of history.
Well, the problem with the tank, if you're just going to cut to that image of it, for an optical point of view, reminds one in Tiananmen Square with the great protest there and the lone dissident standing in front of the tank representing democracy. That's why we often don't do this. But what's exciting and what isn't part of the optics is the music. I mean, after World War I, it was General Pershing, Black Jack Pershing, in the early 20s, that, he said we got to, they even called it, Pershing's band, or Pershing zone. And we started using music regularly to keep the morale of the country and the forces up. It's kind of stunning, but during World War II, we had 500 Army bands in operation to keep soldiers' morale up. So if it was just people marching in tanks today, minus the musicians, it'd be a different feel for the event. So I think you have to both see and listen to understand what today represents and then reiterate what's been said. This is a great recruitment moment for anybody watching who wants to join the U.S. Army.
AGB 411, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dur0, thank you for the 5 gifted.
I've written on U.S. Army 2nd Rangers, a book, what they did in World War II with Point du Hoc. My father was in the Korean War in the Army, and the amount of service, and that's what we all have to pull together and say, look, generations, we're here and able to talk like we are right now because of the role Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and the like have gifted us. And the fact that it is a volunteer Army and that they're all doing their duty. I would blow back a little on there's no politics going on in the Army. It's unbelievable how many U.S. senators or Vice President Vance or cabinet officers or Congress people started their careers in the Army or Navy, Air Force, meaning it's actually been a springboard for military, politics and military have been deeply intertwined. Look how many Army presidents we've had from, George Washington or William Henry Harrison, Andrew Jackson.
Oh my God, it's a fucking yapathon, dude. Wait, Iran is firing more missiles? Oh no, this is from earlier. This is yesterday. Let's see. It's a yapathon because all of the people that are talking are military historians, and I feel like this is their one shot to be on camera and have people listen to them. You know what I mean? Because normally, who fucking cares? You know what I mean? Take that to the History Channel. UFC is a sponsor? Ain't no way. UFC is a sponsor? We're done. We're done. It's over. It's over, man. Oh, it's so cooked. Oh my God, this country is a fucking meme. This country is a goddamn meme, dude. It is such a fucking meme.
When you're in the military, it's just not about.
Congressman Jason Crow, thank you so much for your service on this big day for the Army. We appreciate you taking some time for us.
Thank you.
And we are watching again military hardware rolling down Constitution Avenue in Washington. It's really an extraordinary sight. This is not something that you see every day.
Jesus Jimenez reports as tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles. Police have issued a dispersal order for a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered.
Where a manhunt is still
only a few hours ago before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew.
Assassination and attempted assassination of 2 Minnesota lawmakers and their spouses.
Trump is doing this perhaps on the worst time, too. The police stand up between a few hundred protesters, and the Chicago police have ended with protesters dispersing without incident. Police Superintendent Larry Snelling said the group had been blocked from marching because the permit for the main protest on Saturday had expired. There was no violence. He said there were no arrests. It's late afternoon here in Portland, Oregon, and the protests have been at it for going on for 6 hours. The crowd is much smaller, but still energetic as demonstrators move through downtown. With only a few hours to go before downtown Los Angeles falls again under an 8 p.m. curfew, Heidi Feldstein Soto, the Los Angeles city attorney, issued a reminder the city will arrest and prosecute anyone who tags, vandalizes, loots, throws rocks, disobeys police, or otherwise disrupts public safety, including throwing fireworks, which were starting to go off downtown and were illegal in fire-prone Los Angeles. As tensions rise in downtown Los Angeles, the police have issued a dispersal order at a section of Alameda Street near federal buildings where protesters have gathered. Footage released of Israeli commando operatives using spike missiles from within Tehran to Tehran. Like, look at the number. Look at the crowds. Like, I don't think this is the DC fucking parade, you know? Every channel is running ads. Here's a video of them dispersing. Once again, you can only shame someone with a conscience, and the U.S. has none. I got arrested on Tuesday for refusing to disperse, and they wouldn't let us go, just kettled and arrested. Yeah, it's
being strengthened by our diversity, being strengthened by people participating from every walk of life, as Truman mentioned in 1946. And I think that's an important part of us, of how we reflect upon this day in particular, but also our relationship with the United States Armed Forces. And especially in a moment where we are an all-volunteer force, that we should aspire to our armed forces being the best representation of our society that we can get to, by not just honoring service, but also having that armed force that...
What is this music? All right, I'm gonna fucking no longer play the Chinese propaganda. I'm bored of it. I'm bored of the Chinese propaganda march on the side. It's embarrassing.
We have sort of cheat sheets of the tanks.
It's embarrassing my beautiful America too much.
They're a little out of order, and so I'm reluctant to attempt to identify a tank as it's on the screen and
But clearly
misidentify.
is a key term with this heavy drum and bass beat. Just to give you a kind of, let's peel back the veil a bit more.
Breaking: Dallas deep red oil-soaked MAGA line is now flooded with anti-Trump protesters. The city once thought untouchable has joined the rebellion. The tide is turning. I mean, Dallas is blue, isn't it? No. Dallas is pretty lived up. Please make it stop. It's cringe. Oh, I wanted to see this. There's a Fox 11 chopper flying around the city talking about his marriage falling apart. I don't know if this is real or not. Let me see.
The answer is yes. You know what? I don't care. I don't care about my. I am married. I am legally married. I am legally married. That's about the only way you can really say it. I am legally married. But I am not looking at now at all. I just had a bunch of debacles with my personal life. Yes, it's true. I know. It's hard to believe. Somebody that doesn't even know what he's talking about in a relationship. And, you know. But, yeah, I got nothing right now. Got nothing. Not really looking. You know, trying to find myself and be happy. I'm being serious about that.
He's the best car chase reporter in history. He's not drunk. He talks like this every day. Yeah, this guy's awesome.
I want to be beholden to no one at this moment. You know, do I get lonely? Of course, but I got cats.
What the fuck?
Oh. I think all that information's on the internet. Look at all those red cars down there.
Amazing.
Home of one of the Minnesota lawmakers who are Democrats, state legislators. One couple died of their injuries, the other hospitalized through surgery, and the latest report we had is they're hopeful they will pull through, but very, very serious offenses here. And authorities found...
Yeah, this is like happening in the backdrop of political violence, a failed foreign policy, or I guess like mostly failed by design, but in the eyes of Americans, like a failure of foreign policy, of a promise to deliver peace that is not happening. America's most important ally getting fucking rocked by America's #1 enemy. And you're just, you know, you're over here trying to be like, nah, everything's fine. Look at this lame-ass fucking lame-ass sponsored military parade. Sponsored by Lockheed Martin, Oracle, Goldman Sachs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram Brands, Coca-Cola Company, Walmart, BNY, Form Energy, Exeger, Palantir, Coinbase, Scotts Miracle-Gro.
We even asked about Mr. Bolter's political affiliation.
Yeah, update from fucking the shooter, the Minnesota shooter. Yeah, shocking. 0 people that have a brain. He is a Trump supporter.
And David Carlson, once again, his roommate and best friend, known him since 4th grade, did say Bolter voted for Trump and that he was a strong supporter. We even asked about...
No way. No way. You mean to tell me that another instance of political violence came from the notoriously violent right? Wow. Let me tell you how shocked I am, dude. Let me tell you what a shocking revelation this has been. You mean to tell me that the guy who assassinated Democratic state legislators was not a left-winger? What? Yeah, fork found in the kitchen. Fork fucking found in the kitchen, dude. Wow. Shocking revelation, folks. that Democratic political legislators. I interned a year ago for John Hoffman, the senator who survived. He's a funny dude who always brought food for everyone in the office. It's been a crazy day. Who's the other dog hanging back there? What dog? There is no dog. Oh, my goat Jacob is there. Oh, shit. Jacob is at the downtown Los Angeles.
This looks very intimidating. This has remained 100% peaceful as far as I have seen. People are out here with their signs. Here, may I show your sign, ma'am? Can I? You said your sign says.
We are not criminals.
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa, let's go.
Peaceful protest. We're not doing nothing wrong.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We have the freedom of speech.
Go, go, go, go. You have to be careful, okay? You take care of yourself.
I love Jacob. Jacob is a NBC, MSNBC reporter, and he's done fantastic work on immigration stuff. Like he's a great reporter.
So you can see, whoa, they're messing with the horses, guys. Let's go. Let's back up here. Obviously, people are unhappy, Ari. People don't want to see horses trampling. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Hey, Ari, we're okay. We're going to keep going. Stay with us if you can. JB, move a little faster back. They're pushing people with horses, which obviously gets people free.
By the way, that's what happens when mainstream press is on the side of the protest as opposed to being behind the police line. And you get a wonderful little glimpse of the ways in which, like, who actually escalates and who actually engages in the first act of violence.
Jacob, you're on camera, but do what you need to do.
You're on camera, but take your time and space.
Whoa. Let's go. Oh, shit.
They're running towards the Waymo graveyard.
We're good, Ari. We're good. Keep going.
Pushing lines with horses is legit more dangerous than any less lethal. What the fuck? I mean, they're both dangerous. Yeah, I'm shocked. I can't believe they still haven't found the fucking dude, by the way. What is happening? I'm watching a little bit more of the Trump parade before I move out to downtown Los Angeles. Dude, Fox News' background is so funny.
Withstand basic training and the challenges that are going to be put in front of you. It's a great way to serve your nation and develop as a human being. You learn discipline, you learn toughness, and you get a lot of education too. The Army paid for my college at Claremont McKenna College. I never could have afforded to go if it wasn't for that ROTC scholarship.
And sir, I was struck by, in reading about all of these regiments that we've been seeing go by, how many have names attached to them. We refer to them now because of storied battles of history in World War I and even earlier, and World War II, where it imprinted on the regiment, that amount of bravery, the tide-turning battles that they fought in. So what is that kind of legacy like to watch unfold here in real time, sir?
Well, it's wonderful, and it means a lot to the units. I had
Yeah, this is the most dystopian news screen I've seen. Soldiers marching in Washington in the top right, the mugshot of a political assassin in the bottom right who's at large, and the Marines and National Guard shooting at protesters center screen. That's where we're at right now. That is the state of America. And in the backdrop of this, you have unprecedented global panic over two regional powers warring with one another and bombing each other back and forth between Iran and Israel. Sponsored by Coinbase. Brother, Iranian missiles are raining? What? This shit is empty. What a waste of money. Yeah, no, we've seen it already. Drone aerial shots of the fucking aerial shots of the parade make it even sadder. New York City looks like AI. Yep. Think I'm gonna hesitate. To everyone participating in the No Kings protest in Seattle today, need something? Please don't hesitate to ask one of our officers. Yeah, that's a trap. Breaking, buried 30 paragraphs down in this New York Post article about Vance Belter is the fact that the Minnesota murderer who killed 2 Dems and planned to kill more, including Governor Tim Walz, is a registered Republican. Why bury that info? Is that shit supposed to mean something? Keep trying, asshole. What do you mean, is that shit supposed to mean something? It means everything. The fucking article presents him like a Democrat, a leftist. Can you please stop spamming this? I'm never gonna look at this. Okay? I'm never gonna look at this. I promise you. Captain S. Price, I am never gonna click on this link. Thank you for your support. A subscription does give you the opportunity to send me links to watch, but I promise you I'm not gonna look at this link. There's a person from YouTube channel called Abraham Overcome Babylon that show Donald J. Trump from his own written book describing his true religion, and also tells the story behind the scenes from other book, The Creation of 1948 Israel, link below. I'm never like, dude, you have not stopped spamming this video. You should check out the new Iran and Syria 2 doc. Very interesting stuff. He has not stopped spamming. $55 of such Fed shit, bro. Seattle had 15K plus people march while the city 30 minutes away had less lethals deployed, and ICE agents drive out an immigration court with 6 vans full of people, and yet multiple people show up to court and not come out yet. Holy doggo. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Son duo we met a little earlier. Michael, who served 24 years in the Air Force, his son Elliot, who is 10. We were talking to them earlier. Michael, you guys are from Ohio. You came here for this, but you were talking to me earlier about how, Memorial Day, a lot of people are out having parties. There are different days that already exist, but sometimes you talked about how this was important to you to show with your son because of your background. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, again, just...
Okay, I stop.
We're in the best country in the world. And it's because of our soldiers. And
Spartan Katie 21, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Giving us lots of freedom.
I'm going to move this off just so I can make sure.
And it's just great to be here with the freedom and everything, with him and everything. And
it's great to be here with the freedom we have.
And just share with everybody in the world that we're here for them.
One of the things I noticed earlier when we were talking about was it was emotional for you, because you've talked about in some ways
China sent officials to visit Iran
to share with your son, but also that you couldn't forget how many
what
people
is
lost
this?
their lives that you knew over the years. Why does seeing all this make you feel so much?
What does this mean?
Well, just again, just being here in this crowd with all people similar thinking and a lot of veterans.
Bro, this guy, I'm sorry. This is the average Republican. Like, no disrespect, But the average Republican is exactly like this. Like, he can't even string a sentence together.
Open up and talk, and
Oh my God, we're so fucking cooked.
it's great. They're curious about.
Give the microphone to the child, please. He's gonna say Zoomer Fortnite related shit, and that's gonna make more sense than the dad.
Interested in what we've done.
And you feel like you've been able to find people who've had similar experiences to share some of those memories with each other and just feel seen. It sounds like you're saying.
Yes, for sure. Yes.
Elliot, let me ask you before you go with this.
But
It's
she
been like
had
for
to
you.
summarize.
There's a lot of dads out in this crowd. A lot of kids like you, their dad or their grandfather or their mom or their grandmother served. What has it been like for you getting to see all this and also maybe meeting other kids who also come from families like yours?
They've been good, and I like to spend time with my daddy.
What has been your favorite moment about today and spending time with your dad?
Just being here.
Yeah. More fun being with your dad and seeing this than any of the fireworks or stuff you were looking forward to the most earlier?
Yeah.
Thank you both. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And we'll send it back to you. But that's one thing that is interesting. You know, when I talked to Elliot earlier, I was like, what are you most excited about? He's like, probably the fireworks. I don't know. I like seeing tanks. It'll be cool to see some of this stuff. And now, after spending the day here, just him and his dad, he's talking about how it was so special for him because of the time he's gotten to spend with his father, who spent so much.
She asked the kid because the dad was literally unable to string together sentences, chat. That's why she asked the kid. That's why she was like, all right, kid, give me something. Give me something better than your dad. Your dad's having a hard time stringing words together. He's like, oh, I like anime. I like army. Cleric, low-key, this parade is kind of bunk compared to USSR and DPRK ones. I know, that's why I was showing side by side the Chinese parade and the DPRK parade. I think one of the biggest problems is that, like, they're not doing it out in, like, a massive area where you can have, like, a couple tanks side by side, and it's just, like, one after the next. It's also cooking the roads in the process. And not only that, but also our military doesn't march. Like, they don't march in unison. Like, they don't do any, like, serious marches. Iran threatens to intensify attacks if Israeli hostilities persist. The IRGC added that Iran strikes on Israel targeted fuel production facilities for fighter jets and energy supply centers. CNN has not been able to independently verify its claim. How are you failing to independently verify the claim? You have people in Jerusalem. You have people in Tel Aviv. You can just literally go to the area of impact and look at it with your fucking eyes. What do you mean you have no way of independently verifying that claim? This makes no sense whatsoever. It's a psyop to confuse the enemy. Lamau, instead of marching, they land on the Red Square in Moscow like they did so many years ago. Once Israel started striking the oil, I think that's why China now suddenly checking shit out. Iranian drone strike just now in Eilat. Oof. It's because the occupiers are arresting anyone who's sharing photos or information. I doubt the reports can certificate because they'd be arrested for verifying it. I mean, not really. But yeah, they lit up the they lit up Haifa. Like that big barrage that we saw had a bunch of successful hits, and that was in Haifa. Also, the siren, if you guys noticed, came after the explosion, which is interesting. IDF expects another attack is coming soon. The IDF Homefront Command, as of 2 minutes ago, has instructed civilians to remain near shelters as another wave of ballistic missiles may be launched soon by Iran. BBC seems to have veered from the Israel line in this report. Destruction all around. BBC reports from Israeli city targeted by Iran. IDF said more than 200 missiles were fired as a part of the Iranian response to large-scale attacks carried out by Israel. They've urged residents to stay alert, he said, adding the authorities in Israel are indicating that this could be the beginning of a prolonged campaign against Iran. At a certain point, Israelis that are used to their comforts, I assume, will say, why the fuck are we doing this? Like, why are we doing this? And you can make the same argument for the Iranian public as well. However, the difference in this circumstance is Israel initiated this. Okay? That's a major difference. If Iran did the first strike against Israel, then this would be a very different conversation. But the very fact that Israel initiated the first strike against Iran, while Iran is in the process of denuclearization negotiations, after 3 decades of playing ball with international authorities, like, it's just a completely indefensible position for Israel. What is this? This feed is just Trump. Just Trump? Oh my God, it's only showing Trump? Oh my God. This is just 1 hour and 19 minutes of just Trump so far. And there's 20,000 people watching intently. This shaky ass camera of just Trump. Amazing. God, fucking MAGAs are so stupid. They're gooning the Trump. They really are. Oh, such madness.
Civilian control of the military. Take note of where the civilians are sitting.
New missiles incoming now. Oh shit.
The top generals are sitting. You got the civilians sitting in the front row, and you have
Oh shit. A lot of successful interceptions. Wait. This is a fucking no, that's not a real live stream. I saw a cut there. That's bullshit. That's a recording. Tense moments in Los Angeles amid largely peaceful protest. I know that there are new missiles supposedly incoming right now. Do we have, where's the Al Jazeera feed? Oh, Al Jazeera is talking about some other shit now. Stop saying Arma every time. I'm not going to watch the Zoran AOC rally, chat. Get fucked, buddy. Arma 3 all over again. That's another clip for the books. AP feed has live over Tel Aviv. Can someone send me the link? Remember, if you're subscribed, you can send me the link. Come on. Come on. Stop. Stop playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me. I mean, it doesn't seem like anything's happening. Seems quiet. Chat, I'm not gonna watch the AOC Zoran rally right now. This is the same feed. There's... Oh my God! Everyone is saying these.
With my wife and my kids, but I couldn't because of what?
I'm not gonna watch the AOC rally. LAPD is escalating once again.
Gassed, by the way, and it looks like I'm about to find out. Ooh, fuck. Look at the amount of troops that they pulled in behind them, like the units. I dropped my sign. Can you go get my sign for me? Jesse, thank you. Mallory, thank you. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Gas is going out.
How come? Wait, you said how come Iron Dome allows some missiles to get through? It's not 100%. It works. It has like a fairly high success rate, but for like bathtub missiles launched from Gaza, it's entirely a different ball game when you got a whole ass country with missile systems that are lobbing hundreds of missiles at a time. That's crazy. They're fucking tear gassing each other, by the way. Did you see that? They like right here, the cops end up hitting one another. Look. Ballistic missiles go very high, almost into space, and then come back down at a very high rate of speed. Whole different game compared to Gaza rockets. Missiles are now in the air. HFC releases warning in central Israel due to ballistic missiles launched from Iran. I was supposed to go today, and I'm still planning on going. I'm waiting for this last salvo of missiles. I was watching the Trump thing, and then I'll probably head out there after. You're saying, Cap, I want to go. The Debras are gonna be radicalized today. I doubt the Debras are still there. CNN is covering the missiles. I don't see that. You told Austin this wouldn't have tear gas? Well, he's not with me, is he? Let's see if I can get him to come. There won't be tear gas. It'll be fine. I'm gonna sleep on it.
Sirens alerting Israelis to more incoming airstrikes. Iranian missiles penetrate the Iron Dome. And in Iran, state media now reporting that Israeli airstrikes overnight struck the Iranian Defense Ministry headquarters in Tehran, causing what it describes as minor damage.
CNN's Clarissa Ward joins us now live from Tel Aviv. Clarissa, what's the latest from where you are? What are you hearing about these operations? It appears that we're having some signal issues with Clarissa Ward. We just lost her signal, but we will do our best to get it back.
That's right. We have been, as we do try to reestablish it, let's just talk a little bit about what we've been seeing. We've been seeing those Iranian missiles just kind of obviously try to overwhelm those air defenses in Israel. And in so many cases, as we see here,
We lost connection with Clarissa
the
Ward.
ability of the Iron Dome to stop those ballistic missiles, but not every one. And that is why we are hearing about some casualties. We have been able to reestablish Clarissa's signal. Let's get back to her now. Clarissa, tell us the latest.
Hi, Brianna. I actually lost signal then because just as you were about to come to me, an alert came through on my phone and to the phones of every single person in Israel of the detection of possible missile launches towards Israel. The alert citing a number of places that might be told soon to take shelter, Jerusalem among them. We don't have any more information than that at this stage. But this is the first time, I would say, in 3 or 4 hours that we have received this kind of a warning. Early on in the evening when we heard a similar warning, there were a number of Iranian missiles falling down around Haifa in the north of the country, and particularly on an Arab town called Tamra. Now, we know from Israel's emergency services
And
that in
I
that
guess
town
there it
of
is.
Tamra, at least 2
According to Alex Ward, national security reporter at Wall Street Journal,
there were reports
after days of entertaining the back and forth, new Iran Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is not off limits from targeting as Israel proceeds with this intensive air campaign in Iran, an Israeli official said Saturday. The official said Israel wasn't ruling out any potential targets to destroy the nuclear program, including Khamenei. The official's comments offered further indication that Israel's attacks against Iran are aimed not only at its nuclear program, but also hobbling the regime politically and militarily. And we're there. This is where we're at.
And you could just see the damage that is inflicted when one of these ballistic missiles does make impact, when the Iron Dome is not able to intercept it. There were multiple houses completely destroyed. The cars on half of the block were like crumpled Coke cans. And for many Israelis, this is something they haven't seen before. This is not the Katyusha rockets or mortars in terms of the types of munitions that they're familiar with seeing. So there were a lot of people who were kind of gathering in the area, standing back at the police cordon, trying to sort of crane their necks to get a better glimpse of the destruction that had been caused by this one impact. So people now in various
Seemingly, LA
parts of this
protests are
country
intensifying
will be
a little bit.
keeping their phones very close as they wait to get more guidance from the Home Front Command on whether it will be necessary for them to take shelter in the coming minutes and hours.
All right, Clarissa, thank you so much. So glad we were able to reestablish that connection. Obviously, things can get dicey here as they are getting alerts and there are sirens going off. Also happening right now, a military parade that is taking place here in the nation's capital, commemorating the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. Moments from now, we expect to hear from President Trump as he takes part in a re-enlistment ceremony. Let's talk about this now with Republican Congressman Warren Davidson of Ohio. He is...
Bro, get back to showing me fucking Jerusalem and Tel Aviv, okay? Sirens on the Jerusalem feed. Sirens on Tel Aviv. We're watching the Jerusalem skyline. I'm not seeing it.
Iranian attacks on Israel in April and October of last year. They destroyed the radar for it, and that renders the system ineffective. The homegrown Iranian air defense systems, Bavar and other variants, which are mostly reverse engineered copies of Western and Russian systems, have proven to be ineffective or easily countered. I think that this is due to several factors. The first is,
dude, that's coming right at the
Israel's
fucking area where the camera
in
is.
Electronic warfare.
Oh my God.
Which allowed them, I believe, to spoof or blind air defense radar. The second is that Israel had a number of agents and has a number of agents, probably to include armed forces personnel who they've inserted on the ground, who have attacked air defense facilities from drones.
Some missiles in the Jerusalem skyline as well.
It would be fascinating. But the third, and this shouldn't be overlooked, is the role of corruption in the Revolutionary Guard specifically and the Iranian regime in general. And history shows us, we've seen this particularly with the Russians in the war in Ukraine, which has not achieved the success I thought it would achieve, that that corruption.
Chinese foreign minister holds call with Israeli and Iranian counterparts.
That, for example, some of the Bavar systems were supposed to have
business
higher
recorder
level components that cost more, but a Revolutionary Guard Corps officer or an air defense officer substituted a cheaper part and pocketed the money.
After Israel, two Middle Eastern powers exchanged fire a day after Israel unleashed unprecedented. China foreign minister released separate statements late Saturday announcing Wang's phone calls with his counterparts. Wang first spoke to the Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, telling him Beijing supports Iran in safeguarding its national sovereignty, defending its legitimate rights and interests, and ensuring the safety of its people. Iran enjoys close ties with China. Beijing is its largest commercial partner and the main buyer of its oil, with Tehran still under crushing U.S. sanctions. Wang told Araghchi that Israel's actions seriously violate the basic norms of governing international relations and noted the attacks on Tehran's nuclear facilities have set a dangerous precedent with potentially catastrophic consequences. Wang told SAR that China clearly opposes Israel's violation of international law by attacking Iran with force, calling its behavior unacceptable. Let me tell you something, okay? I'll believe it when I see more motion from China. The parade is showing future weapons and vehicles.
We're really proud to be here, represent the 101st and the Army, and really show the world, you know, what our soldiers do every day.
This is the most ADHD stream we've had so far.
It's interesting. The drone there looks similar to the one I have. It's a really small one I have, but obviously what the Army is using, what the Army has developed.
Isn't that literally a DJI? Like, these are all fucking Chinese drones.
At home, and this is something, again, I think it's interesting when you think about the development, Kelly, of the Army over the course of the last 250 years. So much of the technology, so much of the everyday things in our homes were developed by Army engineers and Army scientists and have been put into practical use. The internet.
And there are kids, you're a child at heart, but there are young kids along the parade route who see that drone and are probably excited to see that.
And probably know how to use it already.
Yes, exactly. And it obviously gives a capability that allows for protecting the lives of service members because they're unmanned, of course. A precision.
Just holding it up in his hands.
Are hearing about drone strikes when there are operations that are happening in the modern moment, and it gives people a sense of what does that look like. It is another chance to have a window into what is the modern military. And there's a real gee whiz factor to this as well. That you can see
A real
how
gee
agile
whiz
they
factor.
are, and in real life, so to speak, you're getting a chance to see this new kind of capability.
And Colonel Miners, you're still with us here. The notion of robotics becoming an increasingly useful tool in the Army is something that is becoming more and more real there, right?
Yes, sir, absolutely. I think you made a great point there that what these machines, these robots, these drones do is protect the lives of service members. So a drone can see things, farther than an infantry soldier with his binoculars. So he can simply launch that unmanned aerial system, spot,
There's still
find,
more.
and in some cases kill
There's
the
still
enemy
more bombs.
before he's even in danger himself.
Missiles above.
In terms of robotics,
Video shows
we're
Iranian
also
ballistic
working on,
missiles heading towards
AI
Israel.
tools, computer signature protection, so we can't be found ourselves. There's really a lot of exciting work going on the future weapons protection and systems in the Army, and really what that does is make us more capable, more effective, and at the same time more safe.
Oh my God. Is this making people fucking Tel Aviv going crazy. Ooh, they got one. That one's going in.
Well, what you're seeing live on the screen right now, you're seeing projectiles over the skies of Tel Aviv. Moments ago, the Israeli military did report that Iranian missiles had been fired from Iran. Now, we know that the travel time of Iranian missiles from Iran to Israel is roughly around 12 minutes. We also know that sirens sounded over Tel Aviv, I beg your pardon, over Jerusalem a short while ago. And explosions were heard. What you're seeing now is Tel Aviv.
It's still going. Oh my God. Well, BB is in fucking Santorini, dude. Oh, they got that one. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think these are Hamas bathtub rockets, bro. It doesn't feel like these are Hamas bathtub rockets.
You're currently watching different angles.
I've always wondered if the Iron Dome works. I mean, it fucking works, yes.
Moments ago.
But it's not unlimited.
And it does appear, based on what we just saw, that there may have been multiple direct hits on Tel Aviv once again. Now, the flares in the sky, as our viewers will know by now.
Did they knock out the power in Tel Aviv? And this, no, there's still energy.
Israel's air defenses. Remember that Israel has multiple layers of air defenses, whether it's Arrow, whether it's Iron Dome, whether it's David's Sling, as they're known, which are all designed to intercept different types of missiles, short-range rockets, medium-range, long-range. It is known, however, that depending on the number of missiles and the speed and the trajectory, those systems can sometimes be overwhelmed, and they're also not 100%, meaning that some of the missiles do get through, which is what we saw 24 hours ago and 48 hours ago. Earlier today, Iranian missiles hit the city of Haifa. Iranian state TV reporting that they hit energy infrastructure in Israel's Haifa. Now, Iran had promised a very strong response. This is not the first volley of missiles that we have seen incoming into Israel today, and there may be more during the night.
Bruh, how are there no ads on the stream? I think this is over. I think this round of rockets is over. There are no ads on the stream because it's sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. The Piker Broadcasting Service is ad-free. And the only way that you can show your support is by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
They have disarmed Iranian air defense systems over the western half of the country, allowing Israeli fighter jets a clear passage to the capital. We have this report now from Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith in the Jordanian capital, Amman.
This latest wave of Iranian missiles has hit targets, we understand, at least in Haifa, a port city in the north of Israel, and there are reports of casualties from there. There was no sirens this time in Jerusalem, so the threat not considered significant enough there to send people to their shelters in Jerusalem. The Israeli military also says, as regards Iran, it now has
I'm going to move over.
control,
I'm going to
freedom of
downtown LA.
movement in Iranian airspace from the west of the country to Tehran. Earlier, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said that soon Israeli jets will be flying over Tehran, and we will hit every site and target of the Iranian regime. We know that Israel has changed the focus of its attacks now from degrading Iran's nuclear capabilities to attacking infrastructure targets, hitting Bandar Abbas port, and that is one of the headquarters of the Iranian Navy, and also hitting its major gas production field. Israel's President Isaac Herzog, he said this country is at an historic crossroads. It's not just our struggle, it's a struggle for all who seek peace. And looking ahead to the G7 meeting in Canada on Monday, he's called for all leaders there to unequivocally stand and stand with Israel at this critical moment. These, of course, leaders of countries who've become increasingly critical of the way Israel is conducting the war in Gaza, and some seeing this attack on Iran as a way to deflect attention from what Israel is doing in Gaza. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Amman.
And Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi reports now from Tehran.
Tensions and escalations are ramping up to an unprecedented level between Iran and Israel. Iran is now striking back after Israelis started military operation strikes across the country, targeting different, let's say, nuclear, military, and civilian places inside Iran. And here in the capital, from time to time, we hear sounds of explosion. But tonight, the Iranian forces, and in particular IRGC, announced that they have started a new round of attacks to the Israeli territories using drones and ballistic missiles. And also we heard from an Iranian high-ranking security official saying that Iran has prepared itself for a prolonged confrontation and that it's going to increase its attacks to the Israeli territories. The situation looks highly complicated as both sides are talking about their intention to increase attacks. But how future could unfurl is something for which we have to wait and see. Tawhid Asadi, Al Jazeera, Tehran.
Our Israeli forces have placed the occupied West Bank under siege, sealing the entrances of cities and villages with iron gates and concrete barriers. Movement has become severely restricted as Palestinians say they are caught in the crossfire of the Israel-Iran escalation. Nida Ibrahim reports.
As life comes to a standstill in Israel, Palestinians in the occupied West Bank are under a lockdown.
On the military, the army in particular, of course, and how and where they have gotten here over the years and the different experiences that they have all had. And seeing it through the parade. Kelly, Aaron.
All right, Ellison, thank you. We should note that we've moved into the future portion of the parade here, and you just saw, we believe,
the West Point cadets.
United States Military Academy at West Point.
Yes, and certainly they represent the future officers, an elite group, a very difficult course of study, and then they spend years of service after that. So I believe they were members of the class of 2025, so recently graduated and will be serving around the world in leadership positions.
Now, if we're seeing this in the order that was indicated, these may be some newer soldiers, the initial entry training soldiers, if this is in the right order here. When I was growing up, we called that basic training, but I think that's the name has changed and some of the training has changed. But those are some of the young people who I believe are in that program now. Obviously, we saw the West Point band and cadets. We are seeing some of the military academies on display here at this point.
The Citadel is noted here. Also, the ROTC Reserve Officer Training Corps from Texas A&M, a part of this. So these,
and the Virginia Military Institute.
There you go, VMI.
As a Virginia boy, I have to note that.
And obviously, that is a very prestigious appointment for a young man or woman to be included in these military academies. They are exposed to a lot of important theory about warfare, understanding the technology but really training great leadership skills. And it's a hard duty and a very impressive position to be in, and certainly they represent the future of leadership in the United States Army.
Absolutely. They will be the doers and thinkers of tomorrow, coming up with the new ideas, leading the way on all the technology that we've been talking about, developing and determining how our soldiers and other branches of the military, for that matter, will execute the work that they will be tasked with doing in the next generation of warfare. It's also, I think, as we talk about the future, this was an important part of the program. This was of the parade, I should say. Being able to see these young people travel in from their academies here in the summer months to march in this parade was a very important element, something they wanted to make sure was
I'm gonna
visible
fucking fix the gray.
to the
Shut
American
up.
people, not only to see
Shut
the
up.
history
Shut the fuck
of the
up.
Army, but to see what's coming, the future of the Army through the prism of these young people marching in this parade, representing what's to come from the military academies and the ROTC program that I mentioned.
And this is a be-all-you-can-be moment in terms of how you want the Army views this day as a way
That's what LA
to
looks like
reach
right
out
now.
and to
That's what Tel Aviv
sort of
looks
share the
like
brand,
moments ago.
That the Army is, to try to encourage enlistment, recruitment, interest in the officer corps, and it certainly is a case where the imagery associated with a day like this
is not a
evokes
plate
emotions.
carrier. This is for
It gives
fucking
people
rubber
who
bullets.
might be interested
Don't be
in this as a
stupid.
career a chance to see themselves
I'm not
in it.
wearing a fucking
And we know that
ceramic plate
recruitment,
carrier, Chad.
went through a strained period for a number of years, and certainly
let's
this
not,
is an ideal opportunity for the
Did
Army
you-
to
did
try
you start it
to
at
show
all?
its best
Oh, no, you
side
didn't.
and to be a place that might entice young people to want to participate.
We are approaching the top of the hour here, nearly 8 o'clock on the East Coast, as we get to the, I think, final images of the parade proper that we were anticipating here as these young people, again, representing the future, are where we are at this point in our military's history. And so we know that there are several elements to this parade that we expect to see, or elements to this celebration of the Army that we expect to see before the evening wraps up. A little bit ahead of schedule. We know we started about a half an hour early because there were concerns about the weather.
The weather has been threatening, and there's thunderstorms in the forecast, and obviously they wanted to try to get through this so that people would not, certainly soldiers can manage when it's raining, but they wanted this to look good and to be appealing to families. And we expect that this next ceremony, and the reason these service members are paused, is that there is an expectation of a re-enlistment ceremony. So they've already served a term of commitment to the Army and are willing to raise their hand again and swear the oath. And that is a part of the video that we believe is playing. And this is quite an extraordinary moment if they are having an opportunity to choose to serve for an additional period at an event as unique as this one.
And I think there may be some new enlistees mixed into this group here as well, but largely re-enlistment, as we noted, about 250 people, we've been told, taking advantage of this opportunity to stop at the reviewing stand in front of their commander-in-chief, the President of the United States, as well as the other civilian leadership of the United States Army, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of the Army, and some of the uniformed leadership as well there in the reviewing stand. A unique moment, to say the least. This is not the way that this happens for most of the people who enlist or re-enlist in the Army. But on this 250th birthday of the Army, it calls for a more special moment, and these young people are the ones who get to participate in it.
And this will be a part of the story of their service, whether they serve a period of 8 years or 30, the chance to say that they raised their hand and took the oath in front of the President of the United States on the 250th anniversary of the Army is certainly a very special experience. And obviously the story of their service and what brought them to their willingness to do it is notable. And there you see the President, who has been seated most of this day, now going to the lectern. That's known as the Blue Goose. It has the blue top to it and is quite a fortified lectern, as you might expect. We would imagine, as Commander-in-Chief, he might participate in some of this.
The video that's playing there is talking to, it looks like some of the young soldiers who are in some of the service academies or in the U.S. Army's service academy, as well as the other institutions that we mentioned here, before we see this re-enlistment happen near the top of the hour here, as we obviously see the president there waiting to approach the lectern. And President Trump has spoken often about his pride in our U.S. military, a pride that is shared, I think, with a lot of Americans, with a lot of families around this country. He has celebrated the strength of the soldier, the strength of our military, in many of the remarks that he's made about the work that they do over the course of this presidency and the presidency, his first presidency.
And as we know, he did not serve himself, but he did attend a military academy in high school. So he has had a little bit of that experience. And certainly the president is commander-in-chief now a second time with this second non-consecutive term. The oath that these service members take goes all the way back to 1789, so it is historic in itself. And of course, it is an oath to the Constitution, not the president, not a political leader, but to the Constitution.
And it was not, as you noted, in 1789, it wasn't originally a part of what soldiers did. Let's listen in here. I think the president's about to speak.
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton, reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers.
Bro, he doesn't believe in the fucking oath.
According to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God.
All right, we're heading out.
Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
Incredibly special moment for these young people to have been able to enlist with the President of the United States administering the oath for them. We were noting that the oath was something that wasn't originally a part of our Army's history. George Washington actually wanted there to be an oath, was the first in the Army to take an oath to the United States and to the Constitution. And then that became a norm in our military over the course of the years. And we've been all able to witness that today in this re-enlistment ceremony. And as this is happening, we do want to here at the top of the hour take note of a lot of other news that is also going on around the country and around the world in this moment. The breaking news today was the overnight shooting in Minnesota of several people, two Minnesota state representatives, a former House Speaker and her spouse, as well as another representative and his spouse, all involved in a shooting here that resulted in the deaths of two people. The man you see on your screen here is the suspect for whom law enforcement is searching at this hour, Vance Bolter, accused of committing these crimes outside the Minneapolis area earlier today. Impersonating a police officer, going to these homes, gaining access, and then, according to police, shooting all four of the people that I just noted for you here. And so we are staying on top of that story, as we have been at NBC News throughout the day today. Of course, you can go to NBCnews.com for more details about that as, again, that search, that manhunt continues, and people are being told to shelter in their homes and to not open the doors.
A horrific tragedy, and the vehicle that you saw there is believed to be the suspect's vehicle, and within that were some papers and lists of elected officials and potential targets is how law enforcement is viewing that, and also included some flyers that had a notation about the No Kings protest. And so the suspect was confronted by local law enforcement, and he was unable to get back to his vehicle. Is the protest over? That's why they have the vehicle, but not the suspect, as the manhunt
Is the military parade over?
At the parade grounds here, we do want to continue to talk about some of the other stories that we're following for you today before we go back to the parade. We'll turn to Los Angeles now, where hundreds are out at a protest in that city. NBC's David Noriega is on the scene, where we just saw some police, David, responding to the crowds there. Talk us through what's happening right now.
Yeah, here, come with me, I'll show you. I'm on Temple and Main in downtown LA. The federal building where the Marines and National Guard are posted up is there. Here, what you see is the remnants of the peaceful protest of thousands of people that started at City Hall, which is that building right behind me, earlier today. And I'm going to speak a little slowly here, guys, because every time I take a breath in, it's labored because of the gas mask that I'm wearing, which I'm wearing because there, what you see is members of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department who have been deploying a number of chemical agents, tear gas, pepper spray, in addition to flashbang grenades. A number of mounted units just went to the line behind the tanks and the riot officers in the front there. I want to make something very clear. I cannot account for the actions of every protester out here today, of course. But I want to tell you that every single gathering that I've seen today has been 100% peaceful. I've seen people antagonizing Marines and National Guard troops with their words. That is the most aggressive action I've seen by a protester. The dramatic images you see behind me right now are not the result, as far as I've seen, as one person standing out here, are not the result of the actions of the protesters, but the result of the actions of the police, and specifically the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, who moved very aggressively to disperse this crowd and move them away from the federal building. The context for this, you guys, that's important to remember, is that the local law enforcement agencies that you see, the Sheriff's Department, the LAPD, the California Highway Patrol, which is about a block that way protecting the 101 freeway entrance and exits, are under the control of Democratic officials who are walking a tightrope between, on the one hand, showing their support for the protesters and their opposition to indiscriminate ICE raids in Southern California, and on the other hand, preventing the kind of riotous behavior that we saw last weekend. People setting Waymos on fire, dropping things off of highway overpasses onto police cars. They want to make sure that you and everybody else watching doesn't see anything that would justify the presence of National Guard troops and Marines in this city. From what I've seen in the last hour and a half, those law enforcement agencies and the officials that control them are erring dramatically on the side of preventing any kind of riotous behavior by not allowing groups of protesters to congregate on streets or at intersections for longer than a few minutes at a time, and using, I want to stress this, that's pepper spray right there. I don't know if you see the yellow flashbang. There are guys firing pepper balls. Okay, we need to move this way. I should stress also that they don't seem to be making a great effort to avoid hitting us, the press. Last point I'll make before I toss it back to you guys. It's important to note that we're dealing with different law enforcement agencies commanded by different people with different cultures. I saw LAPD on the other side of this building successfully disperse a crowd without deploying any kind of chemical agent, a single mounted officer, without deploying any kind of less lethal munition. This is the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And they were, I want to stress this is what I've seen. I cannot account for the actions of any protester, but what I saw was LA Sheriff's Department very quick to use less lethal force, chemical agents. We're all getting alarm notices on our phones, probably about street closures here in downtown LA. I thought this was going to happen about 8 p.m. It started happening around 4 p.m. That's how quick the law enforcement agencies were to make sure that nobody could congregate outside that federal building where Marines and National Guard troops are posted up for more than a few minutes at a time. I think there were protesters out there for less than an hour. And I'm going to toss it back to you guys because I want to make sure we're positioned well here.
David, we'll give you an opportunity here.
But we'll be out here. We'll be out here.
I am going to ask you another question. I want to give you a chance to sort of move if you need to as you're doing that.
All right, I flipped it. Okay. We are here.
Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hey, hold on, guys. I may switch feeds here. I may go to another feed. I have a Dad's Gone Live feed. Hold on, what are they doing here? Hold on. What are they... Hang on a moment. Let's keep an eye on this for a second.
Cool down, buddy, cool down. Take a breather, take a walk. Cool. You're good. It's crazy. There's not a single nigga over 6 feet right in front of me. Are you parked, officer? That's crazy. I'm making a visual scan. Not damn one. Wait, they allow me to see the fashion. Fuck you. Nah, it's really nice. You can see it right over. I can see the Nazis. I can see the Nazis. Go to the ground. I can see the Nazis. What is the badge? The badge number is visible. You gotta move that. I need a badge. Nah, guys, see too much of off again. You're not wrong. I hate to break that bubble. They can't keep it going. I need the badge. No. I need it. Where is it? Come on, guys. Come on. Let's go. Hey, guys, they do what they're supposed to do. That's a surprise to me, y'all. That's a surprise to me. Sometimes. That's a surprise to me. Damn. Bro, they gave room for the 6 MAGA niggas out here to walk around. Yeah, but us. Yeah, there's a couple of drone alerts in northern Israel right now. Those are not, I don't see any rocket alerts or missile alerts. I'll let you know what happens. But there's a couple of drone alerts.
news, couple of small.
We're seeing, and also to make sure that the microphone is hopefully reset.
Yeah, it's just a really bad hit there on that apartment building. As you can see, also this is in Rehovot right here, I believe. So see a fire right there on the top of the building as well in that video.
Your microphone's coming through fine. I don't know why the Discord call does that sometimes. It's really weird. But anyways, we have been able to see that there was some decent damage that was caused inside of Rehovot, as well as the area of Bat Yam in Tel Aviv. I believe both of these areas, and let me go make sure. Let's make sure and check that all of these are in Tel Aviv. This is actually in the southern area of Tel Aviv. This would almost be considered a suburb of the city, and really, honestly, closer to Ashdod than it was to Tel Aviv. So it does appear that Iranian ballistic missiles did impact in a wide range of areas, all the way down from Rehovot, and all the way up to, let's see here, I'm trying to see if I can find the name of the other location. Unfortunately, I'm having a hard time thinking of it. So we will just go with going back and looking straight at it. Bat Yam. So let me go put that in. Now let's see where this was. This was pretty much directly along the shoreline. But it actually appears that this attack in particular, at least based off of the spread we're seeing right now, pretty much hit all in the southern regions of Tel Aviv, from Rehovot up here to the area of Bat Yam, which is right along the beach. So the attack was significant. There was some missiles that made it through. The Israeli air defense did successfully intercept most, if not all, of the missiles, except for about 5 of them. But the 5 that did hit appears to have caused some decent damage in the surrounding areas. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least from the information that we have at the moment. And we are going to be waiting for more additional details and information at this time about what's going on inside of the area. But Matthew, I do understand that we have some additional questions to answer in the meantime.
Yes, we do. Also, by the way, before we move on, we do have a little bit more news here. It looks like Iranian state media is out here saying as loud as they possibly can, they're declaring that tonight the world will see Israel's arrogance brought to an end. That's what the Iranian media is saying right this second. So obviously some big, bad, bold words out of Iran once again. Also, we do have some more footage here. Let me go back and make sure we've got it. It looks like Twitter's having a bit of a problem once again. So let me make sure I've reposted it. Let's see here. Okay, so let's see. Reposted that one, reposted this one. Let's see if it popped up now on our profile. And this time it did not. So I don't know what's up with that. We'll have to find out in just a minute. But we do have some more footage on a different side of news here, allegedly showing the nuclear power plant in the Iranian city of Karaj currently under attack, according to emerging reports and videos. Let's take a look and see. I've not had a chance to corroborate this footage, so let's see if it looks accurate.
Actually, this footage, we've seen this prior, actually, a good while ago, because this is the same scaffold.
I was wondering.
Yeah, this is the same scaffold that guy was on. So we cannot confirm what this is yet. So saying it's like a nuclear reactor or something, at least from the original poster, might be a little bit too presumptuous. We don't really know yet. So we'll have to wait and see for more picture and video evidence, but it appears that we've already seen this one before. So if you don't mind, Matthew, I'm going to undo that repost so that we're not having
I already took it away.
Oh, good. I did it on my screen as well. But with that, I hope we were able to at least address that well, or debunk that really quickly that came out for a moment. And with that, we are going to be moving back into our questions in the meantime. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Weasel Acres, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much for that support as well, good sir. He said, amazing job, guys, and thank you.
And a big thank you, Weasel Acres, for the support. And we'd love to do great work for all of y'all. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $20 support from Long This. And they said, to be clear, guys, the Iranian missile hit a target, not the target. These are mass terror attacks.
I would agree. These are definitely mass terror attacks. The Iranians are hitting civilian targets without really any need, and there is no proof of any military activity being conducted around them. It is truly an act of terror that the Iranians are conducting right now. And so a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $20 support from 49er Rob. And thank you, Rob, as well for that $20 support. He said, any thoughts on how to manage the power vacuum in Iran after the war is over?
I believe we should largely just kind of leave it to the Iranians and just kind of put down the radicals. Like, if we see any kind of ISIS cells popping up in Iran, I think we should get involved to put those down. But beyond that, I don't really think we should get involved in nation building in Iran, because the Iranian culture and people are much different than us. As long as it's not some sort of a radical Islamic regime, I mean, it could be like an Islamic emirate, like the UAE or Qatar, and that'd be fine. I think that'd be perfectly okay. But I don't really think we want to get into nation building in there and pretty much try and transplant federal republic style government like we have right into Iran, because I don't think that's really going to work. And so with that, I hope that has addressed it the best I can. I thank you once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to be another nice, very generous support here. So I scroll up to the top of the spreadsheet right now, trying to balance this news and trying to find as well. This one goes to Kirk Davis, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Kirk, for that support. He said, I love this channel and keep up the amazing work.
Hey, and thank you so much, Kirk Davis, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we will make sure to keep up the amazing work thanks to support from folks like you. Kind of like PBS, the viewers who support this channel make it possible. So huge thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than the Motorcycle Zero Show once again, who puts in a $12 donation. And thank you very much, good sir, once again for that support. He said, this isn't just about monetization. It's about the message and the importance of sharing it with the people. And isn't that the reason you started your channel? And go Bertadas and go from Justin.
Oh, and absolutely. That's why we make sure that there's no paywalls at all to our show. It's not a pay-to-play system. People can ask questions. We try. The damage is, of course, unfortunate, and it's sad to see. But for the greater goal of dealing with a radical extremist government that was about to become nuclear armed, I think this is a very good outcome that we've seen so far, actually, compared to the alternative of what it could have turned into. So a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 support from Fortiker. Fortiker puts in a 10 and says, do you think if Iran targeted Haifa first to deplete Israel's Iron Dome so it can't respond to the attack on Tel Aviv?
I don't think so. I think the attack on Haifa actually was a specific attack to try and hit strategic targets throughout the city. I'm pretty sure that they weren't just going for the refinery. They were probably going after the port as well, because inside of these intermodal ports like these, there are these specialized container cranes that if you knock out, you pretty much knock out the entire port. And I think they were trying to go after that, but none of those missiles made it through, and they got shot down before they could make it into the port. And I think that's largely what was happening up in Haifa. I don't think it was an attempt to run out the interceptors. I think it was an actual attempt to try and knock out strategic targets inside the city. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. I thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than Tyler Durden, who puts in a 10. And he said, can you guys ponder how many anti-air missiles the good guys have versus the 2,200 predicted Iranian rockets that they have, maybe based on the known assets in the area?
They probably have several thousand interceptor rockets available of all calibers and types inside of Israel right now. The thing is, though, is that there's only a limited availability to fire them. Just because you have those rockets doesn't mean they're fireable, because you have to load them into a launcher, find the targets with a radar, and then fire at them. And with that in mind, while the Israelis may have more interceptors than the Iranians have ballistic missiles, if the Iranians fire off enough ballistic missiles at a single time, the Israelis will run out of interceptors just because they will not have enough of them loaded into launchers to be able to fire, because they have a limited number of launchers. As far as kind of the limit, from what we know, the limit for the Israelis to deal with would be somewhere in excess of about 150 missiles coming in at a single time. If there was more than that or near to that, they'd pretty much be overrun. But if there's less than that, like we're seeing right now, they're not really being overrun. It's just that some of them are making it through, because the interception rates are never 100%. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Roni B, who puts in a 10 and says, "Please don't show the impact shots. It sharpens
My
the
ultimate's
IRGC's
ready.
aim, and my aunt lives in Bat Yam, real peoples and real lives, and appreciate what you're doing, and may the
My
Persian people
ultimate
be
is
free."
ready.
And also, Roni, all the footage we show is all open source. None of it is stuff that is not already published on the internet. We simply have a really good knack for finding it a lot quicker than other people. So we do not show anything that would possibly violate OPSEC for any of the allied countries. We never do that. We've never done it with Ukraine or Israel. So whatever footage we're showing, it's already well publicized pretty much amongst various different sources. So I can assure you that it is not having any effect. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I would have to agree with that. We make sure that our videos are not violating operational security, and also due to the fact that there are open running live cameras at this moment inside of Israel, especially around that area, even if we didn't show that footage, the Islamic Republic of Iran could easily still see the impact sites, whether we were showing it or not. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we always have operational security with our open source intelligence in mind. But a big thanks to you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Kidon Israel, who puts in a 10 and says, "This is going to be a repeat of 67, and the enemy is celebrating propaganda claiming victory, while Israel is actually wiping out the IRGC."
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be a repeat. I would agree with you. And I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running. And I'm seeing that band hammer swinging. Like, I'm watching the live chat, and the band hammer is swinging. I got to appreciate you, man. You're all not only helping us to find the news, really, you're the one finding the news, because if I look for it, then it just cancels it out for both of us. You're also showing in that band hammer. I love to see it. But with that, big thanks to you once again for support, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Dev Bites, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Dev, for that $10 support. And we also appreciate that very much. And moving on to our next super chat here. This one goes to none other than Noah Ater, who puts in a 5. He said, "To my knowledge, the only known and confirmed failure of the F-35 have been due to non-combat related engine failure."
And yes, that is true. The only confirmed failures that we know of F-35s are mechanical failures, where their engines may fail, or something similar may fail, like a landing gear failure. And so with that, a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ernest Cowart, who puts in a 5. And they said, "What is the latest updates on the supposed attack on the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad? And I have personal interest in the info." Sadly, we don't have any information that's new about it. We saw a video earlier, which was unconfirmed, alleging to show maybe some type of attack near the embassy, but we simply don't know. We also heard last night reports that the embassy was under some type of attack as well, but never got any real corroboration of it. So we're not really sure what those reports are about. Eyewitnesses were saying they saw something happening near the embassy, but it was not enough to confirm it, sadly. But Enforcer, what say you?
That's pretty much the same thing that I know. We don't really know a lot about what's going on at the embassy currently. There's been a lot of lack of detail about that, but it does appear that the embassy is secure and safe at the moment. I cannot guarantee that that will be the picture for long, though. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. I thank you for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a $5 super chat from Mitharanwadu Alvis. And I'm sorry for butchering your name. Your name is extremely complicated, but thank you very much for that $5 support. They said Shalom from Israel, or Shalom from Israel. Thank you for the coverage. And about Fox News, there is an IDF request not to record the strike areas as to not give the regime in Iran a way to calibrate their strikes better.
Oh, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. But if that is the case, then I don't know why they would allow for the live cameras to be running in Tel Aviv right now. And I know that probably
that's directed at civilians. That's directed at civilians. It's not directed to like people like us. That's directed to the people on the ground inside of Israel. What the problem is, though, once it gets uploaded to the internet, it's forever. Like, people are going to see it.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of OSINT scrapers out there from every country around the world right now, including Iran, that once they see that footage on Twitter, they are immediately scooping it out. So whether we're showing it or not is not really helping out a great deal at this point to not show the footage, because the scrapers have already gotten a hold of it, and they already have the open source intelligence available for the Iranians right now. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is a $20 super chat from Joe Aragana. And thank you very much, Joe, for that $20 support. He said, "Any worries about China supporting Iran, since Iran supplies China with 90% of their oil?"
I would say it's unlikely. We haven't even heard a statement from the Chinese Foreign Ministry yet about what's going on in Iran. So I would have a feeling that their support for the Islamic Republic of Iran is near to non-existent right now. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a 20 from Terrence Custer, and he said, it's been a while since I donated, but I'm back now. And also, welcome back,
Hey,
Terrence.
welcome back.
He said, have any Israeli fighters been shot down in LSA?
From what we've heard, there's been no Israeli fighters shot down, and the Iranians have never given confirmation for the loss of those 2 aircraft or the supposed capture of a singular pilot. So we have absolutely no information to confirm the loss of 2 Israeli F-35s. So with that, sorry, I'm like choking over here. So with that, I hope that does address that well. I do thank you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, moving on to our
Match found.
What's up, Jeet? I'm good, how are you? Fuck this map, by the way. Damn, I kinda hate it.
Yo, Icebox is a good map, bro.
No, I know a lot of people like it. I don't know why I don't. I kind of suck at it.
Yo, just give it a chance, bro.
Alright, alright. Maybe this game will change my mind.
Yo, bro, this is my 4th time with someone not picking an agent.
I am the beginning. I am the end.
Match found.
Keen, looking for, not looking forward to, interested. I'm not looking forward to any of this. I'm super interested to see the stock market open tomorrow morning, and then to see the oil prices open too, because that will be very telling.
beginning. I am the end.
Hey Raze, what's on the playlist today?
Anything with a beat, Ichmal?
Reloading.
Here. Stealing sight.
Bomb buddy out.
Cover going out.
Turret out. Here.
Here.
Reloading.
Spike planted.
Placing swarm grenade.
Killed.
Gun here.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
No.
Just as my playlist ends.
That Reyna is not as fearless as she appears.
I know you want to hear it again because damn, y'all got good taste. Turn it up, babes. It's Ego by Mariade.
Shadows traveling.
Where are
We could probably rotate, yeah.
Cover going out.
Do you have a gun? Like, not a pistol?
Gun here.
He has my sniper.
Traveling.
Weapon here.
Brim has my sniper.
Plant the spike.
Target down. Enemies.
Both B. Both on ping.
One enemy remaining.
No more meddling. My ultimate is ready. Cover going out.
Brim is outlaw.
Me too.
There. Enemy. Reloading.
It is done. I will take back what is mine.
Reloading. Reloading. I hope this one's exciting.
Here.
wanna go like mid to B or something.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted mid. Enemy spotted mid out.
Go get him.
One's coming from
Shadows
Where
traveling.
are you? Bring them down.
142.
We found one.
Watch out. 70 jet.
Stealing sight.
Reloading.
Here.
My carrier's down.
Spike
I have the
down
spike.
B. Last player standing. Spike down B. Thirty seconds left.
Gun here.
Strike at their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will. I need this. I will be their nightmare. Shadows traveling.
Here comes the party. Boom.
One enemy remaining.
Don't worry. I got the striker.
Gun here.
Savor the good dreams while you can.
Reloading.
That brimstone's just sparks. Here. Here. Marked one. Bomb buddy out. Yeah. Reloading. Reloading.
54 right now.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Spike dropped. Ult is ready. Good.
Go.
I knew this would be easy, but
Not Misa.
We'll just go fast B.
I can
They're in
use
our
my
sights.
ultimate to like clear like market or site.
The hunt begins.
No distraction.
Cover going out.
Cam's down, everything's down.
Watch them run. Pitiful.
down. Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade. Next.
Placing sentry.
Blinding.
Flank.
Not ready yet.
One flank.
Shadows traveling.
enemy remaining.
3 killed. Here.
You were so close.
I'm ready.
Let's flush them out. Get out of my way!
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted mid. Variable removed.
Jet's using ult, by the way.
Cover going out.
120 Jet.
Off your feet! Blinding.
One down. My ult's ready.
I know exactly where you are.
Shadows traveling. Here.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
I would just play default for a round or two. And then we'll hard push the third round.
Cover going out.
Got one.
Shadows traveling. Stealing sight. Cover going out.
Get it. Reloading.
Spike planted. My ultimate is ready.
Mark 2.
One enemy remaining.
Reach, then run.
Weapon here.
My ultimate is no.
Reloading.
Now mid.
No one beats my firepower. I got this.
And now I think we fast B.
Good luck.
Cover going out.
Judge right there in front of me.
Turret out.
Careful.
Enemy spotted mid.
Here.
Enemy spotted B.
Ah be abi. My ult is ready.
Ping away.
30 seconds left.
Placing sentry. Plant the
I'll
spike.
find you.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Alarm bot out.
Spike
I
planted.
got flanked.
Last player standing.
I'll make them remember. They're only human.
I'm gonna go B through mid.
Let's make them dance.
They have up, don't push mid. Just smoke it.
have
Smoke
an
it.
Shadows traveling.
Bomb buddy out.
Shadows traveling.
Here comes it.
Staying sight.
Where are we? Satchel out. Enemy here. Watch
Prepare for hellfire.
Spike down B.
Neutralized.
Last player standing.
Focusing.
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Yeah.
I think we play default again this time.
Cover going out.
Maybe don't blind me this time, please, Omen.
No distraction.
They're rotating B.
Enemy spotted B.
Disappear.
Grim's B.
Cover going out. Planted.
One enemy remaining.
Let's tag it up.
Last round before the switch.
Last
I
round
have
to use our
credits if you need
creds
them.
and abilities. Don't waste your firepower.
Gun here.
Turret out.
Gun here.
There's an op this spawn.
Reloading.
Blow something up.
Get out of my way.
Let's not go B.
Spike down.
Sleep.
Area's clear.
I'll find you.
Enemy spotted A.
Mare, take them!
Bring them down. Mark 2. Bring them down. They're blind with fear. I'm done. Last player standing. Switching sides.
Don't stress if I die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive. Placing sentry.
Throwing swarm grenade.
Shadows traveling.
Kill my bot.
Blinding.
Bring them down. Enemy spotted. B.
Shadows traveling.
That's right.
Not enough.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Oh, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
I was there kind of quick if you would stayed alive a little longer.
I mean, Raze is top frag.
Snuff them out.
Turret out.
B.
Turret destroyed.
Cover going out.
Reloading.
Blinding.
Spike down B.
Shadows traveling.
78 Brim.
Last player standing.
I can hold an area pretty well myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Placing sentry.
Hold our ground.
Where are you?
Shadows traveling.
There. Mark 2.
Enemy spotted mid.
Still up in mid.
Spike planted.
Destabilizing. Focusing. Stopping fire.
Cover going out.
Finished.
One enemy remaining.
Stealing sight.
Reloading.
Not this time.
Your teeth will chatter in the cold and dark.
Take them one by one.
KG, you push in the corner and I'll make noise for you.
Here.
B. Mid, I think.
Enemy mid.
Spike down B.
They have an op.
Last player standing.
You are fixing my keyboard.
Don't die. If you need help figuring out how, just ask.
Hey, blame Baden and KJ.
Turret out.
I closed it at the beginning.
Shadows traveling.
Here. Multiple enemies B.
I know exactly.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B.
120 Brim, 115.
My ultimate is ready.
Brim Arena, 1 tap.
Spike planted.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Gear up, stay safe. We're going back in.
Placing sentry.
Cower. Run. Cover going out.
Ed will catch them.
Cover going out.
Bring them down.
Spike planted.
Help.
There.
Stealing sight.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here. The spike is diffused. Shadows traveling. Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
Can I get this?
Turret out.
Get out of my way!
The hunt begins.
Cover going out.
Nightmare, take them.
Spike planted.
Mark 3, alley-oop. Mark 4.
Last player standing.
So why are we peeking off?
You can trust my bots. They only malfunctioned that one time, and
Honestly, she won't miss that finger. Turret out.
V. Hard V.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted B. Here goes the pack.
I know exactly where you are.
Shadows traveling.
Stay B.
Last player standing. "30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
Placing sentry. Quick peeks now. Here. Here. Enemy spotted B.
Shadows traveling.
Down. See ya. Goodbye.
Someone stay. Jade, can you stay?
They're on A. Savage your flank.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Get the op. Get the op.
They look like us, but are they us? I have so many questions.
You can now pick it up.
No.
You're good.
Let's start this party.
Play for B.
Here.
Removed.
Careful here. Turret out.
They're B. They're B, B, B, B. I mean, B, B, B.
80 brim A.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Nice.
Three kid cover going out. What's another death?
One enemy remaining.
Go.
Match point.
When we go out there, someone dies. Carry that weight.
You only got 3 because they fucking ran at you. They tried to knife you. They literally tried to knife you, bro. They literally tried to... Get the 4 at the start then. Get the 4 at the start and we'll win. Don't wait till be the last player alive. Don't wait to be the last player alive.
I will rip the
Get 4 at the start and we'll win the round.
Shadows Shadows traveling.
Heavy B.
Enemy spotted B. Placing sentry.
We'll catch them.
Bear got 2 kills. so you
Spike
have
down B.
Weapon here.
Off your feet!
Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining.
Sweet dreams, asshole. Everyone makes fun of German efficiency. Ha ha.
Just keep laughing as you use all my gear. Turret out.
Yo, someone else can be.
No.
Get out of my way!
Cover going
Mark
out.
two.
Blinding.
Enemy A.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Spike spotted A. Reloading.
Flawless.
Sorry, KJ. I don't know if I stole that or if I hit my rocket.
Nah, it's okay. I'm like,
Switching sides.
I wasn't in
Overtime.
I did hit my rocket.
They have courage.
I was blind. I just fired it.
You're good.
KJ, you can buy a ghost if you want.
Come on, go! Bring them down.
Cover going out. Shadows traveling.
I'll find you.
Stealing sight.
Show me a target. Making cover.
Plant the spike. Bomb buddy out.
Reloading.
Down. Alarm bot out.
Last player standing.
108 Cypher 80 breached. I had to go.
Flawless. Switching sides. Match point.
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
Turret out.
Here.
Every choice matters.
Shadows traveling.
There.
Cover going out.
Be careful, KJ.
Mid. Watch out. Mid. I got him from behind.
Spike planted.
Gun here.
Focusing. Who else?
You can duck the wire.
Try again.
Destabilizing.
One enemy remaining.
Just one on top boxes. Nice. Wrong way.
I just kind of sprayed, but yeah.
Oh, no. You don't deserve my inventions. Reloading.
Switching sides. Overtime.
a funny thing. One less.
Reloading. Reloading.
Here.
Bomb buddy out. Where are you?
Cover going out.
Mark 2.
Placing sentry.
Bring them down. Placing alarm bot. Bring them down.
They're blind with fear.
Enemy A.
Shadows traveling.
Omen, go away.
Over there.
I have been. Never mind. I should come back.
Carrier is dead.
Spike down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Down.
Nice.
Oh.
I have a reputation to maintain. My ult is ready. No distractions.
Switching sides. Match point.
Remarkable. Your precision knows no bounds.
Reloading. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
I don't think they're gonna go B.
Cover going out.
B.
They flash B. B.
B. 114 breach, nice. Or for him, man. Not breach.
Turrets destroyed. Hold.
No.
Found them.
One mark.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Now you got this, KJ.
Get out of my way.
Fucking up left, behind.
They might go away now.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Dang, that was good. Devil. Nice.
Yes, KJ.
Oh my god, let's go.
Turret out. My ultimate is ready.
Defenders win.
Who's up for a debrief? Anyone? No one?
Match found.
the beginning. I am the end.
That's good. Good, yourself? How's your weekend, man?
Race, I found a new album you just have to hear. Maybe you could come over after the mission? But only if we survive.
Ready to win? KO.
AJ just went over for one night stand or something? What the fuck was that dialogue? Yo, shut up, Omen. No one talked to you.
Yo, I love you, Race.
No one asked you shit, Omen. Appreciate it.
Shadows traveling. Silence. Shadows traveling.
Mid. Market.
Stealing sight.
Barrier is dead.
Spike down B.
Placing sensor.
Last player standing.
I have. Make them regret their choice of profession.
Type shit.
Cover going out.
Alarmbot out.
There's one mid.
Last player standing.
Alarmbot down.
Nice job.
Var försiktig. The battlefield changes with every play.
Let me flash in before we
Alarmbot
push.
out.
I am everywhere. Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling.
Last player standing.
Okay, I think we got B.
Their death demands our attention. Yeah. Placing alarm bomb.
Cover going out. Cover going out. My ultimate is ready. Watch them run.
Found them.
Let go.
Last player standing.
Enemy spotted. A.
Thirty seconds left.
No more.
One enemy remaining.
Turret out. Spikes down. Placing swarm grenade. Turrets destroyed.
Nice job.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Thought we were FFing, bro. It's okay, we got mid.
Shadows traveling.
Placing sentry.
Scatter.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Spike down B.
Down. Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
I got the spike.
Listening.
Alarm bot out.
No surprises.
Spike down.
Suppressing. One suppressed.
Ready?
Let me just
Nice job.
swipe those biometrics.
Keep yourself together. You can't fall apart now.
My ultimate is ready. Alarm bot out.
I'm gonna push through mid if you guys play it slow.
Spike down mid.
Initiated.
Flashing out.
Placing areas clear.
Nowhere
Placing
to
swarm
run!
grenade.
I planted.
Sensor up.
Last player standing.
Swarm grenade out.
Nice job.
Team Ace.
There's no need for the enemy to suffer. Kill them fast.
There.
Bring your best.
Cover going out.
Kill confirmed.
Let's go through mid.
Cover going out.
Pull them to their grave. Nothing there. Got him. My
Spike down B.
120 Sova.
Blocking movement.
Someone plant.
One enemy
Got
remaining.
one.
30 seconds left.
I have the spike.
placing sentry.
Last player standing. Clutch.
Nice job.
Attack when they're suppressed. I cut their options, they make mistakes.
Placing alarm bot. No heroics. Follow protocol.
Shadows traveling. Here. Target sighted mid.
Bot coming back.
Last player standing.
That's done. Combat is a means to an end, and we are the means.
The hunt begins! Joke's over! You're dead!
Cover going out.
Auf Wiedersehen!
player standing.
You're still sitting in
One
spawn,
enemy
retard.
remaining.
My ultimate is ready.
Fucking 9 kills because you sit in spawn. 1v5 and they give you free kills. Fucking do something. Actually useless. Sitting there talk shit. You don't follow anyone in spawn. You don't set up anything. You don't use any fucking abilities. Just fucking end the game. Thank God. Stop voting not FF. I pushed on site for the first 4 rounds in a row, took site, and no one, not a single person followed me on any site. Not a single person traded me, not a single person followed after I got a kill. No one. Not the first 4 rounds, I wasn't. I bought the first 4 rounds. No one followed. No one followed shit. I was the only person that pushed on site. When I died and looked back, every single person was back spawn. You dragged this game out to 2.5 hours long instead of just following me on site, man. What am I supposed to do? Fucking useless KJ.
Placing alarm bot.
Instead of just effing, man, you refused to FF, and I would drag this game out to fucking 2 hours long. Actually useless.
Nowhere to run!
No one smoked site, no one used abilities to help us get on site. I literally entered site. First 4 rounds in a row. No one followed me, not a single person.
Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Well,
Good job.
that was quite fun.
Activating kill mode. That's a joke. Kill mode is default.
Let's just push through mid. So they're just gonna arrow right here.
I'll get that spooky ghost boy.
I'm a fly.
Flash! Shutting them down. 2 suppressed. Cover going out.
Target spotted mid.
Multiple targets mid.
Scatter.
No surprises. Yeah, out.
Thirty seconds left.
Spike carrier down.
Spike down B. Ten seconds left. Last player standing. Last round in the half.
Spend everything. We keep nothing.
Keep it cool. That's how you survive. Get out of my way!
Flashbang. No one walks away. Suppressor. Shadows traveling. Shadows traveling. Blinding. Target sighted A.
Barrier deployed.
Placing swarm. Sensor lights down. Pull them to their grave! Nothing there. Placing swarm plane. Broken now. Enemy spotted A.
Give in. My ultimate is ready.
Turret deployed.
Watch them run.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Sensor tricked.
One enemy remaining.
5 dead.
Switching sides.
They think they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend it.
I'll get that spooky ghost boy.
Cover going out.
Thanks, Potty.
Stay in sight.
Last player standing.
They're down. Bomb grenade out.
Spike planted.
Nice job.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Omen.
Turret out. Time for a field tent.
Cover going out. Here. Silence. No.
Recalling my bot.
No surprises.
That's done. Placing sentry.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. One enemy
Variable
remaining.
removed.
Spike planted.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
I need this.
Turret out.
Clear to engage. Weapons hot.
The begins.
Enemy spotted mid. Turrets destroyed. Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
So long.
Match point.
Look for my shadows. They will hide you.
Placing sentry.
It begins. Shadows traveling.
No surprises.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Last player standing. Flawless. Attackers win. Match found.
I've got all the time in the world.
Hi, how are you?
Well, my last team didn't enter sight one time, so hopefully this game goes a little better. The fuck? What's wrong with you?
Match found.
No.
I've got all the time in the world.
I'm under 18.
No, that's a weird thing.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, man.
You sound like a fucking 40-year-old smoker pedophile.
Yeah, I don't want to do that, man.
Hey KJ, you good on the tech stuff? Need anything, you know, super heated?
Okay, that literally happened one time, Phoenix. Stop asking.
Reloading.
Do you need help?
We report him somehow?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, voice comms abuse.
I got the spike.
Drop in a smoke.
Cypher setup here. Let's go. Hey. Clove, are you listening?
Down.
Spike down mid.
I have the spike.
I'll spike it down. No peeking. I got
This club is creepy as fuck.
Message sent.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Good work.
There's a name for this. Oh yeah. Second hand.
You cannot be this deep, guys.
The phoenix shines on the outside. But
He's being mad creepy.
I feel his doubt.
What do you even say?
The guy said he was under 18 and he was like, please bark
Yeah.
for me. Bark like a dog. Like, that's weird. That's not normal.
That there is no normal way for that.
That's like Sage. They like it.
Y'all didn't see that.
Sage, don't listen to that.
I see what the Cypher's here. Nice, good girl.
Drop in a smoke. No peeking.
Embarrassing.
Right here.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate's ready.
Spike planted.
Weapon here.
There.
I can hear them hollering for their mammies for here.
I could buy an AWP. Should I? Here, I'll scan for y'all, and then I'm gonna go play mid.
I have one more.
Where are you?
Come on, let's go! Flash!
No peeking!
Off of my body, I
Spike
might or
down
might not
B.
have sold.
No peeking!
Turret out. Turret's destroyed.
No way that didn't get this fucking disappeared.
I got the spike. Alarm bot out.
Last player
Down.
standing.
I have the
Spike down B.
Flawless.
Maybe the AWP was not the play.
I'll outshine all their radiance.
Drop in a smoke.
Marked one. There.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Someone's A.
Spike down A.
81 close.
Multiple enemies A. Bring them down.
Sniper removed.
Last player standing.
Enemy down.
Would it be smarter to save or to just...
Drop in a smoke. You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker.
Let's get the advantage.
Spike down A.
Get back. We'll catch them. Drop in a smoke. There. Bring them down. No peeking.
Last player standing.
Whatever happens, is ready. Sakin. Don't panic. Trembling is bad for your aim. Don't overthink it. That's my job. Drop in a smoke.
Marked one.
Here, cap.
Our spike carrier is dead.
71 Reyna.
Spike down B.
I got the spike.
Back like I never left.
Watch your eyes!
Last player standing.
Drop in a smoke. Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
Can we go A and I can ult like ramps and tower? I'm gonna just try and get the plant down. Can someone come with me and then 3 of y'all go up to heaven?
Together.
I'll find you. Dropping smokes.
Mark one.
You fought well. My ultimate is ready.
Your duty is not over. No. You can do that too.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted. A. Reloading.
Come on, let's
You had your fun. My turn. Zip.
40 Reyna.
One enemy
Train
remaining.
harder.
Nice. On your right.
Last player standing.
Clutch!
Their tech is only as good as their skill. And there, they have some beats.
Yeah, we can make a comeback. I don't know right now
is
with our
where we
KJ not being here.
The hunt begins. Over! You're dead!
Have one of these.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike down B.
Watch out.
Drop in a smoke.
Just dog their ult.
I know exactly where you are.
Where are you?
Someone's A. Satisfied.
Last player standing.
Should I just try and save or what?
Removed.
İyi geceler. No peeking.
Thirty seconds left.
Drop in a smoke.
$50.
10 seconds left.
Aye, where to?
This is spike. Stage 1 spike, Jack.
Oh, I thought you wanted the orb.
Okay, wait. You guys fake B. You guys fake B. Me and Sage will slower share. Just try to make some noise. Don't die.
Do you want me to prowl or not prowler? Scan.
Yeah.
I'll find you.
Jeez.
Dropping smokes.
Watch out. On our left.
There.
Heaven.
Spike down A.
I'll find you. There. Bring them down.
Last player standing.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
If we don't win any more rounds, yeah. If we can win the next... Yeah, if we can win the...
I don't know, Sage was AFK, so I went to the bathroom.
Yo, KJ, you got me, right? KJ, you got me, right?
Okay, I know.
Dang.
Initiated. Placing sentry. Placing alarm bomb. Where are you?
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Goodbye.
You want me serious? You got it.
KJ, why are you throwing now?
Come on then.
What? Oh, I think we lost this game. We had the AFK for a couple rounds. We think this. I don't think we planned on inside this thing.
Where take them? Drop in a smoke. Mark to bring them down.
Let's go next.
My ult is ready. Where are you? Back like I never left.
Oh, I just got
Spike
killed.
down B.
No hope.
Last player standing.
Sage, you could res a teammate. Or not.
No peeking.
Last round before the switch.
I don't know. Let's get AFK in the
Buy
first
what
like
you
5
need.
rounds. It's kind of
Otherwise, we're going to look very stupid.
Roll for initiative. I'll find you.
Come on, let's go.
Bring them down. Take hold.
Spike down A.
Gotcha, fun. My turn.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Idea. Again. Their fear is a track, and the track is fresh.
No.
Wrap it up, video.
Right here.
That's how you survive.
Have one of these.
Enemy spotted B. Enemy spotted B.
Drop in a smoke.
Sage, can I get a heal? Sage.
Sage, real me.
Sage. Sage. Just heal
Spike
someone.
down B. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Nothing's perfect, but that was perfection. Once more into battle. I'm not tired. Are you? Get on with it!
Marked enemy spotted B.
Phoenix maybe AFK.
Like, we're not like.
Oh yeah,
you're
what?
Sorry, not sorry.
Pushing up. AJ.
Impeccable kill.
2 mid.
One enemy remaining.
No peeking.
He's full rushing in. KJ, Sage can heal you.
Spike planted.
Nice.
We cannot let them unweave our world. Yous don't get a reset button, so stay alive, please.
KJ's probably the one that started it.
Yeah. Marked one. There. Enemy B.
B still.
We found one. Got one.
No peeking.
Got him.
Refreshing. No charges.
That's done.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Spike controls, you don't need to be stupid about it. Wait, no, I don't think I can.
Oh. 30 seconds left.
Drop in a smoke.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Y'all better keep up.
Anyone feeling generous?
Right here.
Their fears betray them.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy A.
No peeking.
Bam. Multiple enemies A.
Spike down A.
90 clove.
Spike planted.
Someone's A.
Sorted. Refreshing.
One enemy remaining.
I can't look. Please don't blow up. My ult is ready. No aviating for you, man.
Where are we going this time? Remember what worked in the past.
Anyone feeling generous?
Clove, can I get a buy?
Anyone feeling generous? Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Thank you.
I need help.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Marked one. There.
No peeking. Drop in a smoke.
Unavoidable. Enemy spotted A.
Back like I never left.
Hush, my ult is ready.
One enemy remaining.
Bye.
%99% sure he's AFK.
Yeah, she might be.
Weapon here.
Nah, I'm lying.
30 seconds left.
Do not fight us. Spike spotted
Their
A.
tech is only as good as their skill. And there,
We have some beat.
We can still win this. We can still win this.
Yeah, just stay positive.
No,
Definitely.
stay negative. Like, we're probably not winning this, but like, yeah.
Oh, okay, we gotta be haters. Got it.
The more we hate, the more we win.